Hunting Hollywood. Hey! Look who's back for more adventures. We love having you here to continue this story that keeps us all awake. Important note, all of this is pure fiction, so don't try any techniques you hear here in real life. Your neighbor might call the cops. This amazing novel and all its rights belong to the original author. We're just the ones giving it voice and drama. Are you enjoying the show? Prove it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and leaving that like that motivates us so much. And if you want VIP access to exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting with things you won't find anywhere else. Chapter 626 Counterattack Plan. It was 6 o'clock in the morning. In the master bedroom of the villa in Woodside, Simon washed and dressed, and the two big fairies on the big bed were still sleeping. Good morning, Simon. Morning. What do you want to eat later? I'll ask them to prepare it. Well, I'm so hungry, but I don't want to get up. Then eat in bed. No, I'd better not, I'll be jealous. Nadia on the other side also woke up after hearing the conversation between the two. She leaned behind Yasmin and seemed to hold the Waste Beauty's slender waist under the quilt. She raised her head slightly and said, Simon, I want fruit salad and nut milkshake. I'm also very hungry. Let's add an apple pie today. Let Dee make it. The one she made last night was delicious. Simon nodded and looked at the Waste Beauty again. Yasmin said, I can do the same as Nadia. Simon went downstairs. The other girls in the villa had already gotten up. He went to the kitchen to tell Alia and Dee, who had already started preparing breakfast, and then he went to the villa gym. In the past, when I came to San Francisco, I liked to run on the mountain trails in Woodside, but it was not appropriate to show up in public during this period. Now, even if Simon went out for a run, he might be photographed and commented on by the media with ulterior motives. No matter what others said, Simon believed that the best way to deal with media opinions was to make himself disappear. Of course, the public relations that should be carried out in private must not be missed, otherwise he would only be led by the nose. Just after stepping on the treadmill, little Jenny also ran to the gym. The girl was also wearing a vest and shorts. Although she was small, her body proportions were very well proportioned and her skin was as white as milk. She chose a treadmill next to Simon, and the little fairy started the machine. While jogging, she talked about her recent affairs and introduced her graduation thesis on the development prospects of portal websites. Because of her proximity to the water, the girl was able to obtain a lot of first-hand information, so she had a foresight to judge that portal websites might only be a transition in the early stages of the development of the internet industry, and the future internet would be more inclined to diversification and refinement. Simon had instilled many of his own insights on the Internet 1.0 and 2.0 eras to Jeff Bezos and others, and Ygritte's development plan in the general direction was carried out in this way. However, these very confidential discussions would not even leave detailed paper documents, and Ygritte's executives would not tell Ginny. Obviously, these were the girl's own feelings. Even if the judgment about the future of the Internet was not accurate, it was beyond Simon's expectations to see that the portal website was just a transition. Chatting casually and jogging for half an hour, Simon was about to go upstairs to take a shower, and the sweaty little goblin came up to him with a hum, and the transition from a top student to an nymphomaniac was seamless. Simon did not refuse, and took the girl upstairs to take a shower, but he did not go any further. He has always been very restrained in matters between men and women. During this period, Simon has been promoted by the Hearst Group as a playboy who revels every night. It's true that he's a playboy, but he's definitely not a party lover. Sometimes, Simon may not touch a woman for 10 days or half a month. For example, last night was actually the first time this week. Simon hasn't touched a vase named Maya that he caught during the Sundance Film Festival at the beginning of the year. Ordinary people's fantasies about the top of the pyramid always cannot escape the cliché of the king's golden hoe. In fact, when something is too easy to get, people don't care about it. Many rich people would rather spend their free time on racing, playing ball, and watching sports games besides working non-stop. After taking a shower, I went downstairs again to an office in the villa. Girl A had already sorted out today's media briefing. Recently, the public relations team of Westeros has been following up on various reports about the Westeros system in the mainstream media in North America every day, especially the media under the Hearst Group, so as to respond in time. In addition to some insignificant articles criticizing that the success of Happy Farm is actually due to the monopoly of internet interfaces by Ygritte, Today, a more important revelation under the Hearst Group came from the Houston Chronicle in Texas. This newspaper exposed the secret relationship between Simon and Joseph Lewis, the founder of the Tavistock Group. The article revealed that Joseph Lewis had shorted European currencies with George Soros 2 years ago. Therefore, the accusation that the Westeros system had said that it had not been involved in the European currency crisis was actually nonsense. Simon Westeros was also the mastermind behind the financial disaster. The European currency crisis in 1992 not only led to the collapse of the European monetary system and the sharp depreciation of the currencies of countries such as Britain, Italy, and Spain, but also further triggered the serious economic recession in European countries in the past 2 years. Even if wise people know that this matter is fundamentally a game between the two major economic systems of Europe and the United States, whether it is politicians with ulterior motives or ordinary people who like conspiracy theories, they obviously prefer to point the finger at a specific mastermind behind the scenes. Soros has basically assumed the responsibility of the culprit of the European currency crisis in the past 2 years. This financier is not involved in the real industry and can turn a blind eye to various insults. The Westeros system is not like this. Simon's current goal is much bigger than Soros's. Once the crime is confirmed, the Westeros system's various industries in Europe may be substantially affected. Simon actually despises the recent revelations of the Hearst Group. Even though 100 years have passed, this media family that once created the standard of yellow journalism has not been innovative and is still accustomed to suppressing opponents by revealing people's privacy. Unfortunately, if your move cannot cause substantial damage to the enemy, it may just be a joke. Simon has actually been dealing with this matter with an indifferent attitude of watching a joke recently. The intelligence team of the Westeros family has actually collected a lot of black materials of the Hearst family, but he is too lazy to fight back. This is the reason. After all, if you are bitten by a dog, you can't always go back in the same way. What Simon has to do is to beat the vicious dog that attacked him to death with a stick. After reaching a cooperation intention with British businessman Joseph Lewis at the beginning of last year, Simon did not meet with the other party for a few times in addition to a symbolic investment of $100 million. This article in the Houston Chronicle naturally has no substantial evidence and is still just hearsay. However, it is a fact that the Westeros system has a cooperative relationship with the Tavistock Group. Therefore, this matter cannot be clarified. If it is announced to the public that Simon established contact with Joseph Lewis after the European currency crisis, even if this is true, the smart media and the public will obviously not believe this nonsense. The best way to deal with it is to ignore it. During this period, Simon has asked a group of core executives of the Westeros system to avoid media interviews as much as possible. The Westeros family public relations team has completely isolated itself from contact with the media and only counterattack the Hearst Group's revelations through portal websites and related newspapers. The main reason is that Simon does not like to lie. Every lie often requires thousands of lies to make up for it, and Simon does not want this. The revelations of the Hearst Group always have some truth in the lies, just like today's report. The Westeros system does have a vested interest in the Tavistock Group. This is the truth. Then, once this matter is admitted, all other accusations will be in the public's "I don't believe it, I don't believe it, I don't believe it" mentality, and you can't defend yourself at all. The private preparations were almost done. After reading today's media briefing, Simon did not intend to play with the Hearst Group anymore. He called George Norman and asked him to start the litigation bombing plan from next Monday. In the past, Peter Thiel, one of the founders of PayPal and later a famous Silicon Valley investor, spent 10 years and invested tens of millions of dollars to sponsor various victims who had legal disputes with a website to file huge claims against the other party in order to retaliate against a gossip website for exposing him as a homosexual, and finally successfully sued the website into bankruptcy. This time, Simon planned to do the same. Compared with a gossip website, the Hearst Group, which owns dozens of newspapers across the United States, has definitely not lacked a large number of victims of false or excessive reports in order to attract attention over the years. The high cost of legal proceedings in the United States is well known to everyone. In the past, these victims had no capital and strength to fight against a powerful Hearst Group, and most of them could only blame themselves for their bad luck. What Simon had to do was to find these people and provide financial support to take turns to file lawsuits against the media under the Hearst Group at all costs. The Westeros system's ban on the Hearst Group was enough to stagnate the growth of this old media group. Now, in order to bring down the Hearst Group, Simon intends to adopt a litigation bombing strategy at all costs, even if it costs hundreds of millions of dollars in litigation funds every year. The victory or defeat of American legal proceedings is largely a contest of money and capital. The Westeros system uses the top lawyers to fight for the victims of Hearst's media. If the Hearst Group does not use the same level of lawyers to fight, it will inevitably mean losing the case, and it can only pay a huge compensation. If the same level of lawyers is used, the capital strength of the Hearst Group is completely not on the same order of magnitude as the Westeros system. Even if the Hearst Group can win all the lawsuits, the huge litigation costs are enough to seriously damage the vitality of this old media group and eventually lead to its demise. The simplest way of calculation is that Simon's burning of $2.5 billion will only be 1/80th of his current personal assets of $200 billion, which is not a big deal. The Hearst family, whose total assets are less than $2.5 billion, will burn the same amount of funds, but it means bankruptcy. This is the power of capital. In the past, the victims of the media under the Hearst Group would only be crushed by the strong capital strength of the Hearst family. Now, the positions have been reversed and the Hearst family will become the crush party. After arranging this matter and having breakfast, Simon still rushed to Ygritte even though it was Saturday. In the morning, he had to listen to Jeff Bezos' report on the development of Ygritte's overseas network business and discuss the next expansion plan. 2 years ago, Ygritte has gradually launched its own businesses in Europe, Asia and Australia. Now it has basically established a foothold in major overseas developed countries such as the United Kingdom, France, Germany, Japan, Italy, and Australia. As the growth rate of internet users in overseas countries exceeded that of North America last year, Ygritte's business in overseas countries also needs to be strengthened. Simon originally had no intention of meeting directly with Azim Premji, an Indian businessman introduced by Alia. However, after Simon personally called last night, Bezos attached great importance to this matter and directly arranged a dinner for Saturday noon. After finishing the morning work, Simon had no other arrangements for lunch, so he simply went together. Jeff Bezos also explained to Simon that Azim Premji's Wipro is indeed very powerful in India, but Wipro, which has just entered the software business in recent years, is far inferior to other established technology companies in India. At this stage, Wipro prefers a diversified entity company that mainly deals in personal computers, lighting fixtures and other products, and the other party even has an oil pressing business. Even if the purpose of outsourcing is to save costs, in order to maximize the security of Ygritte's software data, Bezos and other executives would rather pay more costs than rashly use a company like Wipro that has just entered the software field. This is also the reason why Wipro won nothing in the Ygritte software outsourcing bid in March. Although it is impossible to completely understand a person just by having a lunch, Simon and Bezos were very satisfied with Azim Premji's familiarity with Ygritte's software outsourcing needs and his explanation of Wipro's software department's management ideas during lunch. Azim finally said that Ygritte could send a team to India to personally inspect Wipro's software team and the large number of advanced equipment that had just been updated at a huge cost. After the meal, they sent the plain-dressed Indian entrepreneur away in an ordinary taxi. After a brief discussion, Simon and Bezos decided to give Wipro a certain number of business orders. Ygritte's software outsourcing orders for Indian companies have been signed, but there are still many outsourcing businesses that were originally planned to be tendered in North America, Europe, Australia and other places that cannot be handed over to the other party. Of course, there will not be too many orders in the initial stage. Whether the cooperation will be strengthened in the future depends on the results of the first trial cooperation between the two parties. Returning to Ygritte's headquarters in the afternoon, Simon reconvened the four giants of Ygritte and introduced in detail the idea of creating a special software outsourcing platform that he had last night. Even though they didn't understand Simon's potential ambition to create and control more jobs around the world, Tim Berners-Lee and his team saw at a glance that this plan had great potential. In fact, similar ideas are still not new. Similar websites have already appeared on the internet platform at this stage, including the 58 list classified information website under Ygritte, which also has an information directory dedicated to hiring temporary outsourced programmers. However, these small-scale operations are difficult to grow and develop due to the lack of sufficient authority and credibility. Ygritte happens to have these advantages. Throughout the afternoon that followed, Simon and the other 5 discussed the detailed plan for creating this software outsourcing platform, including the construction plan of the outsourcing platform, how to use their own advantages, how to avoid competition from the same industry, and specific sustainable business models. By the time the preliminary project plan was determined, it was already past 8 o'clock in the evening. Bezos and others continued to improve the details of the platform design and construction, task release system, and making the best use of Ygritte cloud computing resources. Simon's main suggestion was to create a professional software communication platform based on Ygritte's instant messaging tool, ICQ, which integrates email, instant messaging, file transfer, information release and other functions for instant communication and collaboration between enterprise users. In the past, DingTalk, released by Alibaba, and Slack in the United States were both very successful enterprise-level collaborative communication software. DingTalk is a part of Alibaba and is not easy to estimate, but Slack belongs to a company alone. Just relying on this software, Slack Technologies' market value easily exceeded $20 billion after its listing, which shows the potential broad business prospects of similar platforms. In order to get a good sign, Simon simply named the software that will be separated from the ICQ tool Slack. ICQ, an instant messaging tool quietly released by Ygritte in 1992, has accumulated more than 27 million users worldwide. Originally, everyone was confused about the business model of this software, until the launch of Happy Farm last week. Users are actually the greatest wealth of Ygritte. As long as it maintains a large user base, Ygritte will sooner or later be able to find a suitable business model. Just like Happy Farm, as long as it finds a suitable business model, with Ygritte's huge user base, it will inevitably mean huge profits. Alice once hoped that ICQ would be used as an instant messaging tool between Amazon online mall and buyers. Simon did not agree at the beginning, but he also agreed that the housekeeper would refer to ICQ technology and develop another instant messaging software LSD, Let's Deal, specifically for e-commerce communication, which is now in use. Including Slack, which is about to be developed, the original instant messaging software idea has spawned 3 different tools under Ygritte. Whether it is ICQ, LSD or the planned Slack, if nothing unexpected happens, it will bring huge benefits to Ygritte in the future. Because it has a large number of core patents for instant messaging tools, it is difficult for other manufacturers to compete with Ygritte in this regard at this stage. Even if some companies bypass Ygritte's patents to develop similar products in the future, it is impossible to achieve much in the face of Ygritte's huge user scale that has formed a Matthew effect. Sunday is Easter. After Simon finished a meeting with the 4 giants of Ygritte, Girl A came over and said that Janet had returned to Los Angeles with her family, and called Simon to ask when she would be home. It was originally planned to spend 2 or 3 hours discussing the plan of the software outsourcing platform with Bezos and others, and then go to Cisco headquarters to attend a meeting in the afternoon and fly back to Los Angeles in the evening. Unexpectedly, this topic would continue until after 8 o'clock in the evening. Because he had to spend Easter with women and children, Simon did not plan to stay overnight in San Francisco again, and the Cisco meeting could only be postponed to tomorrow morning on the phone. However, after the meeting, Simon still had dinner with Bezos and others before boarding the plane back to Los Angeles. Chapter 627 Launch. Easter on Sunday was very lively and warm. The Westeros family invited many group executives and their families to take a yacht to Santa Cruz Island west of Los Angeles for a picnic. During the period, they also organized various Easter activities for the children. The party ended until the evening and the guests and hosts had a great time. Simon brought 2 Jennies and 3 children to appear in front of everyone this time, which was considered to be a public admission of some revelations during this period. The participants were all core executives of the Westeros system. They had heard about the close relationship between Simon and the female assistant, so they didn't have any special feelings. When they got along, they were sincere blessings for a lucky little girl. Many women at the scene felt Simon's concern for the female assistant and her daughter, and even had the feeling that it is better to have a child than to struggle for decades. The short-lived holiday warmth did not change the political and public opinion chaos of the Westeros system at all. April 4th, Monday. After the Westeros system launched a ban on the Hearst Group 2 weeks ago, it once again launched another fierce offensive. Paul Lamart, a former business owner who once operated an auto parts factory in Edwardsville, Illinois, pointed out that the local newspaper Edwardsville Reporter published 6 false reports accusing his company of tax evasion and product quality problems between 1986 and 1987 because of his personal grudge with a senior executive of the newspaper. These reports were later proved to be false because the authorities and partners were misled by the newspaper and investigated and cut off cooperation, which eventually led to the bankruptcy of his factory. Paul Lamart filed a lawsuit against the Edwardsville Reporter for malicious defamation that caused serious damage to personal property, demanding a total of up to $60 million in various compensations. At the same time, 263 workers who had lost their jobs due to the closure of the parts factory also jointly filed a class action lawsuit against the Edwardsville Reporter, and the cumulative amount of claims exceeded $50 million. Turn your attention to San Antonio, Texas in the southern United States. In 1991, a horrific case of a priest molesting a boy occurred in San Antonio. There were as many as 21 victims recorded by the police. The priest involved in the case was eventually sentenced to life imprisonment. Although justice was delayed for many years, it finally came. However, during the investigation of the case, in order to attract public attention, the local San Antonio Impressions in San Antonio, in order to pursue news hotspots, exposed the personal information of 15 victims through direct or indirect means, despite the clear protests of many victims' families and even the warnings of local prosecutors. This incident eventually led to a 12-year-old boy committing suicide due to unbearable pressure, and the personal lives of the other 14 children whose personal information was exposed were also seriously affected. Now, 15 families have jointly filed a lawsuit against the San Antonio Impressions for serious violations of citizens' privacy rights, demanding a formal apology and various compensations totaling $80 million for the 15 victims. Connecticut on the east coast of the United States, Stamford, adjacent to the north of Greenwich. During the heyday of the U.S. real estate bubble in the 1980s, a group of Stamford homeowners purchased 61 apartments in a newly developed community with a total of 200 properties in the northern part of the city around 1986. As a result, these apartments were later found to have used serious carcinogenic asbestos materials during the construction process. The real estate developer involved has gone bankrupt due to subsequent lawsuits and the economic turmoil of the 1987 stock market crash, and many homeowners have not received the compensation they deserve. After many victims communicated with each other, they found that most of the homeowners chose to buy houses in that community because of the large-scale advertising in the local Stamford Advocate. The advertisements at that time even used serious factual words such as energy saving and environmental protection as propaganda slogans. Therefore, the 61 homeowners who are still trapped in the unfinished community filed a lawsuit against the Stamford Advocate on the Monday after Easter on charges of suspected false advertising, demanding a public apology from the newspaper and claiming compensation for personal property losses, potential health damages, and other compensation totaling more than $60 million. The news of 3 lawsuits with a total claim amount of up to $250 million was exposed, which directly shocked the American society, and the large traditional media groups in North America felt a chill in their backs. There is no doubt that the 3 newspapers that were sued are all media under the Hearst Group. Moreover, the huge claim of $250 million in these 3 lawsuits alone is equivalent to 1/10 of the total assets of the Hearst family. The Westeros system did not hide the fact that it was the driving force behind these 3 lawsuits. The detailed reports of the 3 lawsuits appeared on the front page of the Ignorant portal that day. In comparison, a former maid of the Westeros family who was sued for a huge breach of contract lawsuit of $12 million on the same day for betraying the Westeros family seemed less noticeable. Under the strong attention of the entire American society, more news was exposed on the internet and traditional media that day. The initiators of the 3 lawsuits have hired the top lawyers in the United States with the help of a company called the Media Victims Legal Aid Foundation. Industry insiders predict that with a huge amount of claims involved in the 3 lawsuits, unless a settlement can be reached in the short term, the most conservative estimate is that the lawyer costs for each lawsuit will be more than tens of millions of dollars. If the 3 lawsuits are protracted, the cost will be even more difficult to estimate. Even if it is impossible to explore the details of the specific agreement signed between a foundation and the recipient, it is obvious that the Westeros system will definitely not easily accept the settlement of the Hearst Group. On the other hand, as the defendant, the compensation amount of any group of the 3 cases will actually be enough to make the newspapers involved go bankrupt and liquidate if they win the case. After all, the entire Hearst Group's annual net profit in 1993 was only $169 million. Moreover, even if these newspapers really go bankrupt because of the lawsuits, according to relevant federal laws, both the litigation costs and the final compensation will be borne by the parent company Hearst Group in the future. Simon Westeros's move is definitely 10 times or even 100 times more ruthless than the Hearst Group's previous exposure of a large number of other people's scandals. Of course, apart from Simon Westeros, no one else in the United States or even the world can afford this move. Now, no matter how the Hearst Group responds, it will inevitably bear more serious consequences than the Westeros system's ban half a month ago. If you deal with this lawsuit passively, you will have to wait for the loss of the lawsuit and pay $250 million in compensation. If you deal with it actively, the cost of each lawsuit borne by the Westeros system will not be less than $10 million, and the Hearst Group cannot spend less than Simon Westeros. The only solution to this matter is to reach a settlement quickly. However, the conflict between the two sides has lasted for several years. In the past week, the entire Hearst Group has spared no effort to expose Simon Westeros's various unknown privacy. They are already at loggerheads, and Westeros is obviously unlikely to agree to a quick settlement. Not only that, the 3 lawsuits exposed today are likely to be just the beginning. Since Simon Westeros has come up with this trick, it is impossible for him to use it only 3 times. In CNN's report on the incident that afternoon, a law professor from Columbia University analyzed that based on the materials that have been exposed, the biggest reason why Simon Westeros took the lead in filing these 3 lawsuits may be that these 3 lawsuits have relatively sufficient evidence to support them. In the case of the Illinois auto parts factory, the victim Paul Lamart has actually been suing the newspaper for many years, but before the Westeros system provided support, facing the powerful Hearst Group, Lamart, who is already alone after the bankruptcy of the company, had no chance of winning. The professor also pointed out that Simon Westeros did not directly file a lawsuit against the Hearst Group for the false revelations he encountered during this period, but indirectly chose to support the victims of the vulnerable groups at the bottom of society. This decision is even more ingenious. If Westeros sued the Hearst Group for his own experience, it would be difficult to gain the support and sympathy of the media and the public. Everyone would only watch the tit-for-tat between the 2 major financial groups with a mentality of watching the excitement. Now, the Hearst Group is being attacked in this indirect way, especially the case in Illinois. The hundreds of employees who lost their jobs due to the bankruptcy of the auto parts factory are also involved. The plaintiffs in the other 2 cases are also from the bottom of society. Therefore, whether it is voluntary or forced, the media and public opinion will not be harsh and hostile, and the general public will only tend to sympathize with them. Hearst Group will certainly not remain indifferent to suddenly becoming the defendant in 3 huge claims. On Monday afternoon, many evening newspapers under Hearst Group fiercely criticized the 3 lawsuits on the front page as being manipulated by Simon Westeros with ulterior motives, and accused Simon of using his huge financial resources to humiliate the freedom of the press in the United States, which has lasted for more than 200 years, and is a serious violation of the First Amendment of the federal Constitution that guarantees freedom of the press. Egret Portal responded to the accusation of Hearst Group as soon as possible. Freedom of the press has never been absolute freedom. The Hearst Group used its so-called freedom of the press to wantonly slander and defame other companies, causing huge property losses to taxpayers and hundreds of workers to lose their jobs. It used its so-called freedom of the press to inflict secondary harm on victims of sexual assaults, and used its so-called freedom of the press to conduct false propaganda for real estate developers, causing double damage to citizens' property and personal health. This is not freedom. This is a crime. In addition to the direct counterattack article, the Egret Portal also re-exposed the Hearst Group's past abuse of the right to dominate the news in the form of a large-scale special feature. At the end of the 19th century, in order to promote the sales of its own newspapers, the Hearst family used quite despicable means to provoke a war between the United States and Spain, which directly led to the unfortunate deaths of tens of thousands of people on both sides of the war. In 1901, because the supporters of the Hearst family lost the presidential election, the newspapers under the Hearst Group were so crazy that they openly incited the public to assassinate the president, which eventually led to the assassination of the 25th President of the United States, William McKinley. At that time, the assassin even had a newspaper in his arms that the Hearst family published an article inciting the assassination. In 1909, due to the lack of sufficient news materials on the First World War, The Hearst Group simply organized a group of people to fabricate news out of thin air, causing the sensational international news agency fraud case. The list goes from the 1890s to the 1990s. And so on. Not to mention the yellow journalism standards created by the Hearst Group, which still seriously interfere with the fairness and seriousness of news media around the world. The fierce verbal battle continued until Tuesday, when the Egret portal suddenly announced again that Deaneries Entertainment will join hands with Time Warner to rescreen the Hollywood classic Citizen Kane in major theaters in North America on April 22. As we all know, the prototype of the male protagonist of Citizen Kane is William Hearst, the first-generation head of the Hearst family. The news article also specifically picked out the chilling plot in Citizen Kane. Kane asked the reporter stationed in Cuba to write some poems describing the tragic war scenes there. The reporter reported that there was no war there. Kevin replied by telegram, "Dear Wit, you are responsible for writing poems, and I will provide war." No matter how hysterical and frustrated the Hearst family was, the subpoenas for the 3 lawsuits were delivered to the heads of the corresponding newspapers under the Hearst Group on the 3rd day after the lawsuit was initiated, with a high efficiency rarely seen in the U.S. government departments. At this point, the Hearst family, which had been arrogant for a century, finally realized what a behemoth it was facing, and finally realized how vulnerable its media weapons that had frightened the American business and political circles in the past were in the face of absolute overwhelming strength. Out of a mentality of mourning the death of the rabbit, other American media groups more or less raised objections to Simon's behavior, but with the lessons learned from the Hearst family, these voices were very cautious. In the political world, among the many congressional candidates who are busy preparing for the midterm elections, even David Melrose, who is supported by the Hearst family, has chosen to remain silent, but there are always some who are the first to speak out. After Craig Ames, the Democratic senator of Wisconsin who has always been obsessed with the Westeros system, expressed sympathy and support for the plaintiffs in the 3 lawsuits very tactfully, he immediately pointed the finger at Simon, and once again stated that although this young super-rich man has done the right thing for the time being, his huge wealth still needs to be strictly restricted, otherwise it will inevitably cause potential huge damage to American society. The Egret portal simply did not respond to Craig Ames' remarks. After all, responding would increase the other party's popularity. The team of the Westeros system responsible for sniping this extreme left-wing congressional candidate has quietly entered Wisconsin, which is the main force to attack the other party. Since it is a litigation bombing plan, there are certainly more than 3 lawsuits against the Hearst Group. As some media analyze, the reason for choosing these 3 cases is that the evidence is relatively solid, and the victims of the 3 lawsuits are relatively vulnerable groups. Even if they are not confirmed, most media dare not speak out and criticize. In addition to the 3 lawsuits, the team led by Jennifer's uncle George Norman is also collecting and sorting out information on up to 27 other potential lawsuits. Most of the claims will not be as eye-catching as the 3 that have been made public. If they are thrown out on the future, it will be enough for the Hearst Group to run around. Although no clear recruitment announcement has been issued, after the 3 lawsuits were opened, more victims of the Hearst Group's media have contacted the Westeros system in the hope of obtaining legal assistance. In the next few years, even if none of the lawsuits are won, the huge litigation costs will be enough to erode all the profits of the Hearst Group and further devour the foundation of the Hearst family. What's more, it is impossible not to win a lawsuit. Simon's requirement for those top law firms is that if they win the lawsuit, there will be a steady stream of cooperation in the future, and if they lose, there will be no future. Therefore, the reality is that most lawsuits have a very high chance of winning. Even if the final compensation amount may not reach the lawsuit figure, as long as any lawsuit wins, the huge claims are basically enough to bankrupt a newspaper under the Hearst Group. While the Hearst family was struggling to cope with a series of sudden lawsuits, the huge Westeros system was not disturbed much and continued to operate as usual. On Wednesday, April 6, when most of the media and the public's attention was focused on the litigation dispute between the Westeros system and the Hearst Group, Deaneries Entertainment Group, one of the core companies of the Westeros system, officially submitted an IPO application to the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission, SEC. Chapter 628 Prospectus. After the formal submission of the IPO application, many platforms such as Egret Portal, SEC official website, and Deaneries Entertainment official website announced the prospectus of Deaneries Entertainment Group at the first time. The first version of the prospectus detailed a business composition, revenue data, equity structure, development prospects, and other relevant information that must be disclosed for the IPO of Deaneries Entertainment Group. In addition, it also includes the exchange selection, underwriter list, fundraising scale, stock issue price range, and other specific information that investors are most concerned about. The business composition and revenue data of Deaneries Entertainment are no secrets to those who are interested. In this version of the prospectus, most potential investors are most concerned about the equity structure and development prospects of Deaneries Entertainment. After the internal subscription of employees and the cashing of senior stock rewards in March, the total share capital of Deaneries Entertainment Group is approximately 2.113 billion shares, of which Simon himself holds 91.7% of the shares, with a shareholding of 1.937 billion shares. There have been many speculations about Deaneries Entertainment's internal subscription and reward redemption plans. Most people did not expect that Simon would transfer or reward up to 8.3% of Deaneries Entertainment's shares to group employees in such a generous manner. According to the $18 to $20 issue price range given in the prospectus, even if the minimum value of $18 is taken, the total value of the 176 million shares transferred by Simon to employees will exceed $3 billion. Deaneries Entertainment Group plans to issue 250 million new shares this time. Also calculated at the minimum value of $18, the total amount of funds raised is expected to be only $4.5 billion. According to previous media reports, in addition to the high-level stock rewards, the stocks subscribed by internal employees are sold at a very low discount, and the average subscription price may be less than 50% of the actual value of the stock. It can be said that Simon Westeros directly gave more than $1.5 billion in cash to the employees of Deaneries Entertainment Group, $1.5 billion. According to the prospectus, Deaneries Entertainment currently has a total of 29,000 employees, which is equivalent to an average of $51,000 per person, which is more than the annual salary of most working-class Americans. In 1993, the average annual income of the American people was only $31,000. Of course, the actual bonus and subscription distribution cannot be equal. According to the figures disclosed in the prospectus, in addition to Simon Westeros's 91.7% high absolute control, Deaneries Entertainment CEO Amy Pascal, who holds the second highest shareholding ratio, received 35 million shares, accounting for 1.65% of the shares. Also calculated at the minimum issue price of $18, the total value of the shares held by Pascal reached $630 million. This is obviously still a very conservative estimate. After the official listing, it is not impossible for the total value of these stocks to exceed $1 billion. Not only that, according to the salary contract of Amy Pascal that was exposed by some media, the female head of Deaneries Entertainment has received hundreds of millions of dollars in salary since she joined the company. With the guidance of investment wizards like Simon Westeros, even if Pascal uses half of her salary for investment, including the stock reward she just received, her personal wealth is likely to have broken through the $1 billion mark, becoming another billionaire in the United States. After Amy Pascal, the third largest shareholder of Deaneries Entertainment is still a female executive, Nancy Brill, with a total of 7 million shares. The achievements made by this small female executive, who is mainly responsible for Deaneries Entertainment's peripheral products, electronic games, videotape chains, and other businesses in recent years, are obvious to all. However, in this society where men are still respected, it is still surprising that Nancy Brill can get a share of stock second only to Amy Pascal. Probably to explain some people's doubts, the official website of Deaneries Entertainment Group has additionally announced a more detailed list of stock rewards and subscriptions. Nancy Brill's 7 million shares, of which 5 million were bonus shares and the other 2 million were internal subscription shares. Amy Pascal's 35 million shares were all bonus shares. The CEO of Deaneries Entertainment took the initiative to give her 3 million internal subscription shares to other employees of the group. Robert Iger, who is co-president of the group with Nancy Brill and is mainly responsible for Deaneries Entertainment's television business, received a total of 4.5 million shares, including 3 million bonus shares and 1.5 million subscription shares. Mark Belford, vice president of global operations, who is in charge of the global distribution of Deaneries Entertainment's film and television works, Ella Deutschman, president of Highgate Pictures, and Danny Morris, president of New World Pictures, all hold 3 million shares, of which 2 million are bonus shares and 1 million are subscription shares. Although the total value of the stocks received by the 5 core executives, Nancy, Iger, Mark, Deutman, and Morris, is far less than that of Amy, it has exceeded the salary of most executives of the same level in Hollywood. Even if it is still calculated based on the minimum single share value of $18, the total value of the stocks received by the 5 core executives is at least $54 million. In the entire United States, there are only a handful of corporate executives who can receive such a large reward at one time. Of course, because Deanery's Entertainment Group tends to have a flat corporate structure, except for Simon, the actual controller, and Amy, the CEO, other executives are unlikely to gain too much power, so the return that Nancy and the other 5 can get compared to Amy will not be too high. In fact, the distribution rules of most companies are like this. The head gets the biggest head, and the income of the next level executives may be 1/0 less. Moreover, the high reward received by Amy Pascal is also due to her being the founding elder of Deanery's Entertainment. The other core executives joined Deanery's Entertainment one after another after it gradually rose. Many times, the earlier you join a company, the more you can get. Just like Steve Ballmer, a core executive of Microsoft in the early days, could gradually accumulate a net worth of tens of billions of dollars, and Satya Nadella, the Indian-American CEO who brought Microsoft back from the bottom to the peak of $1 trillion market value decades later, could only honestly take an annual salary of tens of millions of dollars. This is also the case with Ygritte now. Jeff Bezos and the other 2 are expected to receive 5% of Ygritte stock after the contract expires. Alice Ferguson, who is in charge of e-commerce business and has successfully turned Ygritte's 3 giants into 4 giants, can only get 3% of the stock at most before Ygritte's IPO, even if Simon specially adjusted the contract for her after recognizing the ability of the housekeeper. In fact, in Simon's mind, the ability of the housekeeper is much stronger than Tim Berners-Lee and Carol Bartz of the initial 3 giants, and is almost on par with Bezos, but that's how things are. Let's go back to Deanery's Entertainment. Tom Pollock, who was once the president of Universal Pictures and served as the president of Deanery's Pictures after the merger, received the least share of stock among the seemingly core executives, only 1.5 million shares, of which 500,000 shares were bonus shares and the other 1 million shares were internal subscriptions. It is also clear in the circle that this executive, who is the head of Deanery's Pictures, the most core of the 3 labels under Deanery's Entertainment, actually has very low authority. Most of the decisions of Deanery's Pictures are made by Simon and Amy themselves. Although Tom Pollock has the title of president, he is more of a steward-like executor. Moreover, he joined Deanery's Entertainment relatively late and cannot actually be regarded as the core of Deanery's Entertainment Group. The fact that Simon Westeros was able to get 1.5 million shares may be to maintain the face of this veteran Hollywood executive. In addition to the core management, executives at all levels of Deanery's Entertainment, such as Pixar President John Lasseter, Deanery's Special Effects President Mark Silvers, Marvel Entertainment Chairman Stan Lee, Fashion TV President Anna Coleman, etc., shared a total of another 13.5 million shares of stock rewards and about 7 million subscription shares. According to comprehensive statistics, of the 176 million shares transferred by Simon Westeros, 63 million shares were rewards, which basically belonged to the management above the level of Deanery's Entertainment Department Director. 113 million shares were subscriptions, and the management took away a small share, only 14.5 million shares, most of which were subscribed by employees at all levels. Speaking of which, the biggest difference between the 2 parts of reward and subscription is actually taxation. The reward stocks obtained by many executives need to be taxed according to the income tax standard. The subscribed shares do not need to be done for the time being, and only need to pay capital gains tax when they are sold in the future. Moreover, because the internally subscribed shares belong to the nature of additional issuance, Deanery's Entertainment does not need to pay taxes. However, the funds raised must be used as Deanery's Entertainment's cash reserves for company development purposes and cannot be allocated to Simon personally. In fact, through the internal stock subscription of 113 million shares, Deanery's Entertainment only recovered $1.09 billion in funds. In other words, the actual reward value that Simon gave back to the employees of the entire Deanery's Entertainment Group far exceeded the media's estimate of $1.5 billion. In fact, Simon does not really agree with the saying that money can buy people's hearts. He believes more in what you pay. In the rapid development of Deanery's entertainment group over the years, Simon will not underestimate his role in it, but he will not ignore the concerted efforts of the group. Therefore, when it is time to give, he will not be stingy. However, Simon has no intention of letting go of the control of Deanery's entertainment. The prospectus specifically states that Deanery's entertainment will adopt a dual-class share structure. After completing the equity adjustment in March, Simon's 1.937 billion shares of Deanery's entertainment will all be Class B shares with 10 times the voting rights. The 176 million shares held by all employees of Deanery's entertainment will be Class A shares, with voting rights of only 1/10 of Class B shares. The 250 million new shares planned to be issued during the IPO process are also Class A shares with only 1/10 of the voting rights. It is expected that after the official listing at the end of June and the beginning of July, the total share capital of Deanery's entertainment group will be expanded to 2.363 billion shares, and Simon's personal shareholding ratio will drop to 81.9%, but the voting rights will still be as high as 97.8%. Even if Simon plans to sell some of his shares in the future, he has the right to convert Class B shares into Class A shares before the sale. It can be said that as long as Simon does not give up voluntarily, even if the Westeros family's shareholding ratio in Deanery's entertainment group drops to less than 10% many years later, it can still maintain absolute control over the company. It is not difficult to imagine that due to the recent public opinion situation, after the dual-class share structure of Deanery's entertainment was exposed, it was naturally inevitable to criticize it. Simon just turned a deaf ear to it. Whether it was Cisco, AOL or Deanery's entertainment, Simon's dual-class share operation was completely within the rules of the game. Even if someone was dissatisfied, even if the authorities revised the relevant provisions in the company law in the future, according to the unspoken rule of U.S. law that it is not retroactive, it is impossible to change many established facts. Since the news of Deanery's entertainment's upcoming IPO was released, there has been a popular saying in the industry that this entertainment giant, whose core film business has occupied about 40% of Hollywood's market share, no longer has much growth potential, and therefore is not optimistic about its long-term development prospects. Recent facts have proved that this view is completely wrong. Apart from other things, the sudden phenomenal success of the social game Happy Farm produced by AIA, a subsidiary of Deanery's Entertainment, has proved that in addition to the film business, Deanery's Entertainment's game business still has great growth potential. Deanery's Entertainment Group released the third film of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles series, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 3, in the first week of Easter. The film opened on April 1st, and the box office in the first 7 days was finally $21.62 million. Compared with the film's production cost of $40 million and the $20 million publicity and distribution budget, the opening performance of $21.62 million was obviously not up to expectations. However, the total box office in North America is expected to be around $80 million, which is actually a pretty good ending for this series. Including the overseas box office, the film can easily recover its costs and make a profit through global theater distribution. At the same time as the movie was released, the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles series of games on the Nintendo console platform also launched another sequel on April 1st. The first week sales in the two major markets of North America and Japan were 116,000 boxes. Even if it cannot be compared with the phenomenal sales of the first generation of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles games, which sold more than 5 million boxes worldwide, according to the first week results, it is expected that the total global sales of this sequel will be around 2 million boxes, which is still a very rare success. Online games, console games, and AIA's strength in the PC standalone field through real-time strategy games and sports games, the industry predicts that the future output value of the electronic game field will be no less than that of the movie market. Deanery's Entertainment will maintain a very eye-catching high-speed growth for a long time in the future. On the other hand, after the Backstreet Boys, a band under Deanery's Records, officially released the album of the same name Backstreet Boys on March 25th, the album sold 270,000 copies in the United States in the first week, and the sales in the following week even reversed to 320,000 copies. It is expected that the total sales of Backstreet Boys in the United States alone will reach about 15 million copies. Although the overseas potential is temporarily unknown, based on the popularity in North America, the total global sales of this album can conservatively exceed 20 million copies. Simon has been personally following up on the formation and promotion of the Backstreet Boys since last year. After a busy year, it finally paid off. The success of the Backstreet Boys not only represents that Deaneries Records has gained a firm foothold in the mainstream pop music field, but also means that the attempt to mass-produce teen pop singers is truly feasible. Similarly, the sudden popularity of the Backstreet Boys also added another point to the relatively weak record industry for Deaneries Entertainment at the critical time when it submitted its IPO application, proving that Deaneries Entertainment Group also has huge growth potential in the record industry in addition to its core film business. In the prospectus, in addition to the outlook for the two high-growth businesses of games and music, the company also emphasized the television business that Deaneries Entertainment has been actively developing. In terms of content production, Deaneries Entertainment not only pioneered the reality show craze, but also launched popular series such as Seinfeld and Desperate Housewives in recent years. In terms of TV stations, Deaneries Entertainment already fully owns the basic cable network USA with a total subscriber base of more than 90 million. The professional fashion TV station Fashion TV launched last year has also completed the full launch in major countries such as North America and Europe. The two cable TV networks with precise and clear target audience groups have maintained a very fast performance growth rate. Not only that, Deaneries Entertainment also stated in the prospectus that it will further expand into the television field after the IPO. This description is not at all ambiguous. The lifting of the federal media integration ban is an inevitable trend. Once the ban is lifted, Deaneries Entertainment will undoubtedly be the one with the most strength to merge with the three traditional public television networks in the United States. Some Wall Street analysts predict that Deaneries Entertainment's listing is largely paving the way for future mergers with large public television networks. On the one hand, it is to raise funds, and on the other hand, it will reduce the federal political and commercial obstacles to Deaneries Entertainment's further expansion through public listing. Therefore, it can be seen that whether it is from the still rapidly developing game and music businesses within Deaneries Entertainment, or the possible further expansion into the television field in the future, this entertainment giant can continue to maintain a considerable high growth for a long time in the future. What's more, Deaneries Entertainment's film business has not really reached the ceiling. It's just that in the United States, the film market capacity has maintained a natural growth of more than 10% for the past few years. Hollywood, with super-selling blockbuster films as its battering ram, is unstoppable in the global film market. And Hollywood's super blockbusters in the past few years have basically come from Deaneries Entertainment. Considering that Deaneries Entertainment has strong technical or IP guarantees such as Deaneries Special Effects, Pixar Studios, and Marvel Entertainment, it is not a problem for this Hollywood giant to continue to maintain its core film business performance growth. In addition to the layout of Deaneries Entertainment Group and consumer peripherals, theme parks, cinema chains, videotape chains, etc., the first version of the prospectus confidently predicts that Deaneries Entertainment can still maintain an annual revenue growth of 20% to 30% for at least the next 5 years. Obviously, in order to leave room for itself, this forecast figure still tends to be conservative. After all, in the 2 years after the merger with MCA, Deaneries Entertainment's annual growth rate reached 37% and 35% respectively, which is actually the corporate growth data under the condition that Deaneries Entertainment's core film business is very strong. It can be imagined that even if Deaneries Entertainment's potential expansion into the field of large public television networks is not considered, it is not a problem for Deaneries Entertainment to continue to maintain an annual revenue growth rate of more than 30% for at least the next 5 years. Although after Deaneries Entertainment submitted its prospectus, many media and Wall Street analysts with ulterior motives still insisted that Deaneries Entertainment had reached its growth ceiling. Most potential investors are well aware of the true value of Deaneries Entertainment stock. Chapter 629 i.e. Free. April 4th, Westeros System filed 3 huge claims against Hearst Group on Monday, and Deaneries Entertainment Group formally submitted an IPO application on Wednesday. The heat of the two heavyweight news events has not cooled down at all. On Friday, April 8th, Westeros System once again created an explosive news. After being exposed and warmed up by many media during this period, Ygritte officially announced that its most popular internet basic tool software i.e. browser is open to the public for free. At the press conference on Friday morning, Ygritte CEO Tim Berners-Lee said that the company's move is to further promote the openness of the World Wide Web platform. For users, from now on, i.e. users around the world will no longer have to update and use the latest version of browser software in a timely manner due to fees. For enterprises, the latest technological achievements that continue to emerge in the internet industry will also be able to rely on the IE software platform to be promoted to users as soon as possible. During the media Q&A session after the press conference, when some reporters asked whether the IE browser was free in response to the antitrust investigation that Ygritte might encounter, Tim Berners-Lee denied it without hesitation, and once again listed the various measures that Ygritte has taken in the past few years to continuously promote the openness of the World Wide Web platform. Finally, he did not forget to accuse the recent improper lawsuits against many technology companies in the Westeros system of being maliciously fueled by some ill-intentioned media and sensational politicians. Considering the conflict between the Westeros system and the Hearst Group during this period, Tim Berners-Lee's target of accusation is self-evident. The reporters on the scene also realized that the Westeros system should also be considered to be experiencing a litigation bombardment recently, but the plaintiffs who filed lawsuits against the Westeros system's technology companies are obviously not strong enough, and they can only get some public opinion support behind the scenes, which is far less than the tens of millions of dollars of real money that Simon Westeros directly spent on the 3 lawsuits initiated on Monday. Facing a behemoth like the Westeros system, not to mention that the chances of winning those lawsuits themselves are extremely small, even if some of them can barely win, it is difficult to cause substantial damage to the Westeros system. In fact, at this stage, only the federal authorities have the power to check the continued rapid expansion of the Westeros system. However, the White House, which is rumored to have an ambiguous relationship with the Westeros system, has not yet made any move. There is no shortage of relevant calls from both houses of Congress, but it is a pity that it is not easy for the Senate and the House of Representatives, which are full of factions, to reach an agreement, not to mention that the majority of seats in both houses are currently controlled by the Democratic Party, and the Westeros system is already known to be the largest funder of the Democratic Party. Ygritte suddenly gave up hundreds of millions of dollars in revenue each year and announced that IE is free. The specific strategic intention is to promote the openness of the internet, to the company's own interests, and to deal with potential antitrust threats. Probably only a few core senior executives of Ygritte know. Of course, there must be a young man. It is rare for Ygritte's senior management to communicate directly with the media. After ending the questions about the free IE browser, the on-site reporters did not forget to mention the increasingly popular Happy Farm. Although the Ygritte portal did not immediately announce the number of players in the second week of the launch of Happy Farm, the media with great power still got the relevant data. After quickly accumulating 6.97 million players in the first week, the increase in the number of players of Happy Farm reached a new high of 8.29 million in the second week of the launch, boosted by the hot topic. In 2 weeks, the total number of players of this phenomenal online social game has reached 15.26 million. In terms of revenue, compared with the $2.61 million in the first week, the revenue of Happy Farm in the second week was $4.37 million due to the significant increase in overseas players who have not yet laid out a complete payment channel. The 67% revenue growth in a single week may be far less than the 118% increase in players in the same period, but the revenue of such a scale still far exceeds the initial expectations of the operation team. In fact, some people within Ygritte proposed to postpone the launch of this game in overseas markets in order to obtain more benefits after the online payment tools in overseas markets become more popular in the future. The proposal was rejected by Bezos before it reached Simon. After Simon learned about the controversy, he personally sent an email to the management of Ygritte, expressing his support for Bezos' decision. First of all, the difficulty of developing Happy Farm is very low. Just like the Chinese studio launched this game in 2008, the American counterparts made an equally successful copycat version the following year. Delaying the overseas release of Happy Farm is likely to lead to the same situation. Moreover, if it is just a game, it is not a big deal. Once the overseas market is seized, the result is likely to be that other internet companies will take advantage of similar games, which is what Simon least wants to see. Ygritte's goal from the beginning of developing Facebook was to create a huge social network that connects the world. This kind of effort could only be achieved through celebrity effects and other means in the past. Now, the phenomenal Happy Farm has truly made thousands of players of different languages, nationalities and skin colors around the world get along well in a virtual social game. Half a month after the launch, The total number of Facebook users worldwide increased from 49 million to 53 million in the first week, and then from 53 million to 61 million in the second week. The total number of users increased by 12 million in 2 weeks, of which about 5 million were from overseas. Before that, among Facebook's 49 million users, the total number of overseas users was only about 13 million. Just relying on the strong stimulation of Happy Farm on the growth of Facebook's user base, even if this game does not make a penny, it is completely worth it for Ygritte. Therefore, neither Simon nor several core executives of Ygritte will short-sightedly give up Facebook's overseas expansion opportunities for the profit of a game. The industry can see that there are not many key peers and media, and these people are more concerned about whether Ygritte will continue to open its platform to other game manufacturers. After Simon personally made the decision last Friday, Ygritte's management has been discussing and drafting relevant terms for the past week. At the IE Free Plan press conference, Tim Berners-Lee also gave a formal affirmative response to the media's questions. Ygritte will continue to maintain an open attitude towards external cooperation in the field of online games. Not only will it not close its platform to external game manufacturers, but in order to focus on its core business, Ygritte will not even set up a direct game development team, and will only introduce game content from external manufacturers in the future. Even though Tim Berners-Lee later added that Ygritte's venture capital department will set up a special fund specifically for investing in online game production with a total scale of about $100 million, such a response still made many people overjoyed. Ygritte does not directly get involved in game production, and completely purchases content from outside, which is equivalent to handing over most of the profits of the huge online game market. Is this God appearing, or an angel descending to the earth? IE Free can already benefit hundreds of millions of ordinary internet users, and the open game cooperation strategy will bring huge practical benefits to many game developers around the world. The news spread quickly from the headquarters of Ygritte in San Francisco to the world through different channels. Many video game manufacturers in North America, Europe and Asia held special high-level meetings for this purpose. Some companies were eager to try to contact Ygritte management in order to gain an advantage in potential cooperation in the future. On the same day, in Hollywood, the Jurassic Park 2 project, which had been rumored before, was officially announced. Steven Spielberg's complete withdrawal was expected, but the new director Michael Bay, who suddenly appeared, attracted strong attention from the media. After investigation, it was found that this filmmaker was only a MV director before, and his only film work had not yet been released. For a super blockbuster series that is almost at the level of a global box office of $1 billion, Daenerys Entertainment actually used a newcomer with almost no film production experience. Even though Simon Westeros has proved his excellent talent in many blockbuster projects, this bold move still caused concerns and doubts from many media. Because Daenerys Entertainment was very tight-lipped about this matter, and no inside information could be found, everyone could only turn their attention to Michael Bay's debut film Stargate, which will be released on May 13th. Relying on the internet platform, especially the large number of self-media people who have emerged on Facebook, in just a few hours, before traditional newspapers had time to report the news about Michael Bay, the new director of Jurassic Park 2, and Stargate was on the hot topic list of social networks. Michael Bay's personal information was also quickly dug up. The public then discovered that this talented MV director has not only won many top MV industry awards, but also was the director of the first Victoria's Secret fashion show. Even though the Victoria's Secret fashion show has only been held twice, the first Victoria's Secret fashion show tape, which has become a must-have collection for many men, is enough to be called a classic. As for Stargate, this film also has a great background. The script of the movie comes from Roland Emmerich, the director of the DC Movie Universe Superman series, and the other party also served as the producer himself. Superman, directed by Emmerich, was not only a huge box office success, but also stood out from the three core directors of the DC series and was announced to be the director of Batman v Superman, Dawn of Justice, an important crossover set of the DC Movie Universe. The script of this filmmaker is definitely not lacking in quality assurance. Although the media and the public still have widespread doubts about Michael Bay's directing of Jurassic Park 2, in just one day, Stargate, which is scheduled to be released on May 13th, has achieved a publicity effect that the film company may not achieve even if it spends tens of millions of dollars. Even many Hollywood colleagues have to admire Daenerys Entertainment's wonderful marketing this time. Of course, there are many people waiting to watch the excitement. In case the quality of Stargate does not meet the audience's expectations, or even fails at the box office, it will definitely impact the fans' expectations for Jurassic Park 2. At that time, Deaneries Entertainment will probably have to replace the director if it wants to remedy the situation. However, according to the official announcement of the start schedule of Jurassic Park 2, it is not easy to replace the director in a short period of time, unless Simon Westeros, who has not picked up the director's baton in recent years, comes out in person. It's still the same day. In the second week of the Easter season, Deaneries Entertainment quietly launched another new film, the comedy Ace Ventura starring Jim Carrey. Compared to the total investment of $60 million in the production and publicity of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 3 last week, the production budget of Ace Ventura was only $15 million. Although the publicity campaign was not small, it only invested $10 million. The film's opening scale of 1,837 screens was also far less than the 2,763 screens of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 3. Moreover, compared to the 6.3 points of comprehensive media rating of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 3, which was considered to be acceptable, film critics who have always had no good impression of spoof comedies only gave Jim Carrey's new film a comprehensive score of 5.1 points. The low-cost production scale, the unsatisfactory reputation, and the release date at the end of Easter, all these elements seem to mean that Ace Ventura will be a tepid box office dud. Since Simon found an opportunity to confess something to Janet after Easter, he has been facing a very serious domestic violence situation recently. Simon actually felt that Janet did not resist or get angry about a certain fact, but instead showed a strange excitement, probably a special emotion of "you will never be able to get rid of your relationship with me again." However, on the surface, of course, she had to be very arrogant and constantly condemn Simon as a bastard, a hooligan, a pervert, a liar, and a big liar, which was too much. So he was beaten up badly. Simon was even worse. Facing Janet, who was in a state of mania, Veronica went to Europe directly in the name of a business trip. This lasted for a few days, and Simon finally decided to run away from home as a protest, and flew to New York on Friday, April 8th. Well, in fact, it was mainly business. As the TV promotion season in May was approaching, many matters of Deaneries' TV department on the East Coast needed Simon's attention. After getting the Friends project from ICM, Deaneries TV recently reached an agreement with Michael Crichton, the author of the original novel of Jurassic Park, on a TV series project called ER. Medical dramas are a major category in the field of American TV dramas, and ER can be said to be a pinnacle of American medical dramas, so much so that many popular medical dramas such as Grey's Anatomy after the new century clearly have the shadow of ER. Not only that, because of the role of Dr. Chen played by Ming-Na Wen in the series, this American drama also unexpectedly made the image of Asian doctors deeply rooted in the hearts of the people in the United States, which led to many Asians deliberately choosing the medical profession after this American drama. In addition to popular reality shows, Deaneries TV has launched Seinfeld and Desperate Housewives, a popular combination of one comedy and one drama. Now, as long as Friends and ER can achieve the same successes in the original time and space, Deaneries Entertainment will have two more trump cards in the field of TV dramas. The American TV industry produces hundreds of TV series every year, which is not much less than Hollywood movies. Therefore, a phenomenally popular TV series is something that can only be achieved by chance. The four trump cards held by Deaneries Entertainment not only each mean potential revenue of billions of dollars, but also further increase Deaneries Entertainment's chips for continued expansion into the television field. Chapter 630: The Truth Behind the Assassination. For Simon, there is basically no difference between weekdays and weekends now. Simon spent a whole day on Saturday at Deaneries' East Coast headquarters in Greenwich Village, Manhattan, handling a series of important TV projects this year. The 6 main creators of Friends have long been finalized. Except for the actor who plays Monica, the other 5 remain original, and the pilot episode of the series has also been completed. Because of Deaneries Entertainment's reputation in the TV industry in recent years, several major TV networks have expressed their interest in Friends. The recently acquired ER story is still in the early casting stage. It is expected to start producing the pilot episode after signing the contract with a TV network in May. The pilot episode will be aired in the summer season, and if nothing goes wrong, it can be scheduled for the TV autumn season. The creative teams of the two old high dramas Seinfeld and Desperate Housewives are already very mature, and Simon does not need to ask too much about the production of the new season. In addition to the above 4 main hits, there are another 6 TV drama projects that are either renewed or newly released. Simon has limited energy and did not pay special attention to them. In terms of reality shows, the earliest 4 reality shows are Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, Survivor, Big Brother and The Real Housewives. Big Brother will stop production after the end of the spring season this year, and Who Wants to Be a Millionaire and Survivor will continue to start the next season, but the ratings are far less than 6 years ago. In comparison, it is The Real Housewives series that has maintained considerable vitality after switching to USA Network. Not only is the original Real Housewives of Beverly Hills still continuing, but in recent years, 3 new series have been launched: Real Housewives of New York, Real Housewives of Atlanta and Real Housewives of Miami. Because of the termination of Big Brother, the vacant production team will be divided into 2 this year to launch 2 new reality show projects. One is The Climbers about travel adventures, and the other is a cooking competition Best Housewives. The latter has been confirmed to be broadcast on USA Network, and the former is still in negotiation with the public television network. Simon did not participate in the planning of the 2 new reality shows, so these 2 series are completely original and he does not remember them. Simon accepted the dinner invitation from the Salzberg family behind the New York Times Group in advance. The location was East Hampton, Long Island. Simon finished his work at about 6:30. In order to save time, he took a helicopter directly from Manhattan to the easternmost end of Long Island, 150 kilometers away. As the most famous wealthy area on the East Coast, the Westeros family also has its own property in East Hampton. More than half an hour later, 2 Bell helicopters carrying Simon and his entourage landed in a manor on the sea in the southern part of East Hampton. Arya had already led people to carry out routine cleaning and inspection of the villa in advance. Simon would stay here after the party in the evening. When the helicopter stopped steadily, Simon got off one of the helicopters, turned around and carefully carried the girl bee who came with him. Becky was a little airsick. After landing, she could only stand steadily with Simon's arm around her. Fortunately, she didn't vomit. Girl A behind her had no problem, but seeing Becky being held by Simon's waist, there was some expectation in her eyes. Simon smiled and stepped forward to hold the girl's soft waist with both hands and took her down. As for Simon's group of 4 bodyguards on the helicopter behind him, there was no need to pay attention to them. After taking a last look at the 2 Bell helicopters, Simon walked towards the manor villa with the 2 women, and said to Girl A, "Contact Sikorsky and see if you can order 4 helicopters according to the standards of the White House Navy 1. Many of Simon's residences on the east and west coasts are far away from their offices. When necessary, taking a helicopter is undoubtedly the most time-saving way. For example, this time, it would take at least 2 hours to drive from Manhattan to East Hampton, but it only took less than 40 minutes to take a Bell helicopter, which is not very fast. For Simon now, the cost of any travel method is not as expensive as his own time cost. Simon doesn't like ordinary helicopters in terms of safety or comfort. Just like the 2 Bells just now, although they are the most luxurious top-level models, they are still very noisy and the comfort is average. Otherwise, Girl B would not be airsick. The vases beside Simon are all in good physical condition. The Marine One helicopter that serves the White House or some American dignitaries does not have these drawbacks. Passengers can talk or even hold meetings in the cabin with very little noise, and the safety, comfort and other parameters are all at the top level. Scorsese's Black Hawk helicopter is banned from sale to many overseas countries, but not to the United States or some other staunch allies. Simon has seen the civilian Black Hawk version as a common means of transportation more than once in recent years. It's just that Simon is not sure whether there are other restrictions on the sale of presidential-level helicopters, but he is not interested in those military equipment involving confidential information. At that time, a little castration is acceptable as long as it does not affect safety and comfort. Girl A had no objection to Simon's instructions, but said, "In this case, we need to hire a special helicopter driving and maintenance team." Simon just nodded, knowing it. The Westeros family now has no shortage of exclusive private jet teams, so adding another helicopter team is nothing. Perhaps the 4 helicopters placed on the east and west coasts will be used much less frequently than private jets, but who cares? It was already dusk. Simon took a shower in the villa, changed his clothes, and rushed to the Salzburg family's mansion with B, who was also dressed up. Because it was a dinner party, there were not many guests, so A was not needed as a social assistant. Bringing B was mainly to help her expand her network in the media industry. The financial information company Alpha Beta, founded by A and B, has been steadily advancing. Because it was intended to be a counter to Bloomberg, both Simon and Janet were very fond of this project and spared no effort to provide various support. In addition to the most basic funds, Alpha Beta's software development team and information operation team were all elites that Simon and his wife had poached from Magritte, Circe Capital and other financial giants on Wall Street. Alpha Beta is expected to officially launch its own financial information software around October this year. In the short term, the customer base will mainly be a large number of small fund managers of various types or individual stock traders in various states of the United States. These people cannot afford the expensive annual expenses of Bloomberg terminals of about $15,000, so they are generally still using old stock market terminals that are no longer up to date. The financial information software named Alia by Alpha Beta will not only provide advanced financial information services similar to Bloomberg Terminal, but also be sold at a price of only 1/10 of that of Bloomberg Terminal. Alia was given to Simon by the Indian girl next to him when B asked him about it occasionally. The most important point is that it is very easy to remember. Many business case studies have shown that a product with a simple and easy-to-remember name can play an unexpected role in its marketing and promotion. Compared with the current Bloomberg Terminal, which has less than 20,000 high-end institutional customers, the demand for the latest financial information software in the United States has reached dozens or even hundreds of times that of Bloomberg Terminal because the U.S. stock market has re-entered the bull market in recent years and the technology stock market has become increasingly popular. Perhaps Alia, which targets relatively low-end customers, does not have as high a profit margin as Bloomberg Terminal, but as long as it can take the lead in its own field, relying on its huge potential user base, the scale of this company in the future will not be much worse than that of Bloomberg Terminal. Alpha Beta's ultimate plan is to use an operating model similar to Bad Money Drives Out Good Money to first occupy the low-end market with its own financial information services that cannot compete with Bloomberg Terminal in the short term, and then counterattack the high-end market where Bloomberg Terminal is located by continuously improving its own services, and finally achieve the goal of unifying the financial information service field. Of course, this is just the most ideal vision. Bloomberg Terminal has more than 10 years of experience in the field of financial information. Alpha Beta, founded by B Girl, can't wait until the moment of impacting the high-end market. Once Bloomberg or other financial information companies discover the vast potential of the low-end market, Alpha Beta may be suppressed by these deep-rooted old companies in advance. Once this happens, Alpha Beta may face the severe challenge of whether it can survive in its own locked field. Therefore, Simon will give the greatest support to Alpha Beta, but he will not have absolute expectations. The key depends on B Girl's own efforts. The scale of the dinner party is not large, with only more than 10 guests in total, but they are all well-known figures on the East Coast. During the meal, everyone joked about the unlucky president who was recently sued by a woman named Paula Jones for sexual assault, talked about the potential crisis of the Mexican peso, and chatted about some charity projects in Africa. The seemingly irrelevant conversation already included many trial transactions. Naturally, the topic of technology stocks could not be avoided. The head of a fund of funds with a scale of about $1 billion invested by the Salzburg family had tried to test Simon's question about the prospects of technology stocks more than once. It can be seen that everyone in the restaurant subconsciously pricked up their ears when the fund manager mentioned this topic, but Simon would not reveal his true thoughts just because of a dinner, but just practiced Tai Chi with everyone very skillfully. During this process, Simon also introduced Lady B to everyone, and also personally introduced the products that Alpha Beta was developing. In order to reduce the vigilance of old financial giants, such as Bloomberg Terminal, as much as possible, only a few people knew about the plan of Bad Money Driving Out Good Money. Alpha Beta has always claimed that its target is only the vast potential low-end market. The dinner started at 8 o'clock and lasted until 9 o'clock. Afterwards, the guests did not leave immediately, but gathered in a banquet hall in the Salzburg mansion to drink and chat. After taking Miss B to socialize with the crowd again, Simon sent her away to socialize freely. Simon was holding a glass of red wine and was being pestered by a beautiful woman in her 30s. The current head of the Salzburg family, Arthur Salzburg, came over with a middle-aged man in his 40s. After sending away the woman who was almost sticking to Simon, Arthur introduced a round-faced short middle-aged man next to him and said, "Simon, this is John Hurst, the younger brother of William III." Arthur introduced him briefly and immediately said, "You guys chat, I have things to deal with." The Hurst family is very large, and Simon did not see the younger brother of William Hurst III when he visited the Hurst family. After Arthur left, he saw John Hurst smiling and extending his hand, but Simon had no intention of shaking hands with him. He obviously knew the other party's intention, which was nothing more than seeking reconciliation. Since the announcement of the ban on the Hurst family in March, Simon has completely closed the door to reconciliation, so he just shook his head with an indifferent expression and said, "Mr. Hurst, I have nothing to talk about with you." After that, he walked away directly. John Hurst, who was left alone, kept his hand outstretched for a long time. Feeling the various looks from the guests around him, he suddenly felt a strong sense of anger and humiliation. When has the Hurst family ever encountered such neglect? Even though he had no power in the family, John Hurst had been flattered for decades because of his surname, so it was naturally difficult for him to accept a sudden gap. Looking at the figure of a young man leaving, he hesitated for a moment, and John Hurst was unable to put down his reserve and chase after him, but quickly turned around and left with an angry face. After John Hurst left, Arthur Salzberger Jr. reappeared in front of Simon and explained again in a tactful way. Simon didn't care. The power between the old American media families is intertwined. If they can refuse, the Salzberg family will not deliberately make him unhappy. After socializing until about 10 o'clock, Simon left with Miss B. He got up early the next day. After breakfast, Simon did not leave Long Island, but dealt with some work emails in the villa study. Until about 10 o'clock in the morning, a black Mercedes-Benz sedan drove into the manor. Martin Denham, one of the leaders of the Westeros family intelligence team, got out of the car with a suitcase and was directly led into the study by Miss A. When Simon came back from the dinner at the Salzberg family last night, he saw a message from Janet. The attempted assassination in March has been investigated. Janet sent Martin Denham to the West Coast and asked Simon to deal with the matter personally. In the villa study. After just a few simple greetings, Martin Denham opened his briefcase, which was filled with photos, videos, documents and other materials. Simon did not look at the photos or videos that served as evidence, but just took the investigation report written by Martin Denham himself and flipped through it quietly. After sorting out the whole story, it was indeed very simple. George Woodfield, an entrepreneur in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, was instigated by his old classmate Clark Ralph, who ran a hedge fund on Wall Street, to withdraw up to $200 million from his family business, Monroeville Machinery Company, in January at the beginning of the year to bet on shorting technology stocks. Monroeville Machinery Company, which mainly deals in agricultural machinery, has a history of 100 years and is a listed company. However, the total market value of this company is only more than $2 billion, and the Woodfield family's shareholding in Monroeville Machinery Company is less than 15%, and the family assets are about $300 million. Therefore, it can be imagined that the $200 million funds that George Woodfield took from the company without authorization are almost all the company's available cash flow. Then, this money was bet on shorting technology stocks by George Woodfield's classmate. Unfortunately, like many Wall Street hedge fund managers, the tech bubble that Clark Ralph expected did not burst, and even in the following month, the tech stock market continued to rise rapidly. The total amount of funds held by Ralph Capital, run by Clark Ralph, was $300 million, of which $200 million was withdrawn from the family business by George Woodfield without authorization. If all the money was lost, not only would Monroeville Machinery go bankrupt due to the broken capital chain, but the Woodfield family would also be wiped out in the subsequent corporate bankruptcy and related lawsuits. Faced with a continued rise of tech stocks, Clark Ralph and George Woodfield thought of a special way to save the crisis in desperation. If Simon Westeros was assassinated, even if he did not die, the tech stock market would inevitably plummet, at least in the short term, due to the unexpected stimulation of the core figure of the Westeros system. At that time, Ralph Capital could take advantage of the situation to escape. So, under the planning of the two, the assassination on March 9 occurred without any splashes. Although the assassination failed, in early and mid-March, due to the negative news of the Westeros system, the technology stocks fell. Clark Ralph had the opportunity to lose half of his funds and leave the market. Unfortunately, Graf, like many gamblers, expected to recover all his costs, so he missed the last chance. The strong rebound of technology stocks at the end of March led to the complete liquidation of Graf Capital. Clark Graf, who originally had a net worth of tens of millions of dollars, is now a pauper. The news that George Woodfield misappropriated the family business funds without authorization and lost all the money has also been exposed. Both of them are exhausted from dealing with the difficult situation around them. They did not expect that the assassination plan they thought they had planned secretly and abandoned because there was no follow-up has been thoroughly investigated by the Westeros family's intelligence team. Chapter 631, Stupid Move. Martin Dinham's report also briefly described the current situation of the two masterminds behind the assassination. After the fund was liquidated, Clark Graf not only lost all the approximately $20 million in wealth he had accumulated over the years, but also faced financial difficulties such as claims from a number of investors, bank repossession of real estate, and creditors' pursuit of arrears. The former may not be a big threat. The risks of hedge funds are well known. If you invest, you must be prepared to lose everything. The latter is a devastating blow to the Graf family. 2 years ago, the Graf family purchased a $6 million mansion on the Upper East Side of Manhattan and spent $3 million on renovations. Due to the consumption habits of wealthy people, George Graf did not choose to pay in one lump sum, but took out a bank mortgage. Upon learning that Graf's fund was liquidated, the bank immediately took back the Upper East Side mansion. The contractor, who has also owed more than $2 million in renovation fees, immediately applied to the local court to seal up the Graf family's other two properties in the Upper West Side and Southampton, as well as luxury cars and other assets. These assets will be auctioned off in the near future to pay off the debt. Having lost all their real estate, the Graf family had to move from the expensive Upper East Side to a rental apartment in Lower Manhattan. Not only that, George Graf's backyard also caught fire. George Graf is 45 years old this year. As an excellent fund manager who had accumulated $1 million fortune before the age of 25, Graf married a model wife, Lola Run, who was 9 years younger than him, at the age of 29. After marriage, the two gave birth to two daughters, Kathy Graf, 16 years old this year, and Victoria Graf, 14 years old. After marriage, Lola Graf began a more than 10-year-long life of a pampered lady, until her husband suddenly went bankrupt. In order to avoid being implicated, this 36-year-old full-time housewife not only filed for divorce immediately, but also secretly hid all the jewelry her husband had given her over the years in a safe in a Manhattan bank. Because of the sudden family change, the two daughters of this family had to temporarily drop out of the expensive private school in Manhattan. During this period, the two daughters who missed the school's spring break and European trip also had a lot of sarcasm and complaints about their unfortunate father. The rest of Martin Dinham's report was written in a calm bystander's tone. Until here, this intelligence agent who had done espionage work and now wandered in the gray area and could be said to be well informed could not help but comment on the mother and daughters with obvious emotions. Selfish and powerful. However, George Graf, who instigated his old classmate to hollow out the foundation of the family business and short-sell technology stocks, which led to complete failure, was not a good person. Otherwise he would not have planned the trick of assassinating Simon in a hurry. It probably fits the old saying, if you are not from the same family, you will not enter the same door. Simon curiously found the family photo from the archives. It must be said that, at least from the photo, it is difficult to tell the character of any of the family members. In the photo, George Graf is wearing frameless glasses and a suit, sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed, looking like a gentleman and a successful person. A graceful woman in a black dress with a waistband stretches her body and leans against her husband. The woman has beautiful flaxen hair, a delicate face, and fair skin. Even if she is lying on her side, it can be seen that the woman is at least 180 centimeters tall. The date attached to the lower right corner of the photo was taken last year. In the image, Lola Run, who is already in her 30s, shows no trace of the ravages of time, but has a mature charm. The pair of sisters standing behind the couple obviously inherited their mother's excellent genes. Although they were only 15 and 13 years old last year, they are already tall, and their appearance is very similar to their mother. If they are put together, the younger pair will be believed to be twins, and the three of them will probably be regarded as three sisters. Maybe it would be nice to collect 3 vases like this. After making a casual decision, Simon put the photo aside and continued to read Dinham's report. Martin Dinham, who was sitting opposite the desk, noticed Simon's look. His boss was obviously interested in Laura Graf, whom he hated in his heart. Perhaps his interest would be broader. However, the look of the young man opposite him was not the kind of interest that a man had in a woman. Instead, it was more like a collector seeing a few good collections. Thinking of this, Martin Dinham stopped thinking consciously. Unless his boss ordered, these were not things he needed to pay attention to. Since getting this job, Martin Dinham has always adhered to the principle of keeping his duty. He will spare no effort to do what he should do, and will never interfere in things that he should not interfere in. Although as an agent, he spends most of his time exploring people's privacy, but many times, excessive curiosity can be fatal. The other Woodfield family is also in a mess. Like the Hearst family, although the asset scale is far less, the Woodfield family is also a well-known old family in Pittsburgh that has been passed down for 100 years. Since British immigrant Ralph Woodfield founded Monroeville Machinery Company in Monroeville, south of Pittsburgh, in the last century, the family has been passed down to the 6th generation. There are more than 30 direct descendants of Ralph Woodfield. The news that George Woodfield, chairman and CEO of the family business Monroeville Machinery Company, misappropriated huge funds and caused all losses was exposed by local media. The stock price of Monroeville Machinery Company has plummeted by more than 30% recently. Other family members who could not get involved in the control of the family business and could only accept the trust benefits honestly jumped out to accuse George Woodfield of serious negligence. The funds misappropriated by George Woodfield also included part of the pension reserves of Monroeville Machinery Company. After the incident, more than 300 workers of the company also chose to strike at the first time and demanded a clear answer from the management. Various regulatory agencies, including the SEC, also launched an investigation into Monroeville Company at the first time. Other shareholders in Monroeville, who have been suppressed by the company's dual-class share structure, also jumped out and demanded to take over the company. The local media is even more excited to watch the excitement and try every means to dig out insider tracking reports. It can be said that George Woodfield is now completely described as being besieged on all sides. After spending more than half an hour patiently reading the report, Simon's expression did not change much, and he did not make any comments. Instead, he asked Martin Dinham another question: "Is there any movement from Hearst?" Martin Dinham, who had been sitting across the desk patiently waiting to answer Simon's questions occasionally, stood up and found a document from a pile of documents on the desk. He said, "The recent wiretap records of the 6 core figures of the Hearst family, including some key audio and video recordings, are here. However, I think the most important information is that last night, after John Hearst left the Salzburg family, he discussed with William III about closing the 3 newspapers that were being sued. By putting pressure on us by making 1,100 workers unemployed, the Hearst family can then take the opportunity to lobby the newspaper industry union and federal regulators to come forward and limit our litigation bombardment on the grounds of protecting workers' rights." Martin Dinham said, and at Simon's signal, he sat down opposite again and continued, "I did a brief investigation last night. Just the Stanford Advocate in Stamford, Connecticut, has about 370 employees, which involve 13 union organizations such as the Journalists Union, the Printers Union, the Teamsters Union, etc., 5 of which are national. If these unions work together, even Congress will not despise it." Simon narrowed his eyes, glanced at the several videotapes on the table, and asked, "Are there videos of their conversations?" Martin Dinham nodded, skillfully found a videotape, and after Simon nodded, he walked to the TV on the side of the study and continued, "William III likes to talk about these things with people in his study. We quietly installed cameras, and most of the other monitoring points can only be installed with simple eavesdropping devices." As he said this, Martin Dinham stuffed the videotape into the VCR, and the TV screen soon showed the images of William Hearst III and the John Hearst brothers, who had just met Simon last night. The content of the discussion was about putting pressure on the Westeros system by closing the 3 newspapers. The unions in the United States will decline rapidly after the new century, which is an inevitable trend. However, the union forces derived from various old industries in the United States are still very strong at this stage. Just like the various automobile industry unions that are well known for their excessive demands have largely led to the decline of the American automobile industry, the various newspaper industry unions related to traditional paper media are also intertwined. The entire Hearst Group has a total of hundreds of newspapers, magazines and TV stations, which currently have more than 20,000 employees. Simon avoided his own affairs and let the vulnerable groups act as spokespersons to attack the Hearst Group. The Hearst family intends to fight back. Compared with those vulnerable ordinary people, the various paper media industry unions with a total number of members reaching millions are much stronger. These unions have a great influence on the federal government because they control a large number of votes. If Simon did not get the evidence of the conversation between the two brothers in advance, once the Hearst Group launched it, the Westeros system would indeed be in a mess. Even if those union organizations understand the potential intention of the Hearst family to close the 3 newspapers, due to the lack of substantive evidence, or perhaps some benefits promised by the Hearst family, they are likely to point the finger at Simon. Now, if they take the opportunity to release the video after the incident, the union members who find themselves being pressured by the Hearst family will definitely not give up. The employee compensation lawsuit caused by this kind of bad disguised dismissal is enough to make the Hearst family bleed. There are more than 1,100 employees in the 3 newspapers, and there is a strong union behind them. The amount of compensation is definitely calculated in billions. After watching the video expressionlessly, Simon thought for a moment and said to Martin Dinham, "From now on, you will completely withdraw from the investigation of the assassination case and focus on monitoring the Hearst family. I need more video materials, not just recordings that are easily refuted." But Simon picked up the remote control on the desk and turned on the TV on the wall again. This time the picture was still the surveillance camera, but it was the surveillance camera near the manor. Martin Dinham recognized a white Toyota sedan that he had already seen the flaws when he came. These are the people who often follow the Westeros family. The team led by Martin Dinham has conducted secret investigations on these people. Among these people, there are private detectives, government agents, and some agents from overseas countries. In short, they are all forces that covet the Westeros family. Simon didn't pay attention to these people in the past. After all, these people are like weeds. If you cut them off, they will definitely grow again. In addition, the security and intelligence team of the Westeros family was not strong enough. They could only try to prevent these people from breaking into the Westeros family's private residence to install eavesdropping devices. But now Simon doesn't intend to tolerate them anymore. Noticing the understanding in Martin Dinham's expression, Simon continued, "Before that, get rid of all these followers first, and send them to Tierra del Fuego together, just like last time. Also warn them that if anyone approaches Westeros again, I will only send them to heaven or hell." Martin Dinham nodded, and seeing that Simon had no other instructions, he helped to reorganize the information on the desk and briefly introduced it, and then left the study with his empty suitcase. As for the follow-up of the assassination, since Simon had spoken, Martin Dinham had no intention of asking any more questions. From a very early stage, Martin Dinham knew that the secret intelligence team of Westeros was far more than his group. Now, a few years later, the intelligence team directly under Martin Dinham has grown to 5 groups of people, a total of 32 people, but these are still only a small part of the secret power of Westeros. Moreover, Martin Dinham also found that the teams he led were mostly responsible for monitoring and collecting intelligence, and at most they were only doing some work of sending people to Tierra del Fuego. They had never touched any more sensitive dirty work. Obviously, the Westeros family must have a group of executors who are even more hidden in the dark. During the New York mayoral election last year, the gang fight in Bowery Bay, Queens, was determined by the authorities to be an accidental gang fight, and the media basically believed so. Only Martin Dinham knew that the relevant gang transaction intelligence was collected and provided by a team under his name, and then a gang fight occurred in which they did not participate. There is no such coincidence in the world. Martin Dinham occasionally couldn't help wondering if there were monitors around his people to prevent them from betraying. However, these thoughts did not cause him too much trouble. Even if there were, it was reasonable. After all, the supervision encountered by real national intelligence agents was completely open. This is the rule. From an Australian government agent to his current job, Martin Dinham was very satisfied with everything his young boss gave him, and naturally never had any thoughts of betrayal, so it didn't matter even if there were eyes behind him. When Martin Dinham left the manor, Simon's personal bodyguard Ken Dixon quietly gave him a document about the followers who were around the Westeros family and needed to be sent to Tierra del Fuego. Driving back to Manhattan, Martin Dinham recalled the meeting just now. His boss's expression was always calm, but Martin Dinham could feel the murderous intent clearly emanating from the young man. This feeling was very mysterious. At some point, he even felt that the young man sitting behind the desk might have killed people like them. He immediately gave up this idea. Martin Dinham knew a lot about his boss's glorious deeds. The young man had extraordinary physical strength and should know fighting skills. He once easily broke the leg bones of 5 people in a 1-on-5 situation, and also created a record of 10 consecutive KOs in an underground boxing ring in Melbourne. These were topics that they occasionally talked about privately. Because of this profession, most of them would instinctively worship the strong. However, if his boss had killed someone and seen blood, Martin Dinham would not believe it. His boss's rise since he was 18 years old was clear. With so many eyes watching, if he had blood on his hands, he would have been used as a handle to pull it out. There are countless people in this country who covet Simon Westeros's wealth. As for before the age of 18, an orphan might fight with others, but killing people is unlikely. After a moment of random thoughts, Martin Dinham quickly put aside these insignificant thoughts. I am just a pawn, so I should just do what a pawn should do. Martin Dinham couldn't help but smile contemptuously when he saw a white Toyota quietly following him through the rearview mirror. These people probably followed the Westeros family for too long and thought that everyone else was a waste because they had become a waste. So, let's start with you. Chapter 632 Unexpected Chain Reaction. Fortunately, his boss did not ask to throw those followers to Tierra del Fuego this time. There were only 11 unlucky guys distributed on the east and west coasts who were responsible for keeping an eye on the Westeros family. After 2 busy days, Martin Dinham sent a Gulfstream IV jet off on a road that was temporarily used as a private airport in Solano State, Mexico, bordering the United States. On board were a group of his people and the 11 poor guys who would arrive at the southernmost tip of the earth when they woke up. In addition to many normal commercial flights, there are many unknown secret routes in the world. The Gulfstream IV that just left will make a transfer in Colombia, and then fly directly to Tierra del Fuego, the southernmost tip of Argentina. The landing site is also the uninhabited Tierra del Fuego Wilderness Road. There has been a pickup arranged there. If everything goes well, it will arrive in Tierra del Fuego in 15 hours, drop off the people, complete the supplies, and return to the United States in about 30 hours. Of course, this secret journey is also expensive. It costs $300,000 just to arrange for all parties. The price quoted by the Gulfstream IV from the interest group behind a certain Argentine politician who specializes in providing similar private work was as high as $500,000. Including other expenses such as fuel, the total cost of a flight reached $1 million. Fortunately, these are not a problem for his boss. When the Gulfstream IV disappeared completely in the sky, Martin Dinham threw away the cigarette butt in his hand and called several of his men to get on the roadside off-road vehicle and return to the U.S. border dozens of kilometers away. He was not worried about whether the group that had just left could reach their destination smoothly. In the heyday of Pablo Escobar, the leader of the Medellin group in Colombia, who was ranked 7th on the Forbes Global Rich list as a drug lord, drugs worth tens of millions of dollars were transported from Colombia to Mexico and then into the United States almost every day through similar secret routes. The more troublesome journey from Colombia to Argentina was offset by the origin of the Gulfstream IV. Moreover, those unfortunate people exiled to Tierra del Fuego were also a great gift to a certain Argentine politician. A group of unidentified people who secretly sneaked into Argentina as suspected agents. If the master behind the scenes wanted to redeem them, it would be unlikely without a big loss. If they were completely ignored, the potential international public opinion risks caused by the desperate pawns would be even more unpredictable. Although 12 years have passed since the Falklands War, Argentina's relations with Western countries are still not very good. It was Monday evening when they returned to Phoenix, Arizona, USA from Mexico. The next stage of work was mainly to monitor the Hearst family. Martin Dinham and his team had to return to the East Coast at night. In order to avoid attracting attention, the group of 6 people dispersed after entering Phoenix, and each group of 2 bought a ticket to New York. In the airport terminal, Martin Dinham was sitting on a chair in the hall and taking a nap while waiting for the flight to take off. A subordinate who had just gone to buy a newspaper to kill time on the flight came hurriedly, patted his shoulder, and handed him a copy of the Arizona Daily Star. Without any additional signal from his subordinates, Martin Denham saw the bold headline on the front page of the newspaper: "Famous Wall Street hedge fund manager shot in execution style." In the picture accompanying the article, even though it has been mosaicked, the shocking and tragic scene of the murder scene can still be easily seen. As he continued to browse the content of the article, Martin Denham found that a thin layer of sweat had unconsciously appeared on his back. It was not guilt or fear, but he found that he had seriously misjudged the young boss. When he left the East Hampton Manor 2 days ago, Martin Denham thought about how his boss would deal with this matter. From the murderous intent emanating from Simon at that time, Denham judged that the two would inevitably die. However, it is undoubtedly the best way to make the two masterminds of the assassination disappear without knowing it, just like the assassin who could not even find a bone or a tooth. Or disguise it as suicide or accidental death, which can also minimize the potential risks of this matter. Even if it is more intense, when creating a shooting case, the clues should be directed to accidental robbery and other factors as much as possible. This is Martin Denham's judgment based on his long-term observation of his boss's personal character and style of doing things. Before this, Martin Denham always thought that Simon was a person who didn't like conflicts with others. Now it seems that the previous judgment was completely wrong. Martin Denham never expected that his boss would use a demonstration like execution-style shooting. Perhaps he never disliked conflicts with people, but just disdained them. Lions usually can't be fussy with an ant, but if the ant touches the bottom line of the lion's tolerance, the result must be extremely miserable. In the description of the newspaper article, the victim was asked to kneel on the ground, and then the executioner used a shotgun instead of a pistol. The shotgun shot directly at the back of the head directly shattered half of Clark Ralph's head. In connection with the description of the article, looking at the obvious red and white spots around the mosaic processed photo, people with weak tolerance will probably vomit. Folding up the newspaper and throwing it aside, Martin Denham glanced at his subordinate who was still looking at him, paused, and said, "Forget about it, completely forget it." The subordinate nodded and followed Martin Denham's example to close his eyes and take a nap. In order to collect all those followers, they hardly rested in the past 2 days. Martin Denham was no longer sleepy, because he suddenly figured out another thing. Originally, after the assassination, his boss should have cleared out the flies that had been around the Westeros family for a long time, so that certain risks could be reduced as much as possible before the results of the assassination investigation came out. After all, so many eyes were staring at the Westeros family, which was almost equivalent to an artificial infrared guide. But Simon did not do this. Now think about it, his boss probably wanted to let some people know about the assassination, and even guide them to investigate the matter at the same time. Even, his boss might take the initiative to leak the results of the investigation. Then, shock. In the report given by Martin Denham, the masterminds are George Woodfield and Clark Ralph, and there are 3 other auxiliary participants. If nothing unexpected happens, none of these people will be able to escape punishment in the near future. And they will not be punished in obscurity. The boss is telling some people that if they want to take action against the Westeros family, they must consider the retaliation they will encounter once the matter is exposed. This is deterrence. In this world, perhaps just for a few $1,000,000, many people can commit the most heinous crimes in the world. Simon Westeros has $200 billion. The human society, which is civilized on the surface, still cannot get rid of the natural law of the jungle. Since it has come to the current position, if the young man is still a harmless herbivore, the result is destined to be eaten up by many wild beasts. The boss is obviously very clear about this. Standing at the top of the narrow social pyramid, if you don't want to be squeezed down by the people around you, if you don't want to be dragged down by the people under your feet, you will definitely not be able to firmly follow the secular or other people's rules. In other people's rules, outsiders are bound to be losers, so you can only create your own rules, and when necessary, you must drag as many people as possible into your own rules in order to gain advantages. Simon Westeros's Westeros rules for the last assassination is the most intense tit-for-tat. In the Phoenix terminal, Martin Denham thought about this and had to admit that his boss's way was the most correct way to deal with it. If you follow the secular rules, call the police after the assassination, let the FBI investigate the matter, and then send the mastermind behind the scenes to prison according to federal law, then, in the eyes of some people, Simon Westeros is likely to become a joke, a big joke. Martin Dinham led his men back to New York, and the murder case of Clark Ralph was also fermenting rapidly. This Wall Street hedge fund manager had just lost all of his investors' $300 million in the past few months, especially the Woodfield family in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, which was almost bankrupt. Therefore, the motive of the murder was obvious to the media, which had transformed into Sherlock Holmes. Many former investors of Ralph Capital, including George Woodfield, received inquiries from the police in the following days, and the media's hype about the matter became more and more lively. Then, without giving some people a chance to catch their breath, 3 consecutive murders occurred on the east and west coasts of the United States in just 2 days. 3 families. One was the middleman of the killer in Queens, Manhattan, one was a well-known psychiatrist in Pittsburgh, and the other was a private detective in Los Angeles. The 3 participants, the middleman is needless to say, the psychiatrist was responsible for brainwashing the killer, and the private detective in Los Angeles was responsible for investigating the Cape Dumay manor in order to provide the killer with a suitable opportunity to find that the Westeros family was in the manor. However, except for some insiders, probably no one could connect the 3 families' 13 deaths in the United States. The Pittsburgh psychiatrist and his promising son who was studying at Yale Law School were not spared. On the night when the doctor and his wife were killed, their 21-year-old son in Boston was also found dead in a remote alley full of city sewage, still shot in the head in an almost execution-style manner. Things will not end here. When the federal media linked the recent series of vicious murders together and accused the authorities of being incompetent and allowing domestic security to continue to deteriorate, on Friday, April 15, a bombing shocked the entire United States. Pittsburgh. An employee of Monroeville Machinery Company broke into the Woodfield family estate where a weekend family meeting was being held to discuss how to deal with the recent difficulties, and detonated the C4 explosives tied to his body on the spot. The Woodfield family's century-old luxury mansion was reduced to ruins in the violent explosion, 19 dead and 11 injured. All the male members of the Woodfield family who could speak for themselves were killed or injured, including George Woodfield, who was in charge of the family business, and his family of 4, as well as many other members of the side branches. The perpetrator was a 52-year-old assembly workshop operator who was just laid off by Monroeville Machinery Company at the beginning of this year. Because of a previous accident that left his left hand disabled and a habit of alcoholism, this employee remained unmarried for life. He started working at Monroeville Machinery Company at the age of 23, and his 29-year career only resulted in him being alone and poor in his later years. He did have a very good reason to retaliate against the Woodfield family. However, this time, even the dumbest person could see that something was wrong. How could an old man who was poor and had no means of living get more than 5 kilograms of C4 explosives? Moreover, at the same time as the explosion, a fire broke out in the perpetrator's dilapidated cabin, obliterating all traces. Although it was later proved according to eyewitnesses that the fire was likely ignited by the perpetrator himself before he left, was it really the case? Not only that, at noon on the day when the incident happened, there happened to be a demonstration of employees at the main gate of the Woodfield family manor, which attracted the attention of all the security personnel in the manor, giving the former employee the opportunity to quietly break in from the other side of the manor. Could this be a coincidence? The following Saturday, the powerful media once again obtained a piece of information from an informant within the task force. A large dose of a certain stimulant component was found in the body parts of the murderer collected at the scene of the explosion. According to experts, the effect of that stimulant should be to ensure that the murderer would not retreat at the last moment. After all, people's survival instincts is very strong. Even terminally ill patients usually choose to linger if they can live one more day. However, most of the clues stop here. Why did this explosion happen? The murderer, or more accurately, what is the motive of the mastermind behind the scenes? Such a relentless attitude shows that the real murderer behind the scenes should have an irreconcilable and deep hatred with the Woodfield family. A century-old family, of course, has no shortage of enemies. It's just that those who can confront the Woodfield family basically have their own good foundation, so few dare to put aside everything and risk being sent to the gallows to create such a brutal bombing. So, what is the root cause of the matter? The executors of the bombing were very professional, and the traces left behind allowed the FBI task force to confirm 100% that there was a mastermind behind the incident, but there was no way to trace it. In addition, the whole incident lacked a clear cause and effect, and this bombing was likely to become a classic unsolved case without a beginning or an end. However, for some people, the inside story of the matter is certainly not top secret. Just like the Kennedy assassination, too many facts have proved that both the federal government and the Kennedy family knew who the real murderer was behind the scenes, but perhaps due to lack of evidence, perhaps to maintain the face of the federal government, or perhaps for other not complicated reasons, the public may never know the truth. Simon received a call from Clinton himself the day after the bombing. The president warned Simon that the recent events were too much. Simon certainly would not give any positive response. He also warned the president on the phone whether he had known something in advance, for example, before March 9. After the bombing on Friday, all the executors had quickly withdrawn from the United States. Moreover, these temporary executors bought from Colombia had completely disappeared on the high seas, returning to Latin America. Even if these temporary executors were arrested by the authorities, it would not be possible to implicate Simon. He still did not intend to leave any direct loopholes. The executors this time were mercenaries from South Africa. The mission they received was just a private vendetta. There was no more information, and it was impossible to link their mission with the bombing that had just occurred in the United States. Moreover, the mercenaries were also hired by multiple agents, and it was still impossible to trace any evidence back to Simon. Therefore, even if more people knew the inside story in the future, the authorities would not be able to build a complete chain of evidence pointing to Simon. Unless someone, like Simon, broke the rules and asked those people for revenge, it was a pity that Simon had basically eradicated them. The multiple vicious incidents that lasted for a week also triggered a series of chain reactions. First, the Republicans launched a large-scale attack on the Democrats for their negligence in combating domestic crime, which led to the deterioration of federal security. This has been the most effective weapon used by the Republicans to attack the Democrats in many elections in recent years, and it resonated with many voters. The Democrats once again raised their gun control stance. But this time, it was equivalent to actively handing the Republicans a handle. Since you think your gun control laws are effective, why do these vicious incidents still happen in the United States? Not only that, another unexpected special chain reaction has occurred recently. After the first execution-style shooting was exposed, many hedge funds on Wall Street began to sell off their short positions in technology stocks, probably because they were worried about following in the footsteps of Clark Graf, and they all turned to long positions. April 17, Sunday. Los Angeles is still sunny. There is nothing new under the sun. The fireball high above will only shine on what it can reach, and never pay attention to the dark corners of the world. Recently, Simon was still busy. He planned to continue working in the morning, but after breakfast, Jennifer took him to church in Mali. The female assistant did not comment on the series of events in the past week, but her eyes were full of worry when she looked at Simon occasionally these days. It was Sunday. There were many people in the church. The female assistant quietly pulled Simon to a corner and sat down. She looked at Simon deeply with her clear eyes, and her tone was a bit like an elder sister teaching her younger brother, "Come, pray with me." The two closest Jennies around him, if only in terms of age, are indeed Simon's sisters. Simon smiled and nodded, watching the female assistant leaning down with her hands on her forehead, and began to pray devoutly, but he did not follow, but looked calmly at the statue of Jesus suffering in front of the church. My heart is as calm as still water. At a certain moment, I suddenly thought of a song in the past. Merciful Father, I have fallen into a kingdom where sin is invisible, please forgive my arrogance. However, this song was soon interrupted by a voice in the bottom of my heart. No. I don't forgive anyone, and I don't ask for any forgiveness. Chapter 633, Diverting Attention. April 18, Monday. While the entire United States was still hotly discussing the series of vicious incidents in the past week, an explosive news topic suddenly appeared on the Egret portal. A racist massacre occurred in Rwanda, Africa. In 10 days, it is conservatively estimated that more than 200,000 people have been killed. The topic first introduced the background of the whole incident. On April 6, Rwanda's current Hutu president Juvenal was assassinated. The Hutu believed that the Tutsi, who had long been in opposition to them in the country, assassinated the president. With the incitement of local media and the cooperation of Hutu armed forces, on April 7, Rwanda began to purge Tutsi officials such as the prime minister. A nationwide genocide against the Tutsi broke out. In the topic page, The Ygritte portal used a large number of pictures and video content to show the various tragic scenes of the massacre. In a Tutsi-populated area in the north of Kigali, the capital of Rwanda, civilians in an area of several square kilometers were intensively purged by Hutu armed elements. In the aerial video footage displayed on the Ygritte portal, all the buildings in large residential areas were burned down, and thick smoke was still billowing from many places. However, the most shocking scene was the huge mass grave that had not appeared since World War II. In a 3-kilometer-long river, countless bodies were densely packed. At least 30,000 bodies, including the elderly, women, and children, completely blocked the river, and the surrounding river water was dyed a shocking dark red. The worst-hit areas of the massacre in eastern and southern Rwanda were full of burned villages, dead bodies, and civilians running for their lives. In a secretly filmed video shot on the roof of a hotel in the capital Kigali, the militants drove hundreds of civilians into a narrow alley like livestock. After opening fire, the thugs simply rushed into the crowd with machetes and killed the survivors at will. After chopping off the head of a poor woman, one of the thugs laughed and lifted the head with a long stick, showing it off to his companions. The headless woman who fell dead was holding the body of a poor baby. In a small town where everything was burning, a group of humanitarian rescue team members searched the ruins strewn with corpses for half an hour and found nothing. A young white girl in her 20s in the rescue team tried to rescue a black girl who was shot on the chest and had only a few breaths left. She collapsed to her knees, covered her face with tears, and murmured in a broken voice, "Oh my God, this is simply hell, who can stop this?" The headline above the news of the white girl in the humanitarian rescue team on the Ygritte portal was a resolution passed by the United Nations on April 10, the fourth day after the massacre, announcing that in order to avoid being involved in the internal war in Rwanda, most of the 1,500 peacekeeping troops in Rwanda would be withdrawn, and only 260 peacekeeping members would be retained symbolically to mediate the dispute. Belgium, Rwanda's former colonial master, also withdrew all Belgian troops and all expatriates in Rwanda as soon as possible after the massacre. France, which has deep-rooted African forces and is fully capable of stopping all this, also chose to stand by and watch. In fact, in order to avoid unnecessary friction with the French government, Ygritte portal did not point out that in the past decade, in order to compete with the Belgian-backed Tutsi forces for regional control, the Rwandan Hutu armed forces have been receiving financial assistance and military training from the French government. This massacre tragedy is inextricably linked to the French government. In order to attract the attention of the international community in the shortest possible time, Ygritte portal issued a special statement on the homepage of its official website, announcing that it would waive the copyright of all press releases, pictures and videos in the Rwandan Genocide News Special, and any media can freely reprint them without obtaining authorization. Relying on the global influence of Ygritte portal, in just a few hours, the news about the Rwandan genocide spread around the world, shocking the world. Many television media reported extensively at the first time, and countless mainstream newspapers in various countries also set the news of the Rwandan genocide as the front-page headline of the evening paper or tomorrow's morning paper. The governments of major countries in the world and the United Nations issued statements on this incident, calling on the Rwandan military to stop killing. The United Nations, which had already been criticized by many media for its inaction in this incident, held an emergency meeting to discuss countermeasures. In the United States, almost all the people's attention was attracted by the massacre in Africa in a short period of time, and the public attention to the Woodfield Manor bombing in Pittsburgh last week was greatly reduced. This turn of events even made the FBI task force feel relieved, because if they only relied on the clues in their hands, they would not be able to find out more except for the former Monroeville Machinery Company employee who carried out the bombing. The top level of the FBI did know some inside information, but in the absence of evidence, even the federal government would not rashly point the finger at a super-rich man with a net worth of $200 billion. Now that the attention of the people has been attracted to Africa, the FBI can quietly settle the case after the public opinion cools down. On the other hand, the Westeros system has no intention of just exposing this matter and sitting back and watching. The incident fermented for a day. That evening, the headline of Ygritte portal once again posted a heavyweight news: Simon Westeros will stop this tragedy of genocide that should not happen in the human civilized world at all costs, in his personal name. Huh? The doubts that flashed in his mind were probably the first reaction of many readers when they saw this news. However, people with keen intuition had already discovered clues. Rwanda was in chaos, and even foreigners might encounter unexpected events. How did Ygritte Portal enter the riot area to collect so many pictures, videos and other news content on the scene? This is obviously that the Westeros system has already started to enter the game in advance. However, even after seeing this, the public is still curious about how Simon Westeros intends to stop the spread of the massacre in his personal name. Is it to issue a peace appeal like the governments of various countries? Then, Ygritte Portal, which stopped live video broadcasting after the London Girls live broadcast ended at the end of March, reopened the live broadcast page. The live broadcast camera first swept across a vast lake from the air. According to the host's background introduction, this is Lake Kivu, which covers thousands of square kilometers at the junction of western Rwanda and the Democratic Republic of the Congo. At some point, a vast camp that has been cleared has appeared on the shore of Lake Kivu. From the aerial perspective, there is a row of neatly built temporary barracks on the south side of the camp. The audience can also see armed helicopters and armored vehicles around the barracks. There is even a simple airstrip about 3 kilometers long near the barracks area. This is obviously a temporary military base. The camp area on the north side of the military base is crowded with densely packed, scattered but orderly refugees. From the air, the total number of refugees is at least 100,000. With a live camera, the host continued to introduce to the audience. After the Rwandan genocide broke out, Simon Westeros immediately hired 2,000 armed soldiers from a military outsourcing company in his personal name to establish a temporary avoidance camp on the shore of Lake Kivu to receive Tutsi refugees who escaped from all over Rwanda. At this time, more than 120,000 civilians have gathered in the refugee camp in the north of the camp. The host also said that after the next stage of the layout is completed, the refugee camp will take the initiative to drop refuge leaflets across Rwanda, guiding more Tutsi refugees who are still in the shadow of the massacre to gather on the shores of Lake Kivu, and the armed team of the Westeros refugee camp will take the initiative to clear an escape route for the refugees. When the audience was curious about what Simon Westeros's next stage of layout was, the live host, who had patrolled the Westeros refugee camp for a week by helicopter and gave a general explanation, returned to the ground. Then an armed soldier came over and said a few words. The host and the assistant hurriedly brought the live broadcast equipment to the temporary runway inside the camp. Just a few minutes later, with a louder and louder roar, the live camera was facing the sky, and a huge gray transport plane fell from the sky. Some viewers with military interests recognized it at the first time. It was an Il-76 transport plane. The former Soviet Union's Il-76. WTF. Especially for the audience in the United States, the first question was, why is it not the U.S. military? Why is it not Hercules? When the Il-76 landed smoothly, the cabin opened, and hundreds of soldiers with live ammunition poured out of the cabin. Just based on the appearance and words of these soldiers, the audience could recognize that they were Slavic soldiers from Eastern Europe without any introduction. They might even be the Soviet Red Army that was still confronting the United States a few years ago. So, countless WTF appeared in front of the live screen again. Simon Westeros, are you finally going to reveal your true identity? As if sensing the doubts of tens of millions of viewers in front of the computer screen, the host finally spoke again after more than 10 minutes of silence, explaining that these were retired soldiers recruited by Westeros Company from Ukraine and other countries in Eastern Europe. The reason why they did not choose to recruit in North America was mainly because they were worried that they would not be able to obtain approval and military support from federal authorities in the short term. At this stage, tens of thousands of civilians were killed every day in Rwanda, and they had no time to wait. The host's explanation was obviously prepared in advance. In front of the live video, the number of viewers had exceeded 30 million in just half an hour. Many people accepted this explanation, but some viewers probably understood the deeper reasons. In addition to political factors, Simon Westeros did not choose the military force of the United States, and there may be cost reasons. As we all know, the U.S. military is expensive. Even if it is to recruit retired soldiers, the price is definitely much more expensive than the Eastern European soldiers who are willing to work hard for a meal in the current economic downturn. This is indeed the case. Before carrying out this operation, Westeros Company had contacted military outsourcing companies such as MPRI in the United States. The other party quoted a price of $15 million per month for every 1,000 soldiers, including weapons and equipment, and the casualty compensation also needed to be borne by Westeros Company. The compensation amount for each soldier killed in action was $200,000. This is simply slaughtering a fat sheep. The first batch of 2,000 mercenaries from South Africa's ZO company stationed on the shores of Lake Kivu also provided their own weapons, including helicopters, armored vehicles and other equipment, but the monthly quotation was only $8 million. Although Westeros company also needs to bear the death compensation, the amount is only $80,000. The latest batch of Eastern European mercenaries, mainly recruited from Ukraine, has a total of 3,000 people. Because there is no mature local military outsourcing company to lead, these soldiers have signed individual contracts, with a monthly salary of $500 per person and a death pension of $50,000. Since the collapse of the Soviet Union, Ukraine's economy has been even more miserable than Russia's. In just a few years, the domestic GDP has only been reduced to two-thirds of the pre-Soviet Union collapse, a full 30% plunge. Hundreds of thousands of elite soldiers who once belonged to the Soviet Red Army were forced to retire after Ukraine became independent because the government was unable to support the expensive military expenses. At this stage, the average monthly income of Ukrainian residents is only a pitiful $30, and most people can't even solve the problem of food and clothing. Therefore, when Westeros company issued a recruitment notice in Ukraine with a monthly salary of $500, there were more than 100,000 applicants in just 1 week, and many former Soviet officers even came with organized soldiers to seek this job. At a certain moment, Simon even felt that he could pull together a team in Ukraine to overthrow the government and establish a new country. Of course, it's just a thought. There is no energy to deal with such things, and this recruitment also requires the cooperation of the Ukrainian government authorities. 3,000 former Soviet elite veterans between the ages of 28 and 35, with a monthly salary of $500, the combined monthly salary expenditure is only $1.5 million. Of course, this time Westeros company is needed to provide weapons and equipment and logistical supplies for these soldiers. In order to get the green light from the Ukrainian government as soon as possible, Simon threw out a military equipment order of up to $50 million at one time. This money is definitely a very considerable income for Ukraine, whose total foreign trade exports in 1993 were less than $1 billion. The $50 million military equipment includes 12 Mi-24 armed helicopters, 60 light armored vehicles suitable for African jungle warfare, and a large number of howitzers, rockets, and infantry weapons. Among them, 12 Mi-24 armed helicopters are completely cleared by the Ukrainian military. Even if they are second-hand armed helicopters that have been in service for many years, the unit price of $2 million is a great bargain for Simon. You know, the Mi-24 armed helicopter was a secret weapon that was strictly embargoed to Western countries during the Soviet era. In the 1980s, the United States went to great lengths to study and obtain a Mi-24 armed helicopter. A fleet of 12 armed helicopters as air support and 3,000 ground troops are enough to sweep through the less than 50,000 local chicken and dog troops in Rwanda. There is actually a precedent for this. South Africa's ZO company implements this combat mode in various African countries. However, this time, in order to save costs as much as possible, the 2,000 mercenaries of South Africa's ZO company will only be stationed at the Westeros camp to be responsible for security work, and the active attack tasks will be entirely the responsibility of Eastern European mercenaries. After the operation is over, all these weapons and equipment will naturally belong to Westeros. This will also include some Eastern European mercenaries. In the following hours, tens of millions of viewers in front of countless computer screens around the world continue to see various Soviet-made transport planes unloading up to 3,000 former Soviet Red Army soldiers and a large number of armed helicopters, armored vehicles and other equipment to the Westeros camp on the shore of Lake Kivu in Rwanda. Seeing this, the United Nations, the interim government of Rwanda, governments around the world, and the media around the world that control public opinion could no longer remain calm. It was obvious that Simon Westeros was planning to launch a war against a sovereign state on his own without the authorization or consent of any party. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 634 What Do You Want? April 19th. After entertaining senior members of the newspaper industry unions until late last night, William Hearst I got up before 7 in the morning. He really hasn't felt sleepy lately. Coming to the study, William I suppressed some instinctive resistance from the bottom of his heart and turned on an IBM computer on the desk. On the homepage of the Ygritte portal, the news that Simon Westeros would personally stop the Rwandan genocide was still in the most eye-catching position on the headlines. The Westeros system was still using the Hearst family's instigation of the Spanish-American War not long ago, but now it has begun to participate in the war in person. How hypocritical. However, just as some moral balance bars were raised, William Hearst I became depressed again in an instant. Last Friday, William Hearst I closed down 3 newspapers under the Hearst Group that were being sued with a determination to cut off his own arm, and then began to encourage the group's employees, industry unions and the federal government to counter the Westeros system's lawsuit bombardment against the Hearst Group. However, the limelight of this incident was almost completely overshadowed by the Woodfield Manor bombing that occurred on the same day last week. Through the family's deep-rooted political channels, William I vaguely heard that this matter might be related to Simon Westeros, but unfortunately he failed to obtain any definite news and evidence, and could only treat it as a rumor. He closed down 3 newspapers with a total value of more than $70 million, promised a lot of benefits to the industry union, and mobilized some of the family's most basic political connections. He originally wanted to hype the matter up again this week, but the result was that just yesterday, the hateful upstart suddenly concocted shocking news about the Rwandan genocide, and then put on a saintly attitude to maintain world peace in Africa. He didn't take the Hearst family's affairs to heart at all. $200 billion versus $2.5 billion. Even if he was unwilling, William Hearst I now had to admit that the gap in strength between the Hearst family and Simon Westeros was indeed very large, so large that a series of duels related to the survival of the Hearst family had almost no impact on the expansion of the Westeros system. If it could have been reconciled. William I now regretted the most in his heart. However, Simon Westeros was determined not to give up. The Hearst family's repeated requests for reconciliation, directly or indirectly, were rejected mercilessly. The 3 newspapers were closed last Friday, and they thought they could gain some initiative. As a result, it was obviously a response. Just yesterday, when the Rwandan genocide was exposed, the Westeros system once again provoked 3 lawsuits against the other 3 newspapers of the Hearst family. The total amount of claims in the latest 3 lawsuits was not as high as the first batch, but it also reached $120 million. William Hearst I realized that he seemed to have made a stupid move. The Hearst Group could not close the 3 latest newspapers that were sued, because one of them was called the San Francisco Chronicle. This heavyweight daily newspaper on the West Coast, with a circulation of millions, had a revenue volume that was 10 times the sum of the first 3 newspapers. The value of the newspaper itself was more than $800 million. This newspaper alone was equivalent to 1/3 of the total market value of the Hearst Group. Now, 6 lawsuits, the total amount of claims has reached $370 million. Let's not talk about the final result. According to the assessment of the legal department of Hearst Group, the attorney fees alone will cost at least $30 million each year. This amount of money may only be equivalent to half of the expenditure of the Westeros system, but it is a huge burden for Hearst Group, and it is impossible to reduce it, otherwise it will be equivalent to completely giving up the possibility of winning the case. In addition, the entire Westeros system has banned Hearst Group in all aspects. It can be said that if all disputes cannot be resolved as soon as possible, Hearst Group will decline rapidly in the next few years. William Hearst I thought about these things with mixed feelings, and his finger unconsciously pointed to the topic of the Rwandan genocide. Among the latest important news, the first is the public statement of Theodore, the acting president of Rwanda. Theodore completely denied the accusation of the Ygritte portal that a racist genocide occurred in Rwanda, saying that the Rwandan army was only clearing out the anti-government forces. The acting president also accused Simon Westeros of seriously interfering in Rwanda's internal affairs, which was a naked act of aggression. Therefore, he demanded that Westeros immediately withdraw his troops from Lake Kivu, otherwise he would lead his troops to attack the Westeros refugee camp on the shore of Lake Kivu. At the end of the statement, Theodore also turned his spearhead to the U.S. government, accusing the U.S. government of manipulating the incident behind the scenes, and said that if the U.S. government insisted on its own way, the Rwandan people would let the US military taste the bitter fruit of the Black Hawk Down in Somalia last year again. Idiot. This was William Hearst II's first reaction after reading the statement of the acting president of Rwanda. In William II's view, the only way out for the Rwandan government at this stage is to stop the massacre immediately, destroy the evidence as much as possible, and then apply for the intervention of the United Nations, which is accustomed to making peace, rather than confronting a madman. Moreover, that idiot dared to threaten the United States. The main reason for the Black Hawk Down in Somalia last year was that the United States did not dare to take large-scale military action due to the pressure of international public opinion, and did not invest heavy firepower due to civilians. Even so, the U.S. military fought against more than 6,000 Somali militiamen with only 100 troops for 12 hours, killing thousands of people and losing only 19 soldiers. From a military perspective, this is not a failure in any way. Now, a lawless guy has gathered up to 5,000 mercenaries, equipped with elite weapons that are no less than those of the U.S. military, and has occupied the absolute moral high ground. How could he let a group of African wild monkeys take advantage of him like the U.S. military did last year because of various rules and regulations? William III, who is inexplicably angry, realized that his emotions were a little out of control. He took a deep breath, closed the statement page of the Rwandan acting president, and looked at the special topic homepage again. The United Nations also issued a statement at around 9 o'clock last night Eastern Time, once again calling on the Rwandan government forces to immediately stop the massacre of civilians, and directly asked Simon Westeros to exercise restraint. France, which has a complex network of forces in Africa, also got involved. A few hours ago, at 9 a.m. local time on Tuesday, a French Foreign Ministry spokesman issued a statement, also calling on the Rwandan government forces to stop the massacre of civilians, but also pointed the finger at Simon Westeros, criticizing the super-rich man's behavior as close to aggression, and demanding that the other party not to launch an attack on the Rwandan government forces without authorization to avoid further complication of the regional situation. On the other hand, it was the U.S. government that made a routine statement after the news of the Rwandan genocide was exposed yesterday morning, and then nothing happened. After pondering for a moment, William Hearst III felt that this might be an opportunity. Simon Westeros's unauthorized actions have made too many people feel passive, the United Nations has lost face, and other major countries that claim to be civilized and just have lost face. What's more, the kid avoided his own country and gathered 3,000 former Soviet soldiers who were once the enemy of the United States. This is simply a provocation. The great United States cannot tolerate a lawless kid who acts recklessly all day long. In any case, it is time for everyone to unite and severely restrict the expansion of the Westeros system. Having made up his mind, William Hearst III picked up the phone and asked his assistant to help him prepare a flight to Washington after breakfast. At about the same time in the morning, Simon was already in Washington. Since he was in the United States, the foundation of the Westeros system was also here. Simon had never thought of completely getting rid of all the rules around him and acting recklessly, which would only make him the enemy of everyone. The report on the Rwandan genocide unexpectedly diverted the attention of the United States from the various vicious events last week, especially the Woodfield Manor bombing that shocked the whole country. However, Simon had not actually thought of achieving this goal before, because he had started planning a long time ago. Raymond Johnston had previously reminded Simon that intervening in African affairs might lead to more losses than gains. Regarding the Rwandan genocide, Simon had originally considered watching from the sidelines like many countries, but he did not choose to do so in the end. It was not out of sympathy or anything else. Having lived 2 lives, Simon's heart is now hard enough to sit back and watch the world be destroyed, not to mention the massacre and turmoil in a small African country thousands of miles away. Just want to do it, then do it. And since we are going to do it, let's do it in a straightforward and vigorous way. Of course, there have been trade-offs in advance. Simon does not intend to harm his own interests for this matter, let alone let himself fall into an irreversible quagmire. For Rwanda, it is a small country with a land area of only more than 20,000 square kilometers, which is only 1% of its neighbor, the Democratic Republic of the Congo, and there are no natural resources that can be coveted by others. The only advantage is probably that its strategic position is relatively important, especially for France. It has very important strategic significance. France's core interests in Africa are mainly concentrated in West Africa and North Africa. Whether in history or in the current period, the countries in East Africa are the sphere of influence of the United Kingdom. With Rwanda as the boundary, the west side of Africa is mainly French-speaking countries, and the east is English-speaking countries. Uganda, Tanzania, Kenya and other countries bordering or adjacent to Rwanda are still members of the Commonwealth until now. It can be said that by controlling Rwanda, France can covet and overlook the traditional sphere of influence of the United Kingdom in Africa. Therefore, intervening in the Rwandan genocide will only offend France. Once the Hutu regime in Rwanda is destroyed, France's investment over the past decade will be destroyed, and the ambition of this traditional European power to continue to expand eastward in Africa will also be shattered. In addition, Simon's personal efforts to stop the genocide may make many self-proclaimed righteous countries and organizations lose face, but he will not really be hostile to these forces. As for the current Rwandan government, Simon has never taken it seriously. Since the tragedy of genocide that is completely contrary to humanitarian ethics has been created, the current government cannot be tolerated to continue to exist. What's more, even if it really continues to exist, Simon doesn't really care about a group of wild monkeys in Africa. However, the sudden call for a large number of mercenaries to start a war in Africa must always be explained to the government authorities on the surface, so Simon flew to Washington yesterday afternoon and was invited to have breakfast with the current Secretary of State Warren Christopher this morning. Warren Christopher is nearly 70 years old this year, with a thin appearance and vigorous spirit. According to the information prepared in advance, Christopher is a moderate Democrat. His diplomatic attitude tends to maintain the international reputation of the United States as much as possible, limit the hegemonic thinking of the United States as the world policeman, and ease the potential conflicts between the United States and other countries in the world. The Clinton administration chose Warren Christopher as Secretary of State as a buffer result of the United States' need to change its previous confrontational and expansionist posture after the disintegration of the Soviet Union and the end of the Gulf War. The United States decisively chose to withdraw from the regional dispute after the setbacks in its operations in Somalia last year, which was influenced by Warren Christopher's foreign policy. Although he is a moderate Democrat, it does not mean that Warren Christopher is weak in character. Just as breakfast started, the American politician asked bluntly, "Simon, what do you want?" Simon seemed to have no sense of the pressure from this old politician who had been in a high position since the Carter president era. He cut the fried eggs on the plate slowly and said, "Warren, what do you think I can get from a country that is so poor that there is not even enough pants for each person?" Apart from the so-called strategic position that is meaningless to Simon, he really can't get anything from Rwanda. Of course, Simon did not really go to act as a savior in this operation, but the Westeros system is not pursuing simple material gains. Even though Africa has rich natural resources that many countries covet, it is not very attractive to Simon. If it is just to make money, he has more safer and more profitable investment channels. Warren Christopher looked at the young man opposite, and his eyes hid some envy of the old man for the young man, but his tone did not ease. "Do you know that since yesterday, the White House and Congress have been under pressure from all sides? They all think that this matter is manipulated by the U.S. government behind the scenes." Simon shrugged. "I can only say regretful about this. This matter is indeed impossible to explain." Even if Simon completely abandoned the United States and hired military forces from South Africa and Eastern Europe, it seemed to many people that it was just a cover-up. After all, for the United States, if it can control Rwanda, it is actually equivalent to controlling a strategic location that can be evaded and moved east or west. After the failure of the Somalia operation last year, the United States actually did not intend to intervene in African affairs in the short term. However, many European countries that regard Africa as their own backyard do not think so. They only think that the United States is unwilling to fail in Somalia and intends to make a comeback in Rwanda through Simon. As long as Rwanda, a strategic location in the heart of Africa, is occupied, the United States can covet the traditional interests of countries such as Britain, France, Belgium, Spain, and Portugal in Africa at one time. In fact, this is also a potential option that Simon gave to the federal government through this operation. In this Rwanda operation, Simon did not intend to get direct material rewards, but if the U.S. government is willing to take over the follow-up affairs, he does not mind going with the flow. Now it seems that the authorities have obviously made a decision. If the federal government intends to intervene in African affairs again, It should be Secretary of Defense William Perry who will meet with Simon today, not Secretary of State Warren Christopher. Warren Christopher did not continue to argue with Simon and said, "The White House received intelligence last night that your garrison has contacted the Rwandan Patriotic Front." Simon nodded. The Rwandan Patriotic Front is an anti-government armed organization controlled by the Tutsi forces who once controlled the Rwandan regime. It has the support of the Ugandan government behind the scenes, and the Ugandan government is backed by the United Kingdom. The United Kingdom and the United States are the most loyal allies. Since 1990, the Rwandan Patriotic Front has been unwilling to continue to remain in exile in Uganda, and has launched a civil war with the Rwandan Hutu government in an attempt to regain control of the country. The two sides just reached a settlement under the mediation of the United Nations at the end of last year. Unfortunately, before going any further, former President Juvenal was assassinated and the Rwandan genocide riots occurred. The reason for this is that it is difficult for bystanders to completely sort out who is right and who is wrong, except for the parties involved. Simon did not want to untangle this mess, but getting in touch with the Rwandan Patriotic Front is also an important step in this plan. The cooperation between the two sides is actually equivalent to obtaining the recognition of the British and American authorities. By then, the Rwandan Patriotic Front will gain control of the country, and the Westeros system's action will also be able to obtain legal and moral recognition from the new government, completely eliminating certain potential risks. As for France, which will completely lose its voice in Rwanda after this war, it is not within Simon's consideration. Seeing Simon's admission, Warren Christopher continued, "That's great, Simon. What the White House means is that you only need to guard the refugee camp you set up, and someone will take care of the follow-up matters. Also, send all the mercenaries you have summoned from Eastern Europe back as soon as possible." This matter makes everyone very embarrassed. This time, Simon shook his head without hesitation. "I'm sorry, Warren, I'm not a person who likes to give up halfway, nor am I a person who likes to play a supporting role." Warren Christopher's eyes became sharp. "Listen, Simon, do you know what you are doing? This is aggression. Don't act on your own, otherwise, both the federal government and the United Nations have the right to sanction you, or even send you to a military court." Simon remained unmoved, but looked at Warren Christopher with the same sharp eyes. "Warren, if I am sent to a military court for stepping in to stop a racist massacre that may involve the deaths of millions of civilians, then the whole world will probably be disappointed with your so-called military court, and I will be even more disappointed personally." Warren Christopher was speechless for a moment. The main reason why the U.S. military withdrew from Somalia last year was that the military operations there could not stand up to the moral high ground. This time, the various tragic scenes of the Rwandan genocide displayed on the Egret portal have completely aroused strong indignation against the current Rwandan government worldwide. In this case, no matter what the young people on the other side do, they will get the general support of public opinion. This is the gap. Moreover, whether it is from Simon Westeros occupying the moral high ground through the media platform first, or quietly contacting the potential layout of the Rwandan Patriotic Front, it proves that this young man is not hot-headed and willful. The other party obviously has perfect considerations for everything, except for the gathering of mercenaries from Eastern Europe. At the local morning time in Europe on the other side of the Atlantic Ocean, the spokesperson of the Russian Ministry of Foreign Affairs, which is in a honeymoon period with the West, could not help but sarcastically said when facing reporters' questions about Simon's hiring of Eastern European soldiers to station in Rwanda, when people thought of stopping the evil deeds by the former Soviet Red Army, rather than the Western Army of Justice, this is indeed a question worthy of serious consideration by people all over the world. Leon Kravchuk, the first president of Ukraine, who is destined to step down in this year's election due to the collapse of the domestic economy, was rarely tough in the face of some Western media's accusations that Ukraine made improper arms sales to personal forces, saying that Ukraine did not think there was anything wrong with this arms sale, and also fought back on the spot against a questioning reporter. Did the other party want the tragedy of genocide in Africa to continue? Warren Christopher did not expect that this breakfast conversation would make Simon Westeros obey the intentions of the authorities. If he was a yes man who was submissive and lacked a firm personal will, Simon Westeros would never have achieved his current achievements. This kid was able to rush to Washington at the call of the authorities, which was already a step for the federal government. "Okay, Simon, but I, and Mr. President, hope you know when to stop," Warren Christopher said helplessly at last. However, This operation should not be without the presence of the United States. The White House has urgently allocated $20 million in relief supplies and 500 peacekeeping soldiers, and they will fly to Africa this morning. Simon smiled and nodded without waiting for Warren to continue. I will ask the Westeros refugee camp to do a good job of reception, and we will definitely give our soldiers enough live broadcast footage. Warren Christopher was a little embarrassed by the smile of the young man opposite, but he continued, however, Simon, our soldiers are only responsible for peacekeeping work within the refugee camp this time, and will not participate in any military operations. Simon didn't want the U.S. military to interfere in his own actions, so he nodded again. In fact, according to the ideas of the White House and Congress, it would be best if they could stay out of it completely. However, the United States cannot stay out of this matter at all. In the final analysis, it's still for votes. Just yesterday, after the news of the Rwandan genocide was exposed, a large number of African Americans in many cities in the United States took to the streets and demanded that the federal government take immediate measures to stop the Rwandan genocide. Today, it is still breakfast time. According to the news that Warren Christopher got after getting up, tens of thousands of people have gathered near the White House and the Capitol. Among them, there are far more than black people, including peace-loving people of all races in the United States, who also demand that the federal government take intervention measures as soon as possible. The headlines of mainstream media around the world today are almost all about the Rwandan genocide. If governments continue to stand by and watch as they did a few days ago, they will inevitably face one-sided criticism from the media. Therefore, if the U.S. authorities really dare to ignore the Rwandan genocide, the Democratic Party will definitely lose points in its own African-American base in this year's midterm elections, and it will even affect many other voters in the country. It can be said that because of what this young man did, many people in the White House and Congress almost did not sleep all night last night. The initial compromise plan is that the United States will provide material assistance, but will not intervene militarily. This will not only give the public an explanation, but also avoid the passive situation of losing troops and generals like last year in Somalia. In addition, in terms of the media, the support of the Egret portal controlled by Simon must be obtained. Although mainstream media from all over the world have sent reporters to Rwanda, the Egret portal, which has been deployed in advance, still has a large degree of control over the news and public opinion of this incident, especially the online live broadcast of the Egret portal. Relying on tens of millions of viewers around the world, the influence of this live broadcast has even exceeded many mainstream TV media. The U.S. military that is about to go to Africa does not intend to take military action, but the image of American soldiers in front of the camera must still be there, and it must be positive enough. To achieve this, the cooperation of the Egret portal is crucial. After Simon nodded again, Warren Christopher added, "The last point, Simon, you must be clear about your position, so it is best not to let those Ukrainian mercenaries get too much attention." Chapter 635, Unsuitable Supporting Role. Simon finished his meeting with Secretary of State Warren Christopher and flew directly to New York after breakfast. Through last week's ruthless and brutal revenge on the mastermind behind the assassination in March, Simon sent a warning to some people not to try to use unconventional means to target the Westeros family, otherwise he would retaliate tenfold. This Rwanda operation is also a display of the capital strength of the Westeros system. Some people always think that money is just a string of numbers to a certain extent. Simon will let them feel what it means to have enough money. Arriving in New York, the morning schedule is to meet with the heads of several friendly media groups. The reason why the Vietnam War once formed a wave of increasingly turbulent anti-war waves in the United States, in addition to the failure of the U.S. military's military operations in Vietnam, another very important reason is the complete failure of the federal government in controlling public opinion. In the Gulf War 3 years ago, the Bush administration learned the lessons of the Vietnam War very well. Relying on excellent public opinion control and guidance, the U.S. government gained a lot of reputation through that war. Last year's failed Somalia operation was met with overwhelming criticism at home, forcing the United States to withdraw all its troops from Somalia. This was also a major failure of the Clinton administration in terms of public opinion. With the lessons learned from the past, even though he had already occupied the moral high ground, Simon still did not dare to take it lightly when the world's media turned their attention to Rwanda and thousands of journalists flew to Africa. Too many times, Facts have proved that the unscrupulous media would never mind turning black and white in order to attract attention and win newspaper sales or ratings, and even eventually exaggerate a just war into an evil invasion. In order to avoid this situation as much as possible, the Westeros Systems Rwanda team has been collecting information since the outbreak of the Rwandan genocide. The Rwandan genocide special topic on the Egret portal only released a small part of it. Now the large amount of evidence in the hands of the Westeros system is enough to prove with ironclad evidence that the racist massacre that broke out in Rwanda over the past 10 days has been 100% confirmed. Even though he has made sufficient preparations, Simon still has to beware of attempts to reverse black and white for a period of time. This requires the Westeros system to cooperate with other news media with similarly broad social influence to jointly control and guide public opinion. Not only that, Simon also equipped the Westeros system's mercenary forces in Rwanda with a special public relations team and formulated strict media regulations. All members of the mercenary forces are not allowed to accept media interviews without authorization, and the station is not allowed to admit reporters without authorization. All actions of the troops will prevent follow-up reports from media not designated by the Westeros system. All news will only be released regularly through the official media public relations team, and so on. The real war will be handled by thousands of professional soldiers in Rwanda. For Simon, the control and guidance of media public opinion is also a war, and he will personally lead this matter. Simon does not expect to get any rewards from this military action to prevent the racist massacre, but he will never allow anyone to try to reverse and distort the justice of this action. At noon, I accepted Rupert Murdoch's invitation to have lunch together, and it was already more than 1 o'clock in the afternoon when lunch ended. In the afternoon, I rushed to Greenwich Village in Manhattan to deal with some affairs of Deanery's Entertainment. After submitting the prospectus, subsequent matters related to the IPO will be handled by senior executives such as Amy Pascal and the Cersei Capital team. Janet will also help to keep an eye on it, so Simon doesn't need to worry too much. However, many affairs of the group still need to be handled by Simon personally. They were busy until 5 o'clock in the afternoon, when it was time to get off work. Girl A knocked on the door and began to report some things Simon needed to know before getting off work. Boss, Jim Carrey's agent has just asked us to change the original contract of 5 films to 3. Simon was writing his own comments on the project budget document of Broken Arrow. Hearing this, he threw out a word without even looking up. No. Ace Ventura, Pet Detective, which was released on April 8, although it failed to gain recognition from media reviews, Jim Carrey's exaggerated and unique comedy performance mode still won the favor of the audience as it did in the original time and space. In addition, Deanery's Entertainment's publicity and promotion of Ace Ventura, Pet Detective was far greater than before, and the release date was much better than the original February Graveyard release date. In the first 7 days alone, Ace Ventura, Pet Detective took in $23.91 million, with an average weekly box office of $13,000, even surpassing the opening performance of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 3 during the Easter week. Moreover, from April 15 to April 17, after rapidly increasing the number of screens from 1,837 in the first week to 2,315, even though the 2-week Easter break for American students generally ended and the film market returned to a cold state, the 3-day drop in the second weekend of Ace Ventura was still only 23%, and it continued to earn $12.88 million. It is expected that the 7-day box office of the second week will be between $18 million and $19 million. 10 days after its release, the cumulative box office of Ace Ventura has reached $36.79 million. According to the tiered profit-sharing contract signed by Deanery's Entertainment and the cinema chain, Deanery's Entertainment can take 90% of the box office share excluding the basic operating costs of the cinema chain in the first 2 weeks of the film opening, and the actual amount is about 70% of the total box office. It will decrease by 20% every 2 weeks until the lower limit of the profit-sharing ratio is 30%. Therefore, the box office revenue of Ace Ventura, Pet Detective in just 10 days was $36.79 million, which was enough for Deanery's Entertainment to recover all the $15 million production costs and $10 million investment in publicity and promotion, and began to enter the box office profit period. Based on the decline in the second week in audience feedback, the publicity and promotion team of New World Pictures predicted that Ace Ventura, Pet Detective is likely to become Deanery's Entertainment's second domestic box office work to exceed $100 million this year after 4 weddings and a funeral during the Valentine's Day period. The success of Ace Ventura, Pet Detective even affected Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 3. Due to the shift in audience attention, the decline in the second and third weeks of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 3 exceeded expectations. Deanery's Entertainment had to lower the total North American box office forecast of this sequel project, with a total investment of $60 million from $80 million to $60 million. Fortunately, the overseas box office performance of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 3 is still good, and the company is still expected to recover costs and make a profit just through global theater distribution. Jim Carrey made his debut in the early 1980s and could only play various small roles in some films in the past. Now, with the potential of Pet Detective's billion-dollar box office club, Simon has leaped into the ranks of first-line stars. This comedy star, who was once known for his love of money, suddenly became restless and could not wait to try to modify the contract signed with Deanery's Entertainment, which had a salary cap of only $5 million for 5 films. Other Hollywood studios usually agree to modify some contracts after an actor suddenly becomes popular in order to establish a good relationship with the other party and maintain subsequent cooperation, but Deanery's Entertainment never indulges this bad habit of stars. Simon has always been a person who attaches great importance to contracts. Moreover, if Jim Carrey's request is agreed, the core actors of the DC movie universe who have signed low-paying long-term contracts will make a fuss, and many projects will not be able to continue smoothly. When Lady A heard Simon's decision, she did not explain much either. She just wrote down her boss's decision on the memo, then took out an invitation from the folder and handed it over. Also, boss, this is an invitation to a party sent by Elite President John Casablanca this afternoon. He said that he would also invite Ms. Grauff to attend tonight. George Grauff, who participated in the assassination of Simon, was shot in the head last week, and his wife and daughter have been having a hard time these days. Laura Grauff, who was originally divorcing her husband, probably instinctively sensed the crisis after George Grauff was shot, and hurriedly took out her hidden jewelry from a bank safe in Manhattan, intending to sell it and take her 2 daughters abroad. Unfortunately, Laura Grauff had just taken out her jewelry and returned to her temporary apartment in downtown when she was robbed. Not only jewelry worth millions of dollars, but also clothes and bags of slightly more valuables in Laura Grauff's home were swept away by the robbers. The mother and daughter were suddenly penniless. After Laura Grauff reported the case to the police, she had to face a very urgent livelihood problem. Laura Grauff obviously knew what her greatest asset was. Although she was 36 years old, with her outstanding appearance and careful maintenance, almost no opposite sex who had contact with her had not been tempted in these years. Even though her possessive husband kept a close eye on her, Laura Grauff still maintained an ambiguous relationship with some elite men in Manhattan who were comparable to her husband. This was a way out she instinctively left for herself. Now it was finally useful. Last Friday, Laura Grauff took the initiative to invite a famous unmarried diamond man on Wall Street who had been thinking about her for many years. She originally thought that it would be easy to get him. The Wall Street fund manager, who ran a combination fund with a larger capital scale than Grauff's original capital, also happily went to the appointment. However, the dinner date between the two lasted only halfway, and the Wall Street elite received a call that made his face pale instantly. His investors would redeem half of the $800 million fund he managed. The person on the phone also warned the Wall Street elite very bluntly that if the other party continued to have any involvement with Laura Grauff, his fund would be closed next week, and there would be no place for him on Wall Street. In just one dinner time, half of his fund collapsed. How could the Wall Street fund manager still not understand what happened? As if he felt that some eyes around him were staring at him, he even got up and ran away without paying for the meal. The stunned Laura Grauff had to use the last bit of cash raised by selling furniture to pay for the expensive meal. The news spread quickly throughout Manhattan. Before the weekend was over, the Grauff mother and daughter had become a plague-level existence that the entire upper class of Manhattan was afraid to avoid. Even the social circles of Laura Grauff's 2 daughters were completely closed to them. For the upper class in Manhattan, beautiful women are not a scarce resource, so no one would be stupid enough to go bankrupt for 3 beautiful women who were blacklisted by some big shots. The Grauff mother and daughter were not smart, but they were not stupid either. From the reactions of the people around them, how could they not understand what their family was experiencing? Laura Ralph felt fear first. She was very worried that one day she would suddenly be shot in the head like her husband. However, now even if they wanted to hide, it was impossible, because the last assets of the mother and daughter were emptied in the last burglary, and the police had no clues at all. Now, the three of them have not yet settled on the rent for next month, let alone buying tickets to fly to Europe for asylum. As for other relatives who can be relied on, George Ralph's parents have passed away. He has a sister living in Michigan, but they have not had much contact in recent years. Laura Ralph's relationship with her husband's sister is not good. On her natal side, Laura Ralph, who was born in an ordinary farm family in Georgia, has 3 brothers. In the early years, Laura Ralph had a relatively harmonious relationship with her natal family. When she was a child, her 3 brothers took care of her, the only girl in the family. Until Laura Ralph married George Ralph. George Ralph was not a generous person, and Laura Ralph was more worried that a large family would ask too much of her. Therefore, she and her family had a cold relationship and several disputes related to money since 10 years ago. After Laura Ralph's parents died one after another in these years, she took the initiative to give up her inheritance rights in her parents' farm to draw a line with her 3 brothers. 3 years ago, the youngest son of her eldest brother was admitted to Brown University, an Ivy League school, hoping that she could help with the tuition. At that time, her husband rarely agreed, but Laura Ralph chose to refuse out of the dark thought that she didn't want her brother's children to be too successful. The nephew eventually chose another ordinary university that could provide scholarships because he couldn't bear the hundreds of thousands of dollars in loans. Laura Ralph's relationship with her mother's family also broke down completely. With no capital to escape and no relatives to rely on, Laura Ralph could only stay in Manhattan with her 2 daughters in fear. Moreover, she had to consider her livelihood. As a model before, Laura Ralph knew that even if she was still beautiful, she could not resume her old career in the fashion industry, so she turned her attention to her 2 tall and beautiful daughters. When her husband was alive, he firmly opposed her and her 2 daughters to contact the chaotic fashion circle. She also hoped that her 2 daughters would marry the sons of the rich families in the future and enter the upper class completely. But now she can't care too much. This time, she didn't expect that after just trying, the top elite model agency in the United States gave a positive response, and the other party wanted to sign the 3 of them at one time. Even though she had some doubts in her heart, and even though the contract offered by elite was obviously very harsh, Laura Ralph, who had no other choice, still chose to agree. So the mother and daughter officially signed with elite yesterday and became 3 models under this model agency. The situation of Ralph's mother and daughter was naturally the result of Simon's quiet arrangement. There were other things tonight, and Simon didn't plan to see the mother and daughter in the short term. It would take some time for a wildcat that had just been caught to become docile. What's more, Janet was also on the East Coast. The woman went to Boston during the day to discuss a merger project that Cersei Capital has been promoting in recent months, and she was probably on her way back to New York at this time. Shaking his head, Simon said to Allison, "Tell John Casablanca that there is no need to arrange any activities for the 3 of them in the next few months, including tonight's party. I think the agency should be most familiar with how to hide its artists." Girl A nodded and reported some things. After a simple processing, Simon left the East Coast headquarters of Deanery's Entertainment in Greenwich Village and took a helicopter to the manor in Greenwich, Connecticut, on the nearby Hudson River. There was already a military affairs team specially contacted with Rwanda waiting for Simon. At breakfast, Simon told Warren Christopher that he was not used to playing a supporting role. Therefore, during the daytime local time today, the mercenary forces of the Westeros system had carried out their first successful military operation according to their own plan. Chapter 636, Cersei Capital's further expansion. Simon returned to the manor in Greenwich. Janet, who had arrived in advance, greeted him at the door of the villa. She threw herself into the man's arms and kissed him. Then she took his arm and walked into the living room together. Not in a hurry to pay attention to what happened in Africa, the couple sat down on the sofa in the living room. Simon asked the woman about the results of her trip to Boston. With the rise of BlackRock Asset Management, a subsidiary of Cersei Capital, many large financial groups have begun to pay attention to this business. Before BlackRock, although professional asset management companies have been developing for many years, there has not been a company of this kind with a scale of $200 billion. Most financial companies have paid more attention to high-risk and high-return fields, such as hedge funds and private equity, on the basis of traditional business in recent years. BlackRock Asset Management Company wins completely by scale. When it reaches a certain scale level, the risk is still very low, but the return is high enough, which makes other financial giants unable to calm down. Wall Street has always been known as mysterious and powerful in the minds of later generations. In fact, before the 1990s, Wall Street's strength was far less than that after the new century, and the financial industry of European countries was still enough to compete with the United States. The real pattern change began in the 1990s. The continuous economic turmoil and recession in Europe and Asia led to a large amount of capital flowing into the United States, where the economy continued to prosper. The federal authorities also continued to relax financial industry regulations in the 1990s, which eventually led to Wall Street's dominance in the world after the new century. Whether it is hedge funds, private equity, or asset management industries, Wall Street in the 1990s showed a tenfold high-speed growth. The total size of hedge funds increased from tens of billions of dollars in the 1980s to trillions of dollars after the new century. After the craze in the 1980s, private equity no longer used leverage without restraint, but the overall size continued to increase. The asset management industry, which tends to be conservative in its business model, has developed from the highest asset management scale of tens of billions of dollars in the 1980s to a supergiant of trillions of dollars. Considering the overall development strategy of the Westeros system, Simon least values Cersei Fund Management, which mainly operates hedge funds, among the three subsidiaries of Cersei Capital, and most values BlackRock Asset Management, which is headed by Lawrence Fink. The total assets of BlackRock Asset Management have recently exceeded $210 billion, but Simon is not satisfied. Since the beginning of the year, Janet has been planning to intercept the Boston-based State Street Bank. This old banking giant was previously considering separating its asset management business and establishing an independent asset management subsidiary similar to BlackRock. If later generations are interested in the equity structure of large American companies, they will definitely find that whether it is emerging technology companies such as Apple, Google, and Amazon, or old giants such as General Electric, Boeing, and ExxonMobil, there are usually two names in the top public shareholders: BlackRock Incorporated and State Street Corp. The former is BlackRock Group and the latter is State Street Bank. Even though the overall asset management scale has not been comparable to that of BlackRock Group, the strength of State Street Bank, which is usually among the top 5 public shareholders of large companies like BlackRock, can be seen. At this stage, State Street Bank's core business is still concentrated in the traditional banking field. The asset management business is not operated independently, and the asset scale controlled is only equivalent to 1/10 of the total assets of State Street Bank, about $60 billion. Of course, the asset management scale of $60 billion is already a giant in this era. Before, most financial giants only realized the development prospects of the asset management industry, but did not fully see the importance of this industry in affecting the direction of the U.S. economy in the future. Simon decisively launched a plan with Janet to try to intercept it, hoping to kill the plan of State Street Bank to separate its asset management department and operate it independently in the cradle. The feasibility of this plan is very high. The core lies in the golden signboard of Cersei Capital. For the old State Street Bank, using the asset management department, which is only 1/10 of its total business, in exchange for a ticket to enter Cersei Capital, and then establish a close cooperative relationship with the entire Westeros system, this business is still very cost-effective, at least at this stage. Therefore, after Janet started to contact State Street Bank at the beginning of the year, although the other party did not give a positive response at the first time, it did not close the door to negotiations. After a period of mutual tug-of-war and probing, the formal negotiations finally began in March. Janet went to Boston this time to finalize the final details of the cooperation. The final solution is a complete stock swap merger, which can save us a lot of money, Janet said, sitting on Simon's lap in the living room of the villa, with one hand around the man's neck and the other hand gently scratching his chin. 25% of BlackRock Asset Management's equity in exchange for the entire asset management department of State Street Bank. 22% of the equity belongs to State Street Bank, and the other 3% belongs to several core senior executives of State Street Bank's asset management team. After this transaction, our shareholding ratio has dropped from 41% to 32%, But State Street Bank has stated that it can grant us the voting rights of its own 22% of the shares for a period of 5 years. Janet said this and winked at Simon cunningly. Simon naturally understood. As the scale of BlackRock Asset Management expanded rapidly, the relationship between Simon and his wife Anne Lawrence Fink was far less harmonious than it was at the beginning. The key is still the issue of control over this financial giant. Lawrence Fink single-handedly constructed the business model of BlackRock Asset Management. However, the company was able to expand its assets to the current level of $210 billion in just a few years. The most fundamental reason is the golden signboard of Cersei Capital. Wall Street has never lacked genius bankers, and in recent years, Cersei Capital has attracted investors around the world. Even the old-fashioned Morgan and Goldman Sachs cannot match it. The reason is that the rise of the Westeros system in recent years is a miracle. Capital pursues profit, and investors naturally prefer companies that can bring them rich returns. Lawrence Fink is obviously aware of this, so in recent years, he has only quietly diluted the shareholding ratio of the parent company Cersei Capital by continuously distributing equity to new partners as much as possible. Before this transaction, Cersei Capital's shares in BlackRock Asset Management had been reduced from the initial 50% to 41%. Not only that, Lawrence Fink also plans to further list BlackRock Asset Management. For traditional partnership-based financial companies, the equity of partners is usually not permanent. Once a partner leaves the company, he or she can only get a compensation, and the shares held during the period of employment need to be returned. In contrast, once a financial company goes public, as the nature of the company changes, the equity structure is completely finalized, and the shares held by the partners become permanent stocks. Moreover, special powers such as the veto power originally enjoyed by the parent company of Cersei Capital are no longer appropriate for listed companies. In short, when a company gradually becomes a public holding company with dispersed equity through listing, the power of shareholders will often be weakened, and the control of the company's board of directors and management will be greatly increased. Lawrence Fink wants to gradually gain real control of BlackRock Asset Management from Cersei Capital by continuously dispersing equity and promoting the listing of companies. In the original time and space, this top Wall Street banker did this. But this time it is no longer possible. Moreover, as long as the merger between BlackRock Asset Management and the Asset Management Department of State Street Bank is completed, Fink's planning in recent years will return to the starting point. Even if the voting rights of State Street Bank's 22% stake are not permanent, the voting rights of 54% of the shares, together with the 32% held by Cersei Capital, are enough to ensure that the Simons will have absolute control over BlackRock Asset Management in the next 5 years. 5 years is enough to do a lot of things. When a company grows to a certain scale, the operation of the enterprise is often like a huge machine, with considerable autonomous operation capabilities, and no longer requires operators to control it in real time. As a result, even Lawrence Fink, the founder who built this machine, is no longer indispensable. Moreover, this stage is no longer the early stage of Lawrence Fink's switch from Blackstone Group to Cersei Capital. At that time, the total assets managed by BlackRock Asset Management were only $3 billion. Even if Lawrence Fink left the house with nothing at that time, he could still make a comeback with his own abilities. Now, once the merger of State Street Bank's asset management department is completed, coupled with its own continued expansion, it is expected that by the end of this year, the total assets under the management of BlackRock Asset Management will exceed $300 billion, which is equivalent to 100 times the size of BlackRock when Cersei Capital initially took over. At this time, let alone whether Lawrence Fink is willing to give up everything he has now and leave the house, even if he really does so, it will be difficult for him to create such a financial empire with assets of hundreds of billions of dollars from scratch. Simon's agreement to share the equity of BlackRock Asset Management in accordance with a 50% shareholding ratio of each party actually showed his attitude. He attaches great importance to Lawrence Fink, who created the BlackRock empire in the original time and space, so he does not pursue controlling rights, but Cersei Capital must not take over the company that is gradually marginalized. This is the bottom line. Lawrence Fink tried to touch this bottom line, and Cersei Capital's counterattack was to completely take back the absolute control of BlackRock Asset Management. As long as this transaction is successful, at least in the next 5 years, Cersei Capital will firmly grasp the absolute control of BlackRock Asset Management, both nominally and in fact. If Lawrence Fink still can't change his attitude, Simon doesn't mind getting him out of the game completely. In the living room of the villa, after listening to Janet's introduction of the general merger plan, Simon asked, "How is Fink now?" Janet stroked the stubble on Simon's chin with her palm and said, "He has always wanted to expand the scale of BlackRock as much as possible. This time he just got what he wanted. What else can he do?" However, in Washington, it may take some effort to get the approval of the authorities for this transaction. In recent years, the Westeros system has been too powerful. Even if the transaction between BlackRock Asset Management and State Street Bank does not involve monopoly, because the scale of assets held by BlackRock Asset Management is too large, the authorities will inevitably create obstacles out of fear. The couple sat on the sofa in the living room, discussing how to deal with the obstacles from Washington. After a while, a tall woman in her 30s wearing a dark blue OL suit came out from the corridor on the west side of the living room. Seeing the Simons, she paused slightly, nodded to Janet who was looking at her, and then said to Simon, "Mr. Westeros, I just came to ask, everyone is waiting for you." Janet heard what the woman said, and she got off Simon's legs with a smile and said, "I'll go prepare dinner, dear. What do you want to eat?" Simon said, as he did many times before, "Whatever." Although Simon could not reach the rough level of buffet who ate hamburgers and Coke all day, he never picked and chose, and would not go around the world to search for rare ingredients like some rich people. Janet joked that she would ask the chef to make a dish called whatever, and finally glanced at the charming woman who had 2 buttons on her shirt collar unbuttoned, whether intentionally or unintentionally, and turned to the kitchen on the east side. Simon also stood up and took a look at the woman's neckline without disguising it. His eyes also moved down, outlining several perfect arcs. He gently gestured to the woman to lead the way and said, "Let's go, Celia. By the way, how is the result of this operation?" The woman's name was Celia Miller, 36 years old and married. Miller was her husband's surname. However, it was very interesting to dig deeper into the details of this woman. Celia Miller was a second-generation official born in Washington. She was not prominent, but she was also considered an upper-class person. After graduating from Northwestern University, Celia Miller went straight into politics. Her first job was as an intern in the White House for President Ronald Reagan, who had just taken office. Later, at the age of 24, she joined the U.S. Treasury Department and married her current husband, Philip Miller, at the age of 27. Philip Miller's father, Michael Miller, is a vice admiral of the Navy. Philip Miller, who is 3 years older than Celia Miller, is also a professional soldier. After serving in the Navy in his early years, he currently works in the Joint Staff of the Pentagon with the rank of colonel. Using her husband's family's relationship in the military, Celia Miller transferred to the defense system after marriage. When she left her job at the beginning of last year, this woman had already become the director of the Office of the Inspector General of the Department of Defense. The Office of the Inspector General of the U.S. Department of Defense is equivalent to the FBI system within the U.S. military, responsible for monitoring the operation of the entire U.S. military, and its importance can be seen. It is precisely because this department is so important that Clinton naturally wanted to nominate and place his own candidates as much as possible after taking office. For these core departments of the country, the White House cannot act arbitrarily, and the appointment of many officials requires the approval of Congress. Moreover, the U.S. military is a system of its own, with internal forces intertwined and intertwined. Even for positions that the White House has the right to decide, it is not what the president wants to do. In many cases, it is the result of a game of weighing and bargaining among all parties. Originally, according to Celia Miller's background, this woman would not be taken down. Unfortunately, Lieutenant General Michael Miller, the biggest backer of the Miller family, officially retired in 1992. After leaving, the Miller family's connections in the military could only ensure Philip Miller's position in the Ministry of Defense after the change of leadership. Celia Miller, who had a stronger upward momentum than her husband, had to be forced out. After more than a decade of struggle, Celia Miller almost broke up with her husband's family when she returned to the period before liberation. You know, her marriage with her husband was actually a cover. In order to make this marriage more decent, the couple gave birth to a son through in vitro fertilization in the 1980s. After paying so much, Celia Miller was certainly unwilling to clear it overnight. She had been trying to save it for the past year, but to no avail. Until I heard that Simon Westeros was looking for a personal military assistant. Personal military assistant. This is a very new term. Usually as a country's violent machine, the army is difficult to be associated with a single individual. However, Simon Westeros, this name is never wrong. U.S. government officials are usually not permanent. After leaving office, it is a common practice to transfer to private enterprises based on the connections and qualifications accumulated during their tenure. Since there is no hope of climbing in the political arena, Celia Miller decisively submitted a resume. It stands to reason that military assistance should be better done by men, but Simon is used to female assistants and has no intention of changing. Moreover, he does not hide his preferences. In the end, he chose this woman with first-class appearance, figure, age and interesting background from hundreds of candidates. People who can get in touch with Simon's circle often can't help but sigh that there are so many beauties around this super tycoon. Ordinary people may not be able to touch the top beauties in their lifetime, but Simon Westeros can collect a lot of them around him, and most of them have very smart minds, which is not easy for even the slightly ordinary rich people to do. The key is that Simon has already stood at the top of the world pyramid. Moreover, Simon not only has huge wealth, but the entire Westeros system also has a very strong voice in entertainment, fashion, technology and other fields. All aspects combined almost ensure that Simon has access to most of the resources on this planet, including beautiful women. If Simon wants, he can always find a lot of women of a certain type for his own enjoyment. Just like the hundreds of lawless that are being kept in Europe and the Caribbean. Celia Miller is outstanding in both appearance and ability. It's just that the last thing this world lacks is people. When the population base is large enough, even if it is strictly screened layer by layer, there will be enough room for choice in the end. For Simon, Celia Miller is just one of the hundreds of equally outstanding military assistant candidates he can choose. Celia Miller walked slightly sideways in front of Simon, and when she heard the man's question, she nodded and said, "It went very smoothly. Our helicopter fleet is divided into 5 groups. We have cleared the headquarters of the national radio station in the capital of Rwanda and all the relay base stations in 4 provinces." Chapter 637, Quick Decision. As one of the least developed countries in the world, the number of television sets in Rwanda is almost negligible, but because the country is small enough, the broadcasting network is spread all over the country. The racist massacre that broke out on April 7 was largely the result of the Rwandan government's use of radio stations to incite the whole country. After that, not only did the Hutu army launch a purge, but many civilians also became thugs under the instigation of the government, and raised their butcher knives to their Tutsi neighbors. In just 10 days, hundreds of thousands of people were killed. After the arrival of the Ukrainian mercenaries, the first military action was to carry out targeted elimination of the radio station headquarters in the capital of Rwanda and the relay stations in the 4 surrounding provinces. Doing so is not only a training exercise to test the strength of the pilot team recruited by Simon, but also to make the Rwandan government completely dumb, to prevent the other party from inciting the public's hostility towards the Westeros mercenaries through the radio station, and even causing the Westeros mercenaries to fall into the same situation as the U.S. military in Somalia last year. The operation was very successful. All 12 Mi-24 armed helicopters were dispatched and divided into 5 teams to the Rwandan capital Kigali and the capitals of 4 provinces. They easily blew up all radio broadcasting equipment when the Rwandan government forces were unprepared. However, some problems were encountered. Simon followed Celia Miller to a specially open office on the west side of the villa, where 5 people were already waiting. 3 men and 2 women. The 3 men were Peter Mendelsohn, an expert on African issues in his 50s, and Lieutenant Colonel Dan Rubier and Major Martin Stillman, 2 former U.S. military officers who had participated in African peacekeeping operations. The latter 2 have now retired. The other 2 young girls, who were about 25 years old and wearing OL suits like Celia Miller, served as translators and secretaries in Simon's personal military assistant office. Emily Joplin, who was tall and slender with brown hair, was good at Russian and Ukrainian. The other blonde girl, Zoe Hilster, who was young and curvy but not inferior to Celia Miller, was fluent in French and some African indigenous languages, including Kinyarwanda. Including Celia Miller, the 6 people are the team Simon recruited after the outbreak of the Rwandan genocide. As long as the performance of these people in the recent operations can satisfy Simon, this office will be maintained in the future to assist a long-term expansion and layout of the Westeros system in Africa. Since yesterday, This small team has been working to assist the local mercenary senior team in Rwanda to conduct preliminary assessments and rapid reorganization of 3,000 Ukrainian soldiers through remote video contact. At present, the 3,000 Ukrainian mercenaries in Africa have been integrated according to the organization of a reinforced regiment and divided into 30 companies of combat units according to the former arms of the Ukrainian soldiers and the weapons and equipment held by the Westeros mercenaries. In addition, this office is not only equipped with the most advanced satellite communication equipment, but also a wall-mounted TV on the wall is broadcasting live footage of the Westeros refugee camp on the shore of Lake Kivu. Just for this live broadcast and remote communication, the Westeros system expects to pay about $3 million per month for the rental of communication satellites. After a brief greeting, Simon sat down at his desk, and Celia Miller began to introduce in detail the entire process of the targeted elimination operation in Rwanda on the afternoon of April 19 local time. The 12 Mi-24 armed helicopters of the Westeros mercenaries were divided into 5 groups, 4 of which went to Kigali, the capital of Rwanda, and the other 8 were divided into 4 groups to fly to the capitals of the 4 provinces of Rwanda. The entire operation started at 2:30 p.m. local time and lasted for an hour and a half. At 4 o'clock, all 12 armed helicopters completed their missions and returned smoothly. During the mission, only the 4 armed helicopters that flew to Kigali, the capital of Rwanda, were counterattacked when they retreated, and it was a very threatening counterattack. In the office, Celia Miller played a 30-second clip shot by an onboard camera through a projector. In the clip, 8 individual anti-aircraft missiles attacked 4 helicopters one after another. Through the projection screen, one could feel a strong sense of crisis. Fortunately, the pilots of the 4 helicopters were all the most elite Air Force soldiers of the former Soviet Union who had retired less than 2 years ago. The Mi-24 dropped heat-seeking bombs in time and made an emergency dive to evade, barely avoiding all attacks. This is the former Soviet Union's 9K-32 individual air defense missile. It has been equipped since the 1970s. Because of its low price and simple operation, it has always been the former Soviet Union's best-selling ultra-short-range air defense weapon. After the video was played, Celia Miller introduced, according to the information we have collected, the former Rwandan president's plane was shot down by this missile. Fortunately, the pilots in this operation were all from the former Soviet Air Force and were very familiar with the characteristics of the 9K-32, so they escaped danger. However, our next military operation may have to consider the threat of this missile. We are not sure how many 9K-32s the Rwandan government forces still have, or whether they have other types of air defense weapons that can pose a serious threat to armed helicopters. Simon looked at the picture on the projection screen and asked, "What's the approximate predicted number?" Celia Miller shook her head and said, "There is no approximate number. Perhaps just this time, the Rwandan government forces have used up all their 9K-32 reserves. Perhaps, the other side will continue to receive relevant military equipment assistance from the French or Congolese army. It is no secret that the Hutu armed forces have been receiving assistance and training from the French army for more than a decade. Moreover, the Hutu government has very close relations with its neighboring country, the Democratic Republic of the Congo. Although the Rwandan government forces used the Soviet-made 9K-32 individual air defense missiles this time, it is difficult to say where these weapons came from, or, to be frank, the most likely source of assistance from the French. According to intelligence collected by the local Rwandan team, until now, there may still be a small number of French advisory groups in the Rwandan government forces that have not been able to withdraw. Simon knows this is a fact even better. Until many years after the genocide, the Rwandan government continued to condemn France for its role in the Rwandan genocide. Many investigations have shown that the plane of then Rwandan President Juvenal was likely shot down by the French army and then framed on the Tutsi armed forces. Because the French do not want the Rwandan government to negotiate peace with the Tutsi armed forces supported by Britain and the United States, which would lead to the reinfiltration of British and American forces into Rwanda, which has been controlled by France. Even after the Rwandan genocide was exposed and shocked the world, the French army was still quietly carrying out small actions against the Tutsi armed forces in Rwanda. Celia Miller did not shy away from saying this because everyone knew the truth. Of course, this cannot be said in public. For the French Republic, which is a civilized and peace-loving country, it is a very serious accusation to point out that the other party is supporting an anti-human government that has committed genocide behind the scenes. In the 20th anniversary of the Rwandan genocide, just because of a few accusations from then Rwandan president, the French government immediately lodged a solemn protest like a cat whose tail was stepped on, and announced its withdrawal from the genocide commemoration. Since it was impossible to determine the number of anti-aircraft weapons held by the Rwandan government forces, Simon stopped asking questions and continued to listen to Celia's introduction to the reorganization of the Ukrainian mercenaries. About 20 minutes later, Celia finished her introduction. Dan Rubier, a former U.S. Army lieutenant colonel who had participated in peacekeeping operations in Angola and Namibia, was the first to ask, "Simon, I want to know, do the Westeros mercenaries intend to actually take military action against the Rwandan government forces, or just maintain deterrence to prevent genocide in Rwanda?" Simon smiled and looked at Rubier. "Is there any difference?" Dan Rubier said, "If it's just deterrence, this goal has been achieved. As more and more of the world's attention turns to Rwanda, the massacre will surely stop quickly in the next few days. The Westeros mercenaries can now consider withdrawing, and the subsequent matters will be taken over by the United Nations peacekeeping force, which can also save a lot of military expenses." Simon said, "Dan, the fact is that I have paid 1 month's expenses in advance for both the EO mercenaries and the Ukrainian Legion, and I also spent a lot of money to buy a large batch of military equipment from Ukraine." Dan Rubier understood Simon's intention and said, "Then I suggest that we must make a quick decision." Simon nodded slightly and motioned for Dan Rubier to continue. Dan Rubier told Emily Joplin, who was operating the projector, to switch to a map of Rwanda. He stood up and walked to the projection screen and said, "The main reason why the civil wars in many African countries are protracted is that most warlords are very good at guerrilla warfare. They will continue to roam around the country to fight against government forces. Many people in power in African countries also seize power in this way." Simon's expression flashed a little strange, but he did not interrupt Dan Rubier's speech. Dan Rubier went on to say, "The current situation is that there are about 50,000 troops in Rwanda, of which 20,000 are militiamen scattered all over the place with absolutely no combat power. These people may not even have enough complete guns and can only bully civilians. There are also 30,000 government troops with relatively complete weapons and equipment and who have received certain military training. Currently, there are about 8,000 of them in Biwemba, northern Rwanda, confronting the Tutsi Rwandan Patriotic Front. Another 22,000 people, because of the unrest, are all concentrated in the capital Kigali, which is the best opportunity for us." Simon shook his head and rejected it. "It's a pity, Dan, we can't attack Kigali, where there are at least 1 million civilians. And even if the Ukrainian mercenaries are very powerful, once we get into street fighting, our fate may be similar to that of the US military in Mogadishu, Somalia last year. Rwanda has a small land area of only 26,000 square kilometers, but has a population of more than 8 million, with a very high population density. The capital Kigali alone had a population of more than 1.5 million before the massacre and riots. Even now, many people have fled because of the riots, and the population is in the millions. Just like the United Nations peacekeeping forces are often restrained in Africa because of concerns about civilian casualties, Simon does not want to be accused of causing a large number of civilian casualties by attacking Kigali. The task of attacking the capital to seize power will only be left to the Rwandan opposition in the future. Dan Rubier obviously expected Simon to have this attitude and said, "Well, Simon, we only have one choice now." The former U.S. Army lieutenant colonel said, raising his hand and pointing to a city called Gutarama in western Rwanda, "Fight a sniper war before the Rwandan government forces send troops to Gutarama. The east-west and north-south depth of Rwanda's territory is only about 150 kilometers, which is about 2 or 3 hours drive. The capital city of Kigali is located in the center of Rwanda, about 70 kilometers away from the Westeros refugee camp on the shore of Lake Kivu in the west. The city of Gutarama that Dan Rubier pointed out is right in the center of Kigali and the Westeros refugee camp." Simon couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly when he heard Dan Rubier say this, waiting for him to continue. Dan Rubier began to explain his intentions. "Based on my experience in peacekeeping operations in Africa, the Rwandan government is likely to send about 5,000 to 10,000 regular troops to Gutarama to confront us. If we had not stopped the Rwandan government's layout, then once they entered Gutarama, according to convention, the Rwandan government forces would definitely set up barracks in the city and integrate with the civilian population. This is the most common method used by African warlords to deal with peacekeeping forces, because they all know that peacekeeping forces dare not easily attack civilians, but they have no such concerns. Not only that, the government army will also destroy all bridges and road facilities from Lake Kivu to Kigali as much as possible, and bury large minefields on the main roads. Most of Rwanda is hilly. Although it is not steep, it is very difficult for a force of thousands of people to avoid the main roads and march between the mountains and hills. They may also encounter guerrilla warfare harassment from the Rwandan government army, who are familiar with the terrain. The final result is likely to be that no matter how elite our army is, we can only confront the Rwandan government army honestly, unless we completely ignore our own and civilian casualties and clear out the government army, but no one can afford the cost of doing so. Simon added silently in his heart. Then, the United Nations intervened, and the parties started peace talks and reached a peace agreement. Then, when everyone was not paying attention, the war broke out again. This is a classic cycle routine of civil wars that have lasted for many years in many African countries. If you can beat them, fight them. If you can't beat them, call the United Nations to come in for peace talks. If the result does not satisfy all parties, continue to fight. If one side is too oppressed, then they will conduct guerrilla warfare, wandering around in the vast primeval forests of Africa, and then continue to fight after recuperation. African countries have been freed from colonial rule for half a century, and many countries are basically in this state. Simon hates dragging his feet the most. When Dan Rubier finished speaking and looked at him, he smiled and was very satisfied with this military advisor he hired at a high salary. Glancing at the other people in the office, and then looking at Dan Rubier in front of the projection screen, Simon said, "Dan, and everyone, if you don't mind, maybe you can stay up all night with me tonight." Everyone was stunned, and after a brief confusion, they realized something, but subconsciously felt that it was unlikely. Rwanda has a 7-hour time difference with the east coast of the United States. It is now more than 6 o'clock in the afternoon on the east coast of the United States, and it is 1 o'clock in the morning in Rwanda. In about 4 hours, it will be dawn there, and it will be 11 o'clock in the evening in New York. What does Simon Westeros plan to do after staying up all night? Recalling Dan Rubier's description, since they have already felt the threat of Westeros mercenaries, if the Rwandan government forces want to send troops to confront Westeros mercenaries, it will definitely not take too long, perhaps in the next few days. More likely, it will be a few hours later in Rwanda. After all, the Assistant Office of Military Affairs here is a newly recruited team. Neither Simon nor the Westeros mercenary high-level officials are stupid enough to tell Celia Miller, Dan Rubier and others all the intelligence and related military plans without reservation. Perhaps, the high-level team in Rwanda also took into account the situation just described by Dan Rubier and formulated the same counterplan as Dan Rubier. Fight a sniper war. If a large number of Rwandan military forces can be eliminated in the wild at one time, disrupting the other party's potential layout of trying to maintain a long-term confrontation with the Westeros mercenaries, then the Rwandan Hutu government will completely lose the initiative. However, the Ukrainian mercenaries planned to be the main force of the military operation just arrived in Africa yesterday. Although most of these soldiers are elite special forces and scouts from the former Soviet Red Army, they have generally been out of the army for 1 to 2 years. Even though they have been screened relatively strictly during the recruitment stage, and their physical fitness and familiarity with weapons and equipment are not bad, they have not undergone any military training. Is it really appropriate to send them directly to the battlefield? Chapter 638 1 week. Question: how long does it take to overthrow a small African country? The answer is 1 week. When the whole world was still shocked by the worst racist massacre in Rwanda since World War II, and when the United Nations and governments around the world were in a panic about Simon Westeros's personal dispatch of troops to Rwanda, the series of military operations of Westeros mercenaries in Rwanda from April 20th to April 26th once again stunned the whole world. On the morning of April 20th, local time in Rwanda, 3,000 Ukrainian mercenaries who had just arrived in this small African country for only 1 day were fully deployed. Before the 10,000 regular troops sent by the Rwandan government arrived in Gitarama city between the capital Kigali and the Westeros refugee camp on Lake Kivu, they took the lead in attacking the Rwandan government forces in the hilly area about 20 kilometers outside the capital Kigali, which was beyond everyone's expectations. The commander of the Rwandan government army, who obviously underestimated the strength of the Westeros mercenaries, made a very stupid decision. Upon learning that the Westeros mercenaries were rushing towards him, the commander gave up the opportunity to withdraw to the capital Kigali and actually stayed in place, intending to engage in an encounter with the Westeros mercenaries by relying on the advantage of numbers. As a result, when 24 companies of Ukrainian mercenaries quickly completed the three-sided attack on 10,000 Rwandan government troops, only the first round of intensive heavy firepower coverage of armored vehicle artillery, helicopter rockets and hundreds of mortars directly led to the collapse of the Rwandan government troops who were caught off guard. Africa is really poor. Especially before the 21st century, the previous melees between African warlords were basically based on backward individual weapons in the Cold War era. Relatively high-end weapons were only tanks and individual missiles. As for more advanced fighters or armed helicopters, on the one hand, they could not afford them. On the other hand, even if they could afford them, for ordinary armies in African countries that still needed to borrow the power of foreign military advisors for training, these soldiers would not use them at all. After all, if the Air Force wants to form combat effectiveness, it is definitely not as simple as being able to fly a plane. It also requires long-term and expensive training to achieve it. Therefore, facing the heavy firepower coverage of the Ukrainian mercenaries, the 8 tanks that the Rwandan government army relied on the most, like treasures, were destroyed by the anti-tank missiles of the Mi-24 armed helicopter before they could make any response. The government army's small number of mortars and rocket launchers were in a situation where the army quickly collapsed, and they were unable to organize any effective counterattack. After only holding on for less than 15 minutes, the Rwandan government army, which had lost thousands of people in the first round of firepower coverage due to the previous incorrect dense battle array layout, began to flee in the direction of the Kigali Gap deliberately left by the Westeros mercenaries. In order to prevent the government army from disintegrating in all directions, the Westeros mercenaries continued to steadily pursue with a three-sided pocket array layout under the cover of helicopters and armored vehicles. Finally, in an area less than 10 kilometers away from the capital Kigali, the last 6 mercenary companies responsible for encirclement blocked the pocket's exit. Simon's order before the action was that he needed an annihilation war to eliminate the Rwandan government army's living forces as much as possible. This hint is already very obvious. The fewer prisoners, the better. Therefore, when the Westeros mercenaries completed the encirclement of the Rwandan government forces, facing the remaining thousands of African soldiers who had completely collapsed, the mercenary group continued to attack fiercely for half an hour before they began to call for surrender. After 3 hours of fighting, 10,000 Rwandan government troops, and less than 2,300 remnants were left when they finally surrendered. However, because of Simon's order, the casualties of the Westeros mercenaries also exceeded expectations. Under the absolute advantage, 126 mercenaries were still killed and 379 were injured to varying degrees. If the Westeros mercenaries had forced the already collapsed Rwandan government forces to surrender after the Westeros mercenaries completed the encirclement, at least 5,000 of the 10,000 Rwandan government troops would have survived, and the casualties of the Westeros mercenaries could also be halved. But Simon did not do this. Because what he needed was a ruthless bloody deterrence against the Rwandan government in Kigali and the countless spectators who were staring at this small African country. Simon just wanted to tell many people. That's right. Simon Westeros, who walked out of Watsonville Mental Hospital that year, is still a madman at heart. He has never been well. A total of 505 people were killed or wounded, accounting for 1/6 of the total number of Ukrainian mercenaries. Such war losses are already very serious. Adam Rowell, the commander of the South African EO Company among the Westeros mercenaries, was hired by the Angolan government army in 1992 to participate in military operations against anti-government armed forces. He led a battalion of 300 people under EO at the time, and cooperated with the government army to fight the Angolan opposition for 3 months, directly fighting the opposition armed leader Sarabi with 60,000 troops to actively seek peace talks, and the battalion led by Rowell only lost 19 people in the end. The entire EO company suffered only a few hundred casualties in those months. The main source of troops for the South African EO company is retired white elite soldiers from several countries in southern Africa, but their combat effectiveness is actually not as good as the former Soviet Red Army soldiers, who generally have more than 10 years of service experience this time. As for the Rwandan government army, Its strength is comparable to that of the Angolan LSRB anti-government armed forces, both of which are of the same low level. However, even rabbits will bite when they are anxious. 3,000 versus 10,000, 505 casualties are not small, but not too many. In fact, it is mainly because this battle was entirely carried out by Ukrainian mercenaries alone, without the cooperation of the Angolan government forces like EO at the beginning. Although they directly lost 1/6 of their troops and ended the first battle, the Westeros mercenaries did not retreat to the camp to rest at all. They handed over the wounded and prisoners of war to the South African EO mercenary team. After completing the logistics supply, the remaining 2,500 Ukrainian mercenaries who still maintain their combat effectiveness marched directly into Kigali and stationed their troops on the outskirts of the Rwandan capital. In just half a day, 10,000 of the 30,000 regular troops were wiped out. Even though the capital Kigali still retained 12,000 regular troops and more than 10,000 militias, the Rwandan government was still greatly shocked. On the one hand, it urgently called on the international community to intervene and demanded to stop the atrocities of Westeros mercenaries in Rwanda. On the other hand, it began to actively prepare for war and tried to incite the millions of civilians in Kigali to join the fight against Westeros mercenaries. But both are doomed to be futile. The United Nations, which was also briefly stunned by the Westeros mercenaries' unexpected and swift military action, could only routinely issue an official statement calling on both sides to exercise restraint. As for the Rwandan government's incitement of civilians, the effect was almost zero. While the military action was in progress, the Westeros system was also conducting a propaganda war that was later praised and even imitated by many people. The Rwandan government's radio station network was cleared one day in advance, but another set of high-power broadcasting facilities was set up in the Westeros refugee camp to publicize the purpose of the Westeros mercenaries' action to the whole of Rwanda. Before the outbreak of the war on the morning of April 20th, 6 helicopters of the South African EO company that did not participate in the war flew across Rwanda and dropped millions of leaflets printed in multiple languages such as English and French. Through broadcasts and leaflets, the Westeros mercenaries unilaterally announced that Rwanda was under martial law, requiring all civilians to stay at home as much as possible, or as far away from the war zone as possible. All civilians who rashly appear in public, all thugs who continue to participate in creating riots, and all unidentified persons approaching the Westeros mercenaries will be indiscriminately shot as armed elements. Not only to deter, but also to appease people's hearts, the Westeros mercenaries also made promises. First of all, the Westeros mercenaries guarantee that after the current government is overthrown, except for the government officials, national army and a small number of civilians who have committed unforgivable crimes of massacre, the new government will not retaliate in any form against the Hutu people in the country. Secondly, the Westeros mercenaries announced that Rwanda's original household registration system that distinguishes between races will be abolished immediately from now on, and the population will be re-registered after the war, and no racial division will be made. Finally, the Westeros mercenaries also publicly promised that the death penalty will be abolished in Rwanda after the war. The subtext is that even civilians who participated in the riot will not be executed, even if they are held accountable after the war. After all, the nature of most ordinary people is to seek benefits and avoid harm. Faced with a large-scale propaganda of Westeros mercenaries through radio and leaflets, especially after the news that 10,000 government troops were annihilated by Westeros mercenaries in just a few hours, the civilians in Rwanda basically stayed at home. In the end, the Rwandan government's attempt to incite the people of Kigali to fight against the Westeros mercenaries did not receive any response. When the Westeros mercenaries arrived in Kigali, they destroyed the city's power system as soon as possible. The radio network was completely paralyzed a day in advance, and the barely erected tweeters were often cleared by the long-range firepower of the Westeros mercenaries as soon as they sounded. On the contrary, the Westeros mercenaries, in addition to the public opinion offensive of their own radio stations and massive leaflets, also set up a loudspeaker system outside the city of Kigali, and continuously carried out propaganda and shouting to the city residents. Under the dual efforts of military oppression and public opinion offensive, except for a small number of civilians who fled Kigali for fear of being affected by the war, most people stayed at home honestly like quails. The trapped Rwandan government had tried all means to seek peace with the Westeros mercenaries, but to no avail. On April 22, Rwandan President Theodore issued an order requiring the 8,000 government troops stationed in Biwemba, northern Rwanda, who were confronting the Tutsi opposition, to withdraw, intending to gather all the troops and give it a go. This was exactly what the Westeros mercenaries wanted. As soon as the 8,000 Rwandan government troops withdrew from Bwemba, a joint force composed of the Tutsi Rwandan Patriotic Front and the Ugandan government troops entered the city and began to chase the 8,000 government troops. The Westeros mercenaries who received the news were even more decisive and once again fought a devastating battle in the 15-kilometer area north of Kigali. 8,000 to 2,500, still powerless to fight back. Not only that, the defeated Rwandan government army also dragged 3,000 Rwandan opposition and Ugandan government troops into the process of fleeing northward, and was not stopped until the city of Bwemba by the main force of the joint forces of the opposition armed forces and the Ugandan government army. According to the statistics after the war, less than 2,600 of the 8,000 Rwandan government troops were left, and only 1,000 of the 3,000 joint forces were left. As for how many of the 2,000 dead were accidentally injured by the Westeros mercenaries, the joint forces, which were also frightened by the combat power of this mercenary army, did not dare to investigate at all, and could only announce that these soldiers died in the battle with the Rwandan government army. In this battle, because there was no more blocking of the pocket for relatively fierce encirclement and annihilation, the number of Ukrainian mercenaries killed was reduced to 81, and another 263 were injured. However, the 12 Mi-24 helicopter gunships of the Westeros mercenaries finally suffered losses in this battle, 2 of which were shot down and crashed, and another was hit on the tail. After barely making an emergency landing, all the crew members survived, but the helicopter itself lost its combat effectiveness. This loss was not caused by the mob of Rwandan government forces, but by the French advisory group hidden in the Rwandan government forces who did not have time to evacuate. After the war, only 36 of the 59 French advisory groups survived, and all French prisoners, including corpses, were secretly taken back to the Westeros refugee camp by the Westeros mercenaries as soon as possible. Paul Kamiga, the leader of the opposition armed forces, who also knew what this meant, raised objections, hoping that the joint forces would accept the prisoners and make the matter public as evidence of the massacre caused by France's interference in Rwanda's internal affairs. But in the face of the absolute strength of the Westeros mercenaries, the protest was ineffective. Although some minor disagreements arose, after annihilating 8,000 Rwandan government troops, the remaining 2,100 Westeros mercenaries, together with a total of 22,000 Rwandan opposition and Ugandan government troops, quickly approached Kigali and directly surrounded the Rwandan capital. On April 23, the opposition joint forces began to enter the city to attack the Rwandan government forces. After 4 days of fierce street fighting, on April 26, the joint forces broke through the Rwandan presidential palace. Rwandan acting President Theodore and several government officials were killed. All the remaining government troops surrendered, and the Hutu regime that had been in power in Rwanda for 20 years was declared destroyed. According to the original plan, in order to avoid accusations of civilian casualties, the Westeros mercenaries did not participate in the last battle, but only provided a small amount of air fire support. The war ended on April 26, and the Westeros mercenaries decisively withdrew to the Westeros refugee camp on the shore of Lake Kivu. After urgent consultations, Paul Kamiga, the leader of the Rwandan Patriotic Front, who had just taken over the country, and the Westeros mercenaries jointly issued the Rwanda Peace Declaration. The core of the declaration is that the new government will fulfill all the promises made by the Westeros mercenaries through broadcasts and leaflets. At the same time, the new government agreed to allocate 2,000 acres of land near the Westeros refugee camp on Lake Kivu as a long-term military base for the Westeros mercenaries. The Westeros mercenaries will continue to be stationed in Rwanda to assist in clearing out the remaining Hutu armed forces in Rwanda until the political situation in Rwanda is completely stable. Also driven by the top leaders of the Westeros mercenaries, in order to quickly stabilize the political situation in Rwanda and further alleviate the concerns of domestic Hutu civilians about post-cleansing, Paul Kamiga, the leader of the Rwandan Patriotic Front, who was born in the Tutsi ethnic group, also took the initiative to give up the presidency and only served as vice president and defense minister. The new presidency of Rwanda was taken over by Pastor Bizimungu, a senior Hutu from the Rwandan Patriotic Front. Chapter 639 ending. The international community had different reactions to the turbulent situation in Rwanda in just 1 week. The current United Nations has not completely become a vase-like existence many years later. It originally had many countermeasures against the unauthorized actions of the Westeros system. It was just at this time the Westeros mercenaries were in the forefront of justice, and the United Nations' decision to withdraw the peacekeeping forces instead of stopping the atrocities at the beginning of the genocide was criticized by international public opinion during this period. Faced with the Rwandan government's request for the United Nations to intervene after the first battle with the Westeros mercenaries was completely defeated, the United Nations senior officials simply turned a deaf ear and ignored it until the Hutu regime was overthrown on April 26. In addition to the Rwandan government, France had a more intense reaction. After the Westeros mercenaries targeted and cleared the Rwandan broadcasting system on April 19, the French media immediately began to publicize the casualties caused by this action to Rwandan civilians, and then strongly condemned the Westeros mercenaries and demanded that Simon immediately stop military operations in Rwanda. After the war on April 20, the French government directly jumped out and asked the United Nations to impose sanctions on the Westeros system, on the grounds that the Westeros mercenaries' attack on the Rwandan government forces was almost a massacre. However, when the Second War ended on April 22, the French side was like a duck that was suddenly strangled by the neck, and the original condemnation and clamor came to an abrupt end. It was indeed strangled by the neck. Less than 2 hours after the end of the Second War, French President Mitterrand personally made an emergency call to Simon's office, asking him to immediately release the French military advisory group secretly detained by Westeros mercenaries. Simon did not intend to publicize this matter. After all, the Westeros system will still do business in France in the future, and it is impossible to completely tear its face. If it really does this, the Westeros system will be unable to move forward in France in the future. However, Simon will not be stupid enough to immediately hand over this huge handle to the French government. Once the chips in his hands are exposed at this stage, under the strong pressure of public opinion, it will be enough for a large number of French military and political leaders and even President Mitterrand to resign. He did not intend to lift the lid, and Simon would not let the French go easily. While secretly interrogating the soldiers of the French military advisory group and the relevant senior officials of the Rwandan government army and collecting and retaining as much evidence as possible, Simon also demanded in a tough manner that Mitterrand must compensate the Westeros mercenaries for the losses caused by the French military intervention. Not only the 3 damaged Mi-24 helicopters, but also the pensions for the casualties of the Westeros mercenaries in the 2 battles must be counted on the French government. This time, the Rwandan Hutu regime, which had been supported by the French government for a long time, was overthrown, and the friction between the Westeros system and the French government has become irreconcilable. Coexistence and cooperation and contradictions can be said to be the common survival state among many countries, companies and even individuals in the world. There is basically no subject with only friends but no enemies. The continuously expanding Westeros system is even less likely to be able to get along with all forces. As long as they do not tear their faces openly, the Westeros system, which has enough bargaining chips, can still maintain the greatest degree of peace with the French government in the future, which is enough. In the United States, the White House was quite dissatisfied with Simon's behavior of ignoring the warning and letting the Ukrainian mercenaries take the limelight in 2 military operations. Fortunately, the Westeros system did not carry out large-scale publicity in the United States. Instead, it gave a lot of shots of American peacekeepers in the refugee camps through live broadcasts on the internet, which alleviated the negative emotions of the top leaders to a certain extent. For the military operations of the Westeros mercenaries, most of the domestic media in the United States, under the guidance of the Westeros system, basically showed one-sided support. Eastern Europe. After the disintegration of the Soviet Union, due to the collapse of the country and the decline of the economy, the national sentiment of many countries in Eastern Europe had already fallen to the lowest point. The former Soviet Red Army's unstoppable momentum in this Rwanda military operation once again made Eastern European countries regain a lot of national pride. While sparing no effort to publicize the victory of Westeros mercenaries in Africa, many Eastern European politicians, media and the public began to miss the powerful Soviet era and reflect on the current state of the country. Is what I have now really what I wanted? Unfortunately, the powerful Soviet Union is destined to be a thing of the past. Local Africa. Mobutu, the president of the Democratic Republic of Congo, who had a close relationship with the Hutu regime in Rwanda, publicly accused the Westeros mercenaries of aggression. After the battle on April 20, the Central African oligarch immediately became silent. After all, If such an army turned its guns around, it would not be a problem to fight all the way to the capital of the Democratic Republic of Congo. Mandela, the South African saint who won the Nobel Peace Prize last year and is participating in South Africa's first cross-racial presidential election, only called on all parties to exercise restraint and hoped to solve the problem through peaceful means rather than war. As for other African countries, and even countries on other continents that have nothing to do with them, they all honestly played the role of spectators. These days, although the attention of the domestic media and the public in the United States has been attracted by the distant Rwanda in Africa, many things are still going on. The Woodfield Manor bombing in Pittsburgh on April 15 has not been forgotten. However, because many key clues were unsuccessful after investigation, the bombing case will basically be closed as a private revenge by the former employee of Monroeville Machinery Company. As for the details such as the source of C4 explosives, the task force can only deal with it vaguely. The truth of the facts that exist in a very small number of core senior officials in the United States is impossible to be put on the table. Because there is no substantial evidence that can directly point to Simon Westeros, the so-called truth is only pieced together by the agents who have been monitoring the Westeros family for a long time through some clues. Some time ago, all the agents responsible for monitoring the Westeros family were suddenly thrown to Tierra del Fuego in Argentina in the south of the world. Westeros also made a harsh statement that the federal high-level officials dared not to test a young tycoon in the short term. This period of time is enough for the other party to annihilate all possible evidence. Because of this bombing that shocked the whole country, a member of the U.S. Congress proposed a bill, hoping to mark explosives and dangerous goods in the country of M, so that the source can be traced according to the relevant marks after similar bombings occur again. This proposal has won the support of many congressmen and the media for a while. Of course, many people also understand that even if this bill is passed, it will certainly not be able to control explosives from outside the United States. But this is not something that some people care about. In addition to this explosion case with a serious impact and many casualties, another hedge fund manager was shot in the head, and 3 other massacres across the United States have quickly disappeared from the public eye. After all, in the United States where guns are rampant, similar cases happen almost every week and even in the media, and with a generally low crime-solving rate of the U.S. police, many homicides are eventually left unsolved. The Westeros system has not stopped its comprehensive ban and lawsuit bombardment of the Hearst Group. These days, no new lawsuits have been filed. However, the huge claim amount of $370 million in the 6 lawsuits that have been filed is enough to keep the Hearst Group in a mess for a long time. Simon does not plan to file more lawsuits in the short term. There is no need, and once it is excessive, it may really cause a backlash from the traditional media and senior officials of the federal government in the United States. The Hearst Group responded by closing the 3 newspapers that were initially sued, but it backfired. Before Simon could release some of the information he secretly monitored, the 3 new lawsuits that followed put the Hearst family in an awkward dilemma. If the Westeros system closed the newspaper after launching a lawsuit, the entire Hearst Group would soon collapse completely. The Westeros system has also been paying attention to the Hearst family's contacts with newspaper industry unions and senior federal government officials. Simon was not in a hurry to release the monitoring information, and was waiting for the right time. When the Hearst family joined forces with some forces to officially launch an attack, the black material would be released at the right time, which would be enough to turn the Hearst family's counterattack into another joke. Moreover, delaying the release of the black material in hand can also prevent the Hearst family from realizing that they are being monitored too early, so as to obtain more private dynamics of the core members of the Hearst family. Deaneries Entertainment's IPO process is going smoothly. The group has submitted a second version of the prospectus, supplementing some of Deaneries Entertainment's personnel appointments after the IPO, including the composition of the board of directors, and the new salary plan for core management such as Amy Pascal after the listing. Some members of Congress who are against the Westeros system are still calling for the prevention of Deaneries Entertainment's dual-class share structure. However, neither the White House nor Congress has made an official statement. After all, this matter involves too much. Many large companies in the United States have adopted a multiple-class share structure. If Deaneries Entertainment is prevented from using this share structure model, then should the share system of other similar companies be abolished? Think about those wealthy families who control a large number of well-known American companies through multiple share structures. If the White House and Congress dare to do this, it will be fatal. In any case, at least for Deanery's entertainment, the dual-class share structure model is an irreversible foregone conclusion. Even if Congress is determined to promote changes in relevant legal provisions, it will not be possible without 1 or 2 years. And at that time, in order to avoid strong resistance from the entire upper level of the federal pyramid, it will definitely propose a non-retroactive clause, which will only target new companies in the future. Greenwich, Connecticut, East Coast of the United States. The time is Friday, April 29th. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Celia Miller ended her meeting with several members of the Westeros Military Affairs Assistant Office in downtown Greenwich early, and drove to Westeros Manor in the northern suburbs of the city with Emily Joplin, her assistant. Today is destined to be a busy day. The United Nations will hold an emergency special meeting on the Rwanda issue at the United Nations headquarters in Manhattan, New York. Celia Miller, who has been basically recognized during this period, will attend as Simon's personal representative. The meeting time is 10 o'clock in the morning. This meeting will discuss post-war peacekeeping, aid, reconstruction and other matters in Rwanda. However, these are not the core. The key is the issue of Westeros mercenaries. The United Nations hopes that Westeros mercenaries can withdraw from Rwanda as soon as possible to avoid excessive interference in the country's internal affairs. After the morning meeting, Celia Miller will also hold private talks with the French representative to the United Nations and the Rwandan representative to the United Nations in the afternoon to discuss certain matters that both sides are closely concerned about. Celia Miller did not expect that she, an ordinary official in a branch of the Ministry of Defense, would suddenly be able to sit at the United Nations headquarters and discuss international affairs with representatives from all over the world. Born in Washington, Celia Miller has an instinctive yearning for power and status. This time, attending the United Nations meeting as Simon Westeros's spokesperson gave her a strong sense of satisfaction that she had not experienced in all these years of politics. At least, with the mediocre ability of her nominal husband, she would never be able to appear under the spotlight of the international political stage in this life. The black Chevrolet stopped in front of the Manor Villa. Emily in the driver's seat reminded her, and Celia Miller in the back seat came back to her senses from concentrating on reading the documents in her hand. After quickly checking her clothes, Celia Miller looked up at the rearview mirror in the front row and accidentally noticed that Emily was also checking her makeup through the rearview mirror. The two people's eyes met for a moment and then quickly staggered, pushing the door and getting out of the car together. There were two young ladies in the Assistant Office of Military Affairs. Celia Miller did not choose Zoe Hilster, who had the same figure as her, but chose the tall and slender Emily Joplin. In fact, there was a little thought. She did not want a girl of the same type, but with the advantage of youth, to threaten her. Although it seemed that Westeros preferred mature women, who knew if men's interests would change inexplicably. Men were also fickle. Only now did she realize that the assistant she chose was also making her own calculations. Celia Miller wanted to ask Emily Joplin to wait in the car and she could go in alone, but it was too obvious to do so, and the personnel appointment of the assistant office was not in her hands. Although Emily Joplin was the assistant of Simon Westeros' personal military assistant in name, the jurisdiction of both parties was not clear. She decided to talk to the young boss about this matter later, but now Celia Miller could only take Emily into the villa. The two were greeted by a girl with a baby face who introduced herself as Zoe Parks. After entering the villa, Zoe led the two to a living room on the east side of the villa. Another woman of the same age as Celia Miller saw them and smiled as she stood up from the sofa and walked over. The woman was wearing a clearly oversized white men's shirt and light gray loose trousers, looking very homely. Although the silk scarf around her neck was somewhat mismatched, it still couldn't hide her elegant temperament and charming charm that could drive many men crazy. If Emily Joplin only made Celia Miller feel a little threatened, the woman in front of her directly made Celia Miller have some instinctive tit-for-tat thoughts. Sophia Fessy, the head of Melisandre Company, one of the 4 women in the Westeros system. Celia Miller happened to know her, and she had seen reports and interviews about her in fashion magazines more than once. She also envied this woman's experience more than once, secretly feeling bitter about why she couldn't get such an opportunity. Period. Even though Sophia Fessy's relationship with Simon Westeros was well known and now confirmed with her own eyes, it was impossible to deny the great achievements this woman had made in the fashion industry in recent years. In recent years, Melisandre's company seemed to be the weakest among the 4 women, But in the fashion industry, Melisandre's company was already a comprehensive luxury industry giant with a market value of tens of billions of dollars. Chapter 640 Another Stupid Move. After introducing each other, Sophia invited Celia Miller and Emily Joplin to sit on the sofa in the living room and said, "Simon is having a conference call with Europe. You need to wait a moment. I happened to make coffee. Let's have some together." The baby-faced Zoe Parks took the initiative to pour coffee for Celia and the two women, and quietly left. Sophia leaned casually and lazily on the long sofa, leaning on one armrest, holding a cup of coffee in her hand, and her barefoot legs were simply curled up on the chair surface. The loose clothes could not hide her graceful and undulating figure at all. Although she did not deliberately maintain her posture, Sophia's strong woman temperament that she had unconsciously cultivated as the head of a luxury giant over the years still made the two women sitting on the single sofas on both sides feel a little inferior. Celia Miller made that secret deal with her husband's family for her political career, but it did not mean that she was a weak woman. The fact was quite the opposite. Therefore, facing Sophia's suppression and temperament, even though she knew she should befriend the woman in front of her, Celia Miller subconsciously found a topic that was not very pleasant. "Sophie, I heard that a Christie's auction in Paris some time ago was investigated by the French government. What was the result?" The incident happened on April 20th. Christie's, a world-class old auction house that was acquired by Melisandre's company last year, planned to organize an auction of Oriental porcelain in Paris recently. As a result, it was suddenly reported that several pieces of porcelain in the publicity might be stolen goods, and thus it was investigated by the French government. As for the root cause of this matter, everyone knew it well. After the battle on April 22, because the Westeros system had a handle, the French government withdrew the investigation in a rare and efficient manner, and publicly stated that it was just a misunderstanding. When Sophia heard Celia mention this, she smiled and glanced at her, saying helplessly, "I just came here to complain to Simon. He's been doing atrocities in Africa, and it's making it difficult for me to do business." The intimacy between lovers in Sophia's tone immediately left Celia open-handed, but the new female assistant didn't retreat immediately. She caught Sophia's words and said, "See, the boss is not doing atrocities. If it weren't for his quick action this time, hundreds of thousands of civilians might have been killed in Rwanda." In fact, she wanted to call the young boss by his name like Sophia did, but she didn't have the confidence. Sophia smiled even more and nodded, "Yes, so I thanked him on behalf of the African people last night." This somewhat explicit response immediately made Celia unable to resist. Emily Joplin, who had just been sitting next to Celia and watching the two big fairies fight, couldn't help but chuckle when she saw Celia being defeated. Moreover, she suddenly understood where the lazy and gentle aura of Sophia came from. It was obviously nourished by a man. Emily suddenly remembered the all-nighter some time ago. The man who watched the entire first battle between the Westeros mercenaries and the Rwandan government army through satellite live broadcast was powerful and indifferent. When everyone in the office was nervous, facing the mercenary commander's repeated confirmation whether to allow the already collapsed Rwandan government army to surrender, he shook his head calmly and said, "This is not what I want." Then thousands of extra people were killed. At that time, she was very close to him, and she felt a little exhausted. At some point, she even wanted to get close to the man, even crawling at his feet. Maybe that way she could get some strength to support herself. Even after so many days, Emily felt a warm and numb breath in her body. Noticing that the other two were looking at her, Emily quickly put away her smile and the emotions in her heart, and said, "Sorry, sorry." The two big fairies who were in a tit-for-tat state obviously had no intention of arguing with a little girl like her. After a brief moment of confusion, Celia Miller looked at Sophia and said, "From now on, our relationship with France may never be very good. Will you feel sad to be caught in the middle?" Sophia shook her head. "I completed immigration 3 years ago and am now a Swiss citizen. Simon said that France will move to the left for a long time to come, and the policy environment is very unfriendly to the rich." "Well, you should not be interested in these." Sophia still curled her lips, and suddenly looked at Celia Miller carefully again, and said, "Celia, are you very tired recently? Your skin is not so good." Because of the things in Africa, Celia Miller has to work more than 10 hours a day these days. Even if she is always in an excited state, she cannot resist the negative effects of heavy work on her body. Looking at Sophia's tender and shiny white arms under her rolled-up sleeves, Celia pretended to be calm and said, I don't think the boss will care about this. After saying this, Celia immediately realized her mistake. The quality of her skin should not have anything to do with that little man. Sophia raised her eyebrows with a deeper smile. You are wrong. Simon is actually a very picky guy, a hateful perfectionist. If your skin is not good enough, he will not even bother to touch it, and will gradually alienate you. Alice, men are like this. Sophia said so, without waiting for Celia Miller to respond. She put the coffee in her hand on the side table next to the armrest and reached out. Come, let me help you take a look. Celia Miller subconsciously stretched out her arm and wanted to retract it, but it was already caught by Sophia's slightly cool palm. Then she noticed the white and slender hands of the woman next to her, as white as scallions and jade segments, and the soft touch when their skin touched. Sophia just rubbed Celia's wrist for a few times and then let her go, saying, You need to replenish collagen, and do some hot spring therapy for a while. Well, it's best to use sulfur springs and carbonated springs. Sulfur springs can soften cuticles and nourish the skin, and carbonated springs can whiten the skin. Celia Miller is not a woman who doesn't know how to take care of herself. However, with her annual salary of only $70,000 in the Ministry of Defense, it is impossible for her to invest tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of dollars in personal care like the ladies in Manhattan's Upper East Side. Because she and her husband are financially independent and have no gray income, after deducting various expenses, she can only invest at most 1/10 of her annual salary in clothing and maintenance every year. For some women, this amount of money is only equivalent to a basic Hermes shoulder bag. As for hot spring therapy, she used to take a few baths when she went to hot spring resorts with friends occasionally. Of course, Celia also knew that if you don't persist in taking a hot spring bath for a long time, it will not achieve the effect of beauty care. In the final analysis, many women's youthfulness is built on huge sums of money. Poverty brings sorrow to all. Without a material foundation, even the most beautiful women can hardly escape the ravages of time. Sensing the embarrassment that Celia Miller finally showed, Sophia stopped pursuing her. She picked up her coffee cup again and said, Celia, it seems that no one has told you about the benefits yet. Celia Miller also felt the change in Sophia's attitude and relaxed a little, but asked in confusion, What? Sophia said, Since you're Simon's assistant, you actually enjoy a full set of maintenance benefits. B is in charge of the East Coast. They're all fairies. Since the girl ignored you, you should take the initiative to talk to her. At that time, the top professional team will customize your meals, beauty and maintenance plans for you. Moreover, we have designated high-end beauty salons on the east and west coasts of the United States and Europe, some of which are self-built. These are only open to a very small number of women in our Westeros system. After Sophia finished speaking, Emily Joplin on the other side couldn't help but move slightly, but unfortunately it didn't attract any attention. Celia Miller was a little confused at first, and then she noticed a B in Sophia's words. It should be the B girl among the four most famous girls ABCD around Simon Westeros. This made Celia subconsciously alert, wondering if the woman in front of her was going to push her into some disputes. However, Sophia should not lie about this matter. Moreover, does she really have to take the initiative to ask? It's not that she is embarrassed or anything else. If it is really a benefit she deserves, she will definitely not be polite. She is just worried that something will go wrong. What's more, according to Sophia's description, this should be a very private circle. Celia actually noticed Emily's little movements opposite her, but she knew that if it was really based on a certain standard, the girl opposite her would not be qualified to enjoy these. Sophia noticed Celia's hesitation and said with a gentle smile, The club in Greenwich can help you with hot spring therapy. The club will airlift hot springs of different water quality from Europe every week. Although the effect is not as good as bathing in the local hot springs, it is far better than various spa projects configured manually. Hot spring water is airlifted from Europe every week just for bathing. This time Celia was really a little surprised. She was just wondering how the hot spring therapy Sophia mentioned could be realized. It seems that after all, this poor person lacks imagination. Celia is no longer surprised at this time why Sophia can maintain such an excellent physical condition. Secretly made up her mind, even if this is really a little trap, Celia plans to talk to Girl B as soon as possible. On the other side, Emily Joplin finally couldn't help but interrupt and said, Ms. Fessy, I want to ask, can I also enjoy these benefits? Sophia smiled and looked at Emily. She had a soft face, fair skin, Tall and slender figure, which basically belonged to the type of preference of a certain guy. Well, you can let Celia take you. The subtext of this answer is self-evident. Emily Joplin was a little disappointed, and then she secretly cheered up. As long as she could attract the attention of that man, this kind of trivial matter would definitely not be a problem. The three women were chatting, and Girl A appeared at the door of the living room. She looked around the room and said to Celia Miller, "Ms. Miller, the boss asked you to go over." Celia Miller heard this, smiled and nodded to Girl A, picked up the prepared materials, stood up, and noticed that Emily also followed her movements, and said, "Amy, you just wait here for me." Emily Joplin paused, watching Celia Miller follow Girl A out of the living room, and did not force to follow. After the two left, Sophia slowly finished her cup of coffee, got up from the sofa, and said, "I'm going to change my clothes and get ready for work. Amy, you can help yourself. There's still a lot of coffee left." Amy nodded from Joplin, and saw that she was the only one left in the living room. She pursed her thin lips slightly, and then subconsciously clenched her fists after a moment. "I'm only 24 years old. Huh. Even if it's a waste of time, can you outlast me?" In the study on the first floor of the villa, Celia Miller sat down on the sofa in the reception area and quickly got into work. Maybe Sophia Fessy was right, but Celia believed in her own judgment more. Her boss also attached great importance to women's abilities. If she was just a useless vase, no matter how exquisite she was, it would be difficult for him to get too interested. This judgment is not difficult to make just by looking at the fairies around him, who are more outstanding and more scheming than each other. The United Nations Secretariat handed us a document yesterday afternoon. At the meeting this morning, the United Nations will characterize our previous military operations as private humanitarian military peacekeeping operations. However, in exchange, the United Nations requires us to withdraw all troops from Rwanda immediately. From a purely legal perspective, the military operations of the Westeros mercenaries in Rwanda have violated too many basic provisions of the UN Charter. This official characterization is equivalent to the United Nations actively recognizing the legitimacy of the military operations of the Westeros mercenaries in Rwanda. Even though many major countries do not take the United Nations seriously, whether they can obtain a legal name is indeed completely different in nature. As long as the United Nations is affirmed, no country will pursue the actions of the Westeros mercenaries during this period in the future. Speaking of which, Simon does not mind withdrawing all troops from Rwanda immediately to obtain the recognition of the United Nations, because he does not intend to gain any benefits from a small country like Rwanda through this operation. However, not caring in his heart does not mean that Simon really wants to do so. The military actions of the Westeros mercenaries in the past have already caused a strong deterrent to most African countries. What Simon has to do next is to continue to deepen the influence of this deterrent through simple garrisons. He wants to tell the warlords and oligarchs in Africa not to forget what the consequences will be if they provoke the Westeros system. Thinking of this, Simon asked Celia, "What do you think we should do?" Through this period of time, Celia Miller can basically understand the mind of her young boss and said, "Since the United Nations is going to recognize the legitimacy of our actions, there is no reason for us to withdraw our troops from Africa immediately. After all, peacekeeping operations need to be continuous. However, we also need to make some concessions. South Africa's ZO company has a very bad reputation in Africa. We can withdraw this part of the troops first and only keep the Ukrainian mercenaries stationed in Rwanda. As for the deadline, I think 6 months is more appropriate. After 6 months, the political situation in Rwanda will be completely stabilized. We want to continue to keep the garrison without a legitimate reason. If we stay by force, it will cause a backlash from the whole of Africa." Celia's idea coincides with Simon's. After the big fanfare some time ago, the Westeros mercenaries need to make some concessions to provide a stepping stone for the United Nations, but they can never retreat all the way. One of the most important purposes of Simon's planning this action is to shock many African countries and show the presence of the Westeros system. If the Westeros system completely obeys the will of the United Nations and withdraws all Rwandan troops in a short period of time, then the strong deterrent effect caused by the series of overwhelming military operations of the Westeros mercenaries in the past period of time will be greatly reduced. After a little consideration, Simon nodded and said, "Very good, let's talk to the United Nations according to your idea." If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. we warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 641 Another Stupid Move, 2. The plan proposed by Celia Miller was carefully considered and was entirely based on the standpoint of the Westeros system. Simon's affirmative response made her very happy, which showed that although her young boss was strong, he was not arbitrary, and her future work would be much easier. Moreover, this also meant that she could gain more power. Thinking of this, Celia Miller quickly started the next topic. In addition, the representative of the new Rwandan government contacted me yesterday, hoping to obtain military assistance from the Westeros system. Their fundamental goal is our helicopter formation in Rwanda. Our 12 Mi-24 armed helicopters played a vital role in the entire Rwandan military operation. Celia looked up at Simon and got a signal from the man to directly express her opinion. It is definitely impossible to give them the helicopters. However, the weapons and equipment of the former government forces seized in the two wars in Rwanda can be handed over to the new government, but they cannot be given unconditionally. Simon, our garrison in Rwanda cannot last long, but we can rely on the advantages and bargaining chips we have now to cultivate our own power within the Rwandan government. In the two major military operations of Westeros mercenaries in Rwanda, all the weapons and equipment of 18,000 former government troops, including a large number of rifles, ammunition, rocket launchers, mortars, troop transport trucks, tanks, etc., were finally confiscated by Westeros mercenaries, including the second war jointly conducted with the Tutsi opposition. At that time, the Tutsi armed forces and the Ugandan government army, who were also stunned, did not dare to compete with Westeros mercenaries for the right to seize battlefield spoils. The assets accumulated by the Hutu regime for 20 years are just a pile of worthless rags for Simon, but in the eyes of African governments, it is a great military wealth. The new Tutsi regime may be envious of the latest Soviet-made equipment of Westeros mercenaries, especially the batch of Mi-24 armed helicopters, but Simon has no intention of helping them. The previous military operations of Westeros mercenaries were only to stop a racist massacre involving millions of people, but it does not mean that Simon has any good feelings for the new Tutsi regime. I remember that in 1996, a large number of African countries such as Uganda, Rwanda, the Democratic Republic of Congo, South Africa, Angola, Zimbabwe, Namibia, and Sudan were involved in the African World War. The cause was the attack of the then Mobutu government by the Congolese rebels supported by Rwanda, which eventually evolved into a melee that lasted for 8 years and affected most of Africa. It can be said that the African region is the most brutal modern war method, which fully interprets the most primitive and bloody struggle for power in human society. Behind the barbarism, there are many self-proclaimed civilized social forces who continue to fuel the competition for Africa's rich natural resources. The more Simon sees through these, the more he believes that human beings are destined to eventually go to the pessimistic prospect of self-destruction because of the selfishness and greed in their nature. Simon does not intend to change anything, nor does he think he can change. There are many great people in human history who have made similar efforts, and the best results they have achieved are just the starting point of another reincarnation. Therefore, all Simon can do is to bring his family and a group of people who are close to the Westeros family to the top of the pyramid of this world as much as possible. It is undeniable that when something happens, the people at the top of the pyramid always have the greatest chance of survival. Feeling that Celia is still waiting for his reply, Simon came back to his senses and shook his head and said, "Celia, if I want to train a dog, I will never let it develop the bad habit of obeying instructions only after the owner feeds it. I prefer the kind of pet that bows its head and listens obediently when it hears the owner's voice." For African countries, Simon thinks that it is most appropriate to describe them with a passage in his memory, fearing power but not virtue. For some special purposes, the Westeros system will expand in Africa next. This Rwanda military operation is an early deterrent to warn those African warlords and government oligarchs that those who follow me will prosper, and those who go against me should consider the consequences themselves. In short, the Westeros system will enter Africa as a conqueror, not a friendly helper. Simon's fundamental attitude is similar to the U.S. global expansion strategy. If you don't obey, you will not get a large amount of aid, but a fully armed aircraft carrier battle group. Facts have also proved that the U.S. aircraft carrier battle group is usually more effective than monetary aid. Celia Miller felt the undisguised contempt and indifference in Simon's tone, subconsciously avoided the man's burning gaze, gently flipped the documents on her knees to buffer a little, and then raised her head again. "So, boss, if nothing is given, we still have to make our own demands." Unconsciously, Celia changed the name of Simon that she had just quietly used back to boss. Simon seemed to be unaware of such small details and nodded, saying, "It only took the Tutsi opposition a week to gain control of Rwanda. This is already their biggest gain. Don't even think about getting more. For that batch of equipment, you should take the time to discuss with William McCraney and sell it to some neighboring countries at a high price. We don't want money, we just need to exchange for some mines and the like. Australia's Bigelow will also cooperate with you. For other African countries, this is also an opportunity to make friends with the Westeros system. I think those African government oligarchs who have a little brains will not refuse." William McCraney is the commander-in-chief of the Westeros mercenaries in Africa. He was a former lieutenant colonel in the Australian Navy. He is 43 years old this year. He has been the head of the Johnston family's private mercenary team for 10 years. In the past, he has been carrying out the security and navigation missions of the shipping business under the Johnston Holdings Group. He is the most reliable direct descendant of the Johnston family. Using the weapons of the former government army in exchange for mines in some African countries is completely in line with Simon's original African expansion strategy with the old man. After getting the mines, the first thing to do is to establish contact with African warlords or government oligarchs. Secondly, doing so also has the name of legitimate business. Furthermore, in order to maintain the security of these businesses in war-torn areas, the Westeros system needs to build a strong security team, and ultimately achieve the goal of cultivating the Westeros system's direct violence machine. The Westeros mercenaries stationed in Rwanda are too conspicuous in the eyes of many people, and they must be withdrawn within a certain period of time. Simon does not intend to poach the South African EO company, but he does not intend to give up the Ukrainian mercenaries who have been rebaptized by blood and fire. After strict reselection, these people will be restationed in Africa as the corporate security team of the Westeros system. Celia Miller felt something from Simon's arrangement. After thinking for a while, she said, "Although we have controlled the overall situation, there are still some Hutu opposition groups that continue to operate in Rwanda or flee to countries such as the Democratic Republic of the Congo. We can use the reason of stabilizing the hearts of the Rwandan Hutu people to support these people to make peace with the government, and then select some of our spokespersons as pawns to be placed in the Rwandan government departments." Simon agreed without much hesitation this time. At this stage, the Westeros mercenaries are at their peak in Africa, and the political situation in Rwanda is not completely stable. Even if the Tutsi opposition groups that have just gained control of the country are dissatisfied, they can only agree to it with a pinch of their noses. As for the Hutu forces that have just been beaten to a pulp by the Westeros mercenaries, they may also be dissatisfied, but in the choice between life and death, they are unlikely to refuse the active help of the Westeros system, otherwise, they will be completely destroyed. This strategy proposed by Celia Miller is not uncommon in Africa. Although many African countries are completely independent in name, they are still puppets of Western forces at heart. For example, the direct supporter of the Rwandan Tutsi opposition is the Ugandan government, and behind the Ugandan government are the two giants of Britain and the United States. With the end of the Cold War, the two major camps of the East and the West, which originally supported each other in Africa, no longer continued to make unnecessary financial investments for purely political layouts, but turned to pursue more practical economic interests. The supporters behind the scenes of African countries have gradually shifted from direct major governments to world-class corporate oligarchs coveting Africa's rich natural resources. In this case, what everyone is competing for is actually economic strength. In terms of economic strength, the rapidly rising Westeros system is not afraid to compete with any old giants. Celia Miller continued to discuss with Simon some issues that needed to be decided today, and half an hour passed unknowingly. Looking at the time, it was already 8:50. The UN meeting would start at 10 o'clock. The distance between Greenwich and Manhattan was more than 40 kilometers. 1 hour and 10 minutes was more than enough in theory. However, considering the traffic congestion that might be encountered in the morning, it was necessary to set off immediately to avoid being late. After rechecking her memo to make sure there were no omissions, Celia said, "Boss, that's about it. The UN meeting will start at 10 o'clock. I think I have to set off as soon as possible." Simon nodded, then shook his head and said, "Don't worry, we'll go together later. I'll go to Manhattan too." Since the man in front of her said there was no hurry, Celia did not raise any objections. Anyway, if she was really late, it would be her boss's fault. Celia even wondered if the man in front of her deliberately wanted her to be late. Simon had no such thoughts, and just said, "There is one more thing. You will be responsible for the compensation for the deaths and injuries of Ukrainian mercenaries, as well as some subsequent arrangements. Also, Westeros will set up special private military companies in the United States, Australia and Ukraine. Dan Rubier and Martin Stillman will be in charge of the United States. This is originally a man's job. However, you know, I am not used to using men as assistants. Some future contacts will also be handed over to you." Celia Miller concealed her inner excitement and nodded quickly. She knew about the private military company. Dan Rubier and Martin Stillman were still affiliated with Simon's Military Affairs Assistant Office at this time. The two talked to her about this matter. Celia originally thought that this matter had nothing to do with her, but unexpectedly, there were 3 companies at once, and she could play a very important role in them. Thinking of this, Celia remembered an idea she had had before and said, "In this case, Simon, the assistant office may not have enough staff and will need additional recruitment. Moreover, if someone is not suitable for this job, they need to be eliminated immediately." Simon smiled and nodded, "All these things are left to you, but if something goes wrong, I will only find you." Celia wanted to make a promise, but after a pause she gave up. The man in front of her was obviously not a guy who liked others to make promises in front of him, so she took the initiative to find a topic and asked, "Boss, you set up 3 private military companies at one time. Do you plan to accept government military outsourcing orders in the future?" Simon asked back, "What do you think?" Celia said, "I don't think the boss wants to, but striving for military outsourcing orders at the government level can provide us with reasonable and legal opportunities for actual combat training. Even the most elite soldiers will slowly decline in combat effectiveness if they do not frequently undergo actual combat training." Simon did not want to participate in the official military outsourcing business, but only planned to cultivate a military force that was completely privately owned by the Westeros system. After hearing what Celia said, he also reacted and nodded, "It's a good suggestion. I will seriously consider it." Celia knew that Simon had actually made a decision. After hesitating for a while, she said, "Boss, my husband has tried me in recent days. Although his father has just retired, he still has some connections. If the two sides can cooperate, we can establish contact with the federal military system as soon as possible, and the Miller family can also continue its influence. This is a win-win opportunity. Since he decided to strive for government military outsourcing orders, he must deal with the military. Simon probably knows the situation of the Miller family. It has been a military family since World War I. It's a pity that the successor of the latest generation, Philip Miller, is too disappointing. Otherwise, the Miller family will be a mountain that cannot be underestimated by the federal military. Private military companies in the United States are either directly supported and established by the military, or they invite a large number of retired military senior officials to serve as consultants. For Simon, the Miller family is indeed a breakthrough to enter the federal military system. The family's connections are still there, which can provide sufficient support for the Westeros system. On the other hand, the lack of successors can also prevent the Miller family from becoming the host to the greatest extent. With Philip Miller's ability, once Michael Miller, who once served as Vice Admiral of the Navy, dies, the Miller family is destined to become a vassal of the Westeros system. After thinking for a moment, Simon nodded again in Celia's slightly uneasy eyes. "Okay." Celia Miller quietly breathed a sigh of relief. If possible, she would never want to make this recommendation. Since the Miller family forced her to give up her career in order to keep Philip Miller's position in the Ministry of Defense last year, she and her husband's family have almost torn their faces openly. However, as a mother, she can't ignore her 9-year-old son after all. The little guy is now taken care of by his grandparents. Michael Miller has high hopes for the family's only grandson. Because he is worried that the child will be taken away, he is even worried of her as a mother. But, as a mother, how can she not expect her child to have a better future? Celia Miller knew that even though the family had fallen into decline, the resources and connections of the Miller family were not comparable to those of an ordinary woman like her who came from a grassroots official family in Washington. Therefore, even though she had already thought of divorcing Philip Miller, She had never thought of fighting for the custody of her child. After settling the matter, the two continued to chat about some topics. At around 9:10, a roar came from outside the villa. Simon heard the sound and stood up and said, "Let's go, the helicopter is here." Celia Miller then understood why Simon had not been in a hurry. Following the man to the outdoors, two large bright black helicopters had already landed on the lawn of the manor. Celia recognized that this was the civilian version of the Sikorsky Black Hawk series. During this period, Simon had ordered 4 helicopters from Sikorsky that were based on the specifications of the Marine One. However, before that, as a temporary means of transportation, the Westeros family rented 4 ordinary Black Hawk civilian versions. Although it was a civilian version, the safety of the Black Hawk was far superior to that of other brands of helicopters, which was also the point that Simon valued most. There were 2 Black Hawk helicopters. Simon took a girl, Sophia, Celia and Emily Joplin in one, and Simon's bodyguard team took the other. The helicopter took off from the manor in Greenwich, Connecticut, and landed on the East River tarmac in Manhattan, only a few hundred meters away from the United Nations headquarters, in just over 10 minutes. Chapter 642, Another Stupid Move, 3. In the suburbs of Greenwich, the Hearst family's mansion. It was a little after 8 o'clock in the evening. William Hearst III had a quick dinner with his family and came to the study, followed by his personal assistant Roger Halls. Nike informed us this afternoon that they plan to cancel all advertising cooperation with Hearst Group in the second half of the year. Roger Halls carefully observed William II's expression, reported another bad news, and explained the reason. BlackRock Asset Management, a subsidiary of Cersei Capital, recently increased its stake in Nike to 5.6% and obtained a seat on Nike's board of directors. In addition, Nike is also in contact with the Grid portal, intending to further expand its internet advertising efforts. As Roger Halls was speaking, William Hearst III suddenly exploded and swept the coffee cup on the desk to the ground with a clatter, and stared at Roger fiercely. "Can't you give me some good news?" During this period, not only was the Westeros system completely banned, but many other advertisers of the Hearst Group also canceled their cooperation for various reasons. Regardless of whether this situation will continue to deteriorate, from now on, the revenue of Hearst Group in 1994 may show a serious negative growth of more than 20%. The cessation of revenue growth of a company means decline. The domino effect of a series of corporate layoffs, insolvency, business contraction, etc., brought about by a negative growth of up to 20% is enough to make a large company go bankrupt in just a few years. The only thing William Hearst III is thankful for now is that Hearst Group is not a listed company. Otherwise, the stock price of Hearst Group may have fallen by more than half during this period. Even so, an article in the Wall Street Journal last week pointed out that due to a series of recent turmoil, the total wealth of the Hearst family at this stage may only be about $1.5 billion, a reduction of up to $1 billion. The spokesman of Hearst Group immediately refuted that the Wall Street Journal was sensationalizing, but William Hearst III, who was in the game, understood that even if the judgment of the Wall Street Journal was slightly exaggerated, it was not much different. The main assets of the Hearst family at this stage are still a series of paper media such as newspapers and magazines, and television assets account for only a small part. In fact, only 30% of the income of print media comes from the sales of newspapers and magazines themselves, and the other 70% is advertising. Because the Westeros system and more other advertisers have stopped cooperating, the sharp decline in newspaper and magazine income will form a series of negative effects, and the final result is a sharp depreciation of the print media itself, and even bankruptcy. Roger Halls called the maid to clean up the coffee cup that William III broke. Looking at his boss, who was still angry, he couldn't help but have a slightly absurd idea in his mind. Good news? There's indeed. Citizen Kane, which was re-released in North American theaters with great fanfare last week, has achieved a box office of $17.36 million with only 1,271 screens. The first week average of more than $13,000 has surpassed many new films in this unpopular period. At the end of April, it is estimated that the total box office of the film in North America may reach $60 million. Therefore, it can be seen that the Hearst family is still famous in the United States. After the sudden outburst, William Hearst III quickly calmed down. He still had to face what he had to face. The most important thing now was how to get out of the current predicament. There was obviously no hope for reconciliation. During his trip to Washington a few days ago, William III even asked the White House to help him speak for him, but it was still in vain. William III even doubted whether Clinton had helped to make the call after he agreed. You know, after Clinton came to power, the media under the Hearst Group were also not polite to this politician who unexpectedly ascended to the presidency due to various circumstances. Clinton was recently mired in the quagmire of the Paula Jones sexual assault case. Even though everyone understood that this was a trick created by the Republican Party for this year's midterm elections, such a hot news hotspot, the media under the Hearst Group did not follow suit and fueled the flames. In short, the traditional paper media has not given the president much affirmation since he took office for more than a year. From the travel scandal, the military homosexuality controversy, the hairdressing scandal, etc. to the recent Paula Jones sexual assault case, the traditional media basically stood on the side of the president. It is not difficult to imagine that the White House cannot have a very good impression of traditional paper media. If it were in the past, everyone would have ridiculed the president. After all, the paper media is permanent but the White House is changing, and the president is used to ridicule. However, many people did not expect that this time they encountered another major change in the media industry, and unlike the television and newspapers in the past, which could coexist, this time, the surging internet has a trend of completely replacing traditional paper media. It just so happens that the emerging internet media is on the side of the White House. So, on one side is the traditional paper media that has been scolding itself for more than a year, and on the other side is the emerging internet media that firmly stands on its position. It goes without saying which side the White House will stand on. What is even more unignorable is that the Egret portal, which almost monopolizes the internet interface, has accumulated a total user scale of hundreds of millions worldwide in just a few years, and its comprehensive influence is no less than any old media group. Washington is of course wary of this, but if this powerful media influence is directed at a certain person with all its strength, the impact will definitely be devastating. As the head of an old media group, no one can understand this better than William Hearst III. As a result, during his last trip to Washington, William Hearst III tried to contact some politicians to suppress the further expansion of the Westeros system, and received a lot of responses, such as those congressional candidates who had been criticizing the Westeros system since March. However, there were very few who were willing to take the lead and make substantive actions, and they could not pose a threat to the Westeros system at all. As for the Hearst Group, William II couldn't help but think of the United Nations General Assembly broadcast live on TV this morning, when Simon Westeros' beautiful female spokesperson faced the sudden attack of some national representatives and fought with the scholars without giving in. Because of the recent Rwandan racist genocide, coupled with the Westeros system's instigation, almost all of the public's attention has been attracted to Africa. As a result, the suppression of the Hearst Group has not been alleviated at all. The ban is still there, the lawsuit is still there, and the performance is still declining, but not many people are paying attention to this matter, which is completely to make the Hearst Group bleed to death in silence. Thinking of this, William Hearst III suddenly had an idea. That's right. The first thing to do is to draw public attention back from those messes in Africa. Only by regaining enough public attention can the Hearst Group manipulate public opinion again, and then attract the attention of other companies in the same industry and federal government regulators to intervene to stop Simon Westeros's misdeeds. After thinking for a moment, William III looked up and asked Roger Halls, "What was the name of the maid next to Westeros that we bribed?" Roger Halls said, "Doris Fitch." "That's her." William III nodded and asked, "Have we had any contact with her recently?" Roger Halls shook his head. Ever since Doris Fitch encountered a $12 million claim lawsuit from the Westeros family, the other party has been completely abandoned. The Hearst family does not have the habit of spending huge sums of money to sue others like Simon Westeros, and as for the other party's fate, it is not within the consideration of the Hearst family. William Hearst III sorted out his thoughts for a moment and said, "Well, you contact her now and find her as soon as possible to convince her to deliberately commit suicide. We need an explosive news hotspot to attract the public's attention again." Roger Halls heard this and paused, then asked, "Sir, how do we do it specifically?" William III looked at his assistant and said, "A poor young girl was forced to commit suicide because of Simon Westeros' malicious lawsuit. Such explosive news is enough to make Westeros be criticized by thousands of people, and we can also regain the initiative in public opinion. Roger Halls fully understood William I's intentions, but did not agree immediately, still looking at his boss. William I also understood Roger Hall's thoughts, and was even more aware that his assistant understood his deeper intentions. The public response caused by attempted suicide and real suicide is completely different. The former may only become a farce, while the latter can truly cause a strong response from a large number of people. What William I really needs is the latter. The two men had a brief standoff, and William I took the initiative to say, "It's best to use sleeping pills. You go and watch them in person, and send them to the hospital as late as possible." After his boss spoke clearly, Roger Halls finally nodded, "I'll arrange it as soon as possible." In a villa a few hundred meters away from the Hearst mansion, two agents from the Westeros family intelligence team who were guarding the surveillance screen listened to the entire conversation between William I and his assistant. The two just looked at each other, and one of them picked up his phone and dialed a number. "Boss, you may need to come here in person." After a brief chat, Chris Wendon hung up the phone, took out a cigarette and lit it, and continued to look at the monitor screen and said to his companion Terry Scars, "The minds of these big shots are much darker than ours." Terry Scars, who had an ordinary appearance and a slightly thin figure, nodded in agreement as if nothing had happened, and looked at the surveillance screen with his partner, but there was a bit of uncertainty in his eyes. Martin Dinham soon arrived with his assistant. After watching the video clip himself, Martin Dinham called Simon directly, introduced what happened just now, and arranged a meeting time for tomorrow. After hanging up the phone, Martin Dinham took out a key to open the special monitoring host box with 2 layers of security. When entering the second layer password, Chris Wendon and Terry Scales turned around tactfully, but Chris Lamont, the assistant who came with Dinham, did not avoid it. The team responsible for monitoring often comes into contact with a lot of sensitive information. Therefore, just like the bank system with strict security, in order to avoid the agents who come into contact with certain special information from having strange thoughts, the team has a very strict operating procedure. At least 2 agents are responsible for monitoring at the same time. The most important thing is that only the person in charge like Martin Dinham can handle the most direct audio and video evidence, and there will also be an assistant to assist in the operation process. If the information is useless, it will be completely destroyed afterwards. As for the useful information, it will be selected and saved by the person in charge and the assistant together, and it will be ensured that there will be no backup. Although the agent in charge of monitoring is an insider, he cannot have any substantial evidence, so some hidden dangers can be minimized. Martin Dinham took out a hard drive containing the conversation between William I and his assistant, replaced it with a new hard drive, locked the main chassis again, and finally gave instructions to Chris Wendon and the other 2. Dinham left in a hurry with his assistant. Chris Wendon and Terry Scales continued their work until 12 o'clock in the middle of the night, when the agents on duty arrived and the 2 were able to rest. In a bedroom of the monitoring villa, it was already past 1 in the morning, but Terry Scales, who was lying on the bed in his clothes, was not sleepy at all. The agent was holding a pocket recorder in his hand and wearing headphones. The recorder repeatedly played the conversation between William I and his assistant. The sound in the headphones was not loud, but it was very clear. The agents in charge of monitoring worked in groups of 2 and worked for 6 hours each time. Therefore, even the agents on duty in front of the monitoring screen were not completely insiders. This was also a deliberate preventive measure. This conversation in Terry Scales' hand is the most valuable record since he started his duty. Terry Scales, who was also an intelligence agent of the Australian National Security Department, was initially satisfied with the treatment given by his boss. However, as time went on, Terry Scales became more and more aware that many of the work he was doing, if a little operation was done, would definitely allow him to get unexpected huge returns. For example, this time, Terry Scales could fully imagine that William I would carry out one of his plans after being caught by the Westeros system, which would likely bring devastating results to the Hearst family. Deliberately inducing a person to commit suicide and then watching the other person die is actually murder. Once the matter is exposed, not only will William I be imprisoned, but such a scandal will definitely further destroy the entire Hearst group. So, for a piece of intelligence that can save the Hearst family from destruction, how much should I quote? $5 million US? Of course not enough. After all, the treatment that his boss gave to these core agents, including annual salary, benefits, pension plans, and even various generous treatments covering the families of these agents, was worth millions of dollars. If it was only $5 million, it would not be worth the loss. At least $10 million. Thinking of this, Terry Scars hesitated again. Even if he could really get $10 million for this recording, would he be able to spend it next? He knew very well what kind of person his boss was. Although there was no evidence, many things that happened during this period, several bloody massacres, the tragic explosion of Woodfield Manor, and who is the mastermind behind the scenes were well known to everyone, not to mention that the young man used his private army to overthrow a country in Africa in just 1 week. Such a cold and bloody guy in his bones, if he knew about his betrayal, there was no way he would let him go. Even his family. All the core agents of the Westeros family intelligence team have one characteristic: they all have a perfect family behind them. At least a perfect family on the surface. Terry Scales' wife and 2 children live in Melbourne, and under the arrangement of the Westeros system, in addition to his generous personal salary, his family also enjoys the top medical and education benefits. Both children are studying in the top private schools in Australia. However, because of long-term work outside, although they even have up to 6 months of time to accompany their family every year when there is no special mission, Terry Scales is still dissatisfied with his family, marriage and personal status. Especially after seeing the luxurious life of those at the top of the social pyramid. Unconsciously, Terry Scales has outlined his future. Counting the recordings in his hands, plus some other intelligence, or at most being a double agent for a while, at least $10 million US. After getting it, he can completely change his appearance through plastic surgery, change a new identity, and then go to an island country in the Caribbean where there are many tourists and beautiful women, and start to enjoy his colorful retirement life. Instead of now, he is like a mouse that hides in the dark in the middle of the night, running around for a big man. As for his family, unless Simon Westeros wanted to chill the hearts of all the agents working for him, he probably wouldn't do anything to them. Chapter 643, The Betrayer. Terry Scales was well aware of the timeliness of the chips in his hand. Once William Hearst III's plan began to be implemented, everything would be irreversible, and he had to get in touch with the other party before this time point. The next day was Saturday, the last day of April. After changing shifts, Terry Scales invited his partner Chris Wendon to go to Manhattan to buy some gifts for his family. Of course, he wanted to travel alone, but during the mission, single-person action was not allowed. The Westeros family intelligence team was more demanding than professional national intelligence departments in many ways, and even undisguisedly inhumane. The two drove to Manhattan and strolled around some well-known shopping malls for a few hours. Until near noon, Terry Scales finally found an opportunity. At a sparsely populated street corner in Hell's Kitchen in Midtown, while his partner went to the Starbucks on the street to borrow the toilet, Scales quickly walked to a public phone on the street, inserted a coin, and dialed. This is the phone number of a senior executive of the Hearst Group who has a good personal relationship with William III and whose personal position is not very conspicuous. The number comes from the information collected by the intelligence team before. Terry Scales confirmed that the executive was not within the monitoring range of the Westeros family intelligence team, and he could contact William III directly through him at the fastest speed. The microphone sounded a beeping prompt, and Terry Scales felt his heartbeat speed up inexplicably, and even had a sense of panic inexplicably. Professional agents hiding in the dark often have a very keen sixth sense, and Terry Scales is the same. Therefore, he quickly judged that this sense of panic did not come from his betrayal of the Westeros family, but from danger. The agent subconsciously looked behind him, and his eyes suddenly widened. At some point, 2 white men in ordinary clothes had approached, and found that Terry Scales turned around, and the 2 suddenly accelerated and rushed forward. One of them skillfully restrained Scales, and the other stabbed him in the neck with a syringe in his hand. On the street, a black van drove over and the door was opened from the inside. The 2 carried the unconscious Terry Scales into the car quickly, and the van left without stopping. At the street entrance, a young couple who were shopping on the weekend saw all this. The girl subconsciously took the boy's arm, and the boy also did not hesitate to put his arm around his girlfriend's waist. The 2 turned around together and pretended not to see anything and walked in the opposite direction. Near the telephone booth, the middle-aged owner of the thrift store suddenly felt that it was not suitable for business today. He turned over the open sign, locked the door, and walked calmly to his private residence behind the store. On the residential building across the street, the young man who was originally working out picked up the phone and dialed 911. He stared at the black Ford van that was moving away quickly on the street and reported the license plate number to the police on the opposite side. On the other side of the street, the van turned, accelerated, turned around several streets, and then went into an alley. A rolling door on the side of the alley opened, and the van drove in. The group came out again and had changed into a white Chevrolet SUV on the other side of the street. Several police cars routinely circled around the area, but could not find any trace of the black van. Naturally, they regarded the warning as another common false alarm. In the telephone booth used by Terry Scales, after the van disappeared, a middle-aged man picked up the hanging receiver and listened. There was a busy tone on the other side. He hung up and walked to a nearby bench to sit down. He took out a cigarette with some disappointment, hesitated, and put it back. Chris Wyndon walked out of the Starbucks on the street with 2 cups of coffee, sat down next to the middle-aged man, handed him a cup, was silent for a moment, and asked, "Boss, what will happen to Terry?" Martin Denham had no intention of drinking coffee, so he put it aside and said, if he didn't make the call just now, he was just expelled. Chris Wyndon paused, didn't ask any more questions, and said, "What about his family?" Martin Denham said, "We found out more about it ourselves. Terry's family, as long as they can forget about him, nothing will happen. After things here are over, I will go back to Melbourne and talk to them in person. Terry will die in the line of duty, and part of everyone's annual salary will be deducted to make up $1 million to give them as a pension." Martin Denham said, turned his head and glanced at Chris Wyndon, and said, "The boss said, this is only the once, so I don't want you to have any problems again, because next time, it won't be so simple." Chris Wyndon took a sip of coffee and shook his head. "I don't understand why Terry did this. We all have generous salaries and the best security, and our children are studying in private schools that only the upper class can enter. Why does he want to destroy all this?" Martin Denham said, "In fact, there is something better. In the future, our children will become the most core Westerosians. They will receive the top priority training and promotion in the Westeros system and become the true aristocracy that controls the political, economic, and cultural trends of this era." Westerosian, although it was the first time Chris Wyndon heard this word, he immediately understood what it meant. Looking at Martin Denham with surprise and a little excitement, Chris Wyndon confirmed, "Westerosian, is this the boss's promise?" Martin Denham nodded and said, "Of course, haven't you noticed? The boss is already making many similar arrangements. The Westeros system has developed into a business empire that can compete with the strength of many countries. Such a huge economic system must require a large number of direct descendants to control it together. Our children, as long as they are not too mediocre in the future, will get the highest priority opportunities for appointment in the Westeros system because of us." Chris Wyndon understood the subtext of Martin's decision not to continue. All of this is based on the premise that they must be loyal enough to the Westeros system. After a moment, Chris Wyndon said, "I wonder if Terry will regret it." Martin Denham did not answer, but said, "The boss just told me to tell everyone that I have already talked to you. Finally, there is one more thing. If one day you feel that you can't stand this job, you can apply for retirement at any time. The Westeros system will arrange another legitimate job for you, and the children's upward channels will not be cut off. The only thing you don't do is betray." Chris Wyndon nodded solemnly. Martin Denham looked up at the noon sky, stood up and said, "Let's go. There are still many things to do today." Chris Wyndon stood up and walked with Martin Denham to a car on the street. When getting in the car, he took a last look at the telephone booth and sighed. If Terry Scars had not been completely confused with his professional agent's qualities, he should have been able to easily find the abnormality, such as why he chose such a deserted street to use the toilet at the roadside Starbucks when there were so many opportunities when he was shopping in the mall just now. A phone call that was made but never followed up did not change the course of some things. When a traitor of the Westeros family intelligence team quietly disappeared from this world, William Hearst II's assistant Roger Halls reapproached Doris Fitch, the former maid of the Westeros family who has almost collapsed by the Westeros family's $12 million lawsuit. After hearing Roger Hall's plan to use the bitter flesh trip to gain public sympathy, Doris Fitch, who was desperate, decisively agreed. Because she had never expected Roger Hall's other intention, Doris Fitch only invited her lawyer to look after her, and swallowed a whole bottle of sleeping pills around 8 o'clock on Saturday night. Then, The ambulance arrived late. Some people don't know that all of this was captured by the secret cameras installed by the Westeros family intelligence team. The next day, many mainstream newspapers under the Hearst family rushed to report the news that Doris Fitch, the former maid of the Westeros family, was forced to commit suicide because of the malicious lawsuit of the Westeros family. The public always tends to sympathize with the weak. Not only that, Sunday happened to be May 1st, International Labor Day. Although Labor Day in the United States is the first Monday of September every year, and International Labor Day is not a federal statutory holiday, on this day, domestic labor unions in the United States still organized some activities. Under the instigation of the media under the Hearst Group, many union members from all over the United States directly blocked the headquarters of many subsidiaries of the Westeros system that day, condemning Simon Westeros's ruthlessness. Some people even petitioned the federal authorities to investigate Simon Westeros for murder because they did not believe that Doris Fetcher committed suicide, and there must be some unspeakable secrets. The sudden public opinion storm did indeed divert the public's attention from the racist genocide in Rwanda, just as William I wished. When the Hearst Group was planning to launch a wider range of public opinion offensive to force the Westeros system to abandon the comprehensive ban and lawsuit bombardment against the Hearst family, on the morning of Monday, May 2nd, along with many articles from the Hearst Group's media, the Egret portal suddenly posted a headline news with a simple title, "The So-Called Truth About Citizen Kane." The core of the news content was only a video of William Hearst III instructing his assistant Roger Halls to arrange Doris Fitch's suicide. At the end of the article, a classic line from the rescreening of Citizen Kane was modified, "You create death, and I am responsible for fooling the public." The sudden exposure of the truth caused 1,000 waves. Not only that, the Egret portal also released another video of William Hearst III planning to use the closure of 3 newspapers to put pressure on the Westeros system by making a large number of workers unemployed. The 2 videos are like 2 public opinion nuclear bombs. The public, realizing that they had been fooled, immediately pointed the finger at the Hearst family. At noon that day, the Hearst Group headquarters building in Manhattan was surrounded by thousands of people. Because it involved murder and had a very bad public impact, the FBI responded quickly and arrested William Hearst III and his assistant Roger Halls on Monday afternoon. Subsequently, William Hearst III was released after paying a huge bail of $10 million. Unexpectedly, he boarded a plane and fled to Europe. The news broke out, once again triggering public anger. Some media that had doubts about the matter were completely unable to mention the other party after William II fled. If the Hearst Group can still survive in the face of the comprehensive ban and lawsuit bombardment of the Westeros system, such a huge scandal that tried to use murder to manipulate public opinion directly pushed the Hearst Group into the abyss. In the following days, many advertisers who had not been affected by the Westeros system announced the termination of various cooperation with the old media giant in order to draw a line with the Hearst Group as soon as possible. Under the guidance of those who are interested, the American public has set off a wave of unsubscribing newspapers and magazines under the Hearst Group. At the same time as the FBI officially launched the investigation into the murder of Doris Fetcher, the FCC, Federal Communications Commission, also launched an investigation into the Hearst Group's suspected creation of false news to mislead public opinion. More than 1,100 employees of the 3 newspapers that were closed in April, with the support of major newspaper industry unions in the United States, also filed a class action lawsuit against the Hearst Group, demanding huge compensation. The storm is dark, and the building will fall. Starting from William Randolph Hearst, the Hearst family has now been passed down for 4 generations, but William Randolph Hearst has 6 children, and William Hearst III has more than a dozen direct descendants in his generation. The Hearst family had already experienced internal fighting when it was targeted by the Westeros system, and several other family members once asked William Hearst III to give up control of the family business. Now, William Hearst III has fled to Europe, and the control of the Hearst Group has become a hot potato. After careful consideration, the family finally put the burden on Randolph Hearst, who is already 79 years old. He is the 4th of William Randolph Hearst's 6 children and the only one alive in the 2nd generation of Hearst. Over the years, Randolph Hearst, who has been enjoying a life of luxury, has no idea how to manage the company because he cannot get involved in the control of the family industry. Now, the murder scandal, 6 huge lawsuits totaling $370 million, family strife, class action lawsuits initiated by workers supported by the union, the strong ban of the Westeros system, and the public's one-sided cancellation of newspapers and magazines under the Hearst Group. The messy situation is not something that Randolph Hearst, who is already in his twilight years, can handle. However, after some discussion, the Hearst family still accurately grasped the key to the matter. Simon Westeros. The only way for the Hearst family to fight for a glimmer of hope in this chaos is to reconcile with Simon Westeros. So, on May 5th, Randolph Hearst personally flew from New York to Los Angeles, hoping to meet with Simon. In order to ease the relationship with Westeros as much as possible, Randolph Hearst also brought his daughter Patty Hearst and granddaughter Lydia Hearst. It is said that Simon Westeros likes Lydia very much and invited a little girl to participate in the movie under Daenerys' entertainment. Although, during the discussion of this matter, some people in the family hinted that Westeros is more likely to be interested in Patty Hearst, but now there is no time to care so much. After asking some connections for introductions, Simon Westeros did not respond until May 7th, but only invited Patty Hearst and Lydia Hearst to have lunch together at Daenerys Studios at noon, completely ignoring Randolph Hearst's intentions. Finally, he did not get a cold shoulder, which was a good thing. Randolph Hearst personally explained to his daughter, and at noon on time, he sent the mother and daughter to Daenerys Studios together. Chapter 644 $1. Simon did not want the news of his contact with the Hearst family to leak out, so the lunch was not arranged in the high-rise restaurant inside the studio, but in a lounge in the No. 1 office building in the administrative district. The lunch was scheduled at 12 o'clock. Patty Hearst and Lydia Hearst arrived early at 11:30. Simon did not let the mother and daughter wait too long and arrived 5 minutes early. Patty Hearst was obviously dressed up carefully, wearing a black short-sleeved long dress that showed her figure. This year, the woman, who is exactly 40 years old, has lived in a wealthy family since she was a child. Except for the accident that year, she has not experienced any more years of life. Both her appearance and figure are completely at the level of a young woman in her 30s. During the handshake and greeting, she felt the aggressive eyes of the man in front of her looking at her without concealing her. Patty Hearst did not have much hatred for this young man who had suppressed her family to the brink of collapse. Instead, she couldn't help but take a breath gently while the man's powerful big hand was holding her. Her heartbeat quietly accelerated a few points, and she dared not look at the other person. When the man let go of her right hand, Patty Hearst even felt a little lost. Simon simply greeted Patty Hearst and turned to the slim girl next to the woman. "Hi, Lil, remember me?" Except for her height increase, Lydia Hearst still gave Simon the same feeling as the little witch he first saw at the birthday party of Sophia's daughter Gemma Fessy, with a petite face, short lips, and a pair of talking green eyes. Lydia Hearst was not as restrained as her mother in front of Simon. When she saw the man talking to her, she completely ignored the instructions of her mother and grandfather, nodded her little head, and suddenly asked with a questioning look, "Simon, do you want our family to be finished?" Simon was a little surprised to hear the little girl use the word finished, but nodded with a smile. "The key is, first of all, your family wants to finish me first." Lydia pursed her mouth, and her short lips began to lengthen, with a tendency to turn into a little witch. The look she gave Simon was full of undisguised condemnation, as if you were a big villain. Patty Hearst didn't expect her daughter to offend Westeros just after they met. She was stunned for a moment before she reacted and said quickly, "Mr. Westeros, I didn't mean it, don't mind it." Simon smiled and looked at the little girl. "Lil, did you do it on purpose?" The little girl completely ignored her mother's hint and nodded, "Yes." Patty Hearst pulled her daughter angrily and scolded, "Did I apologize to Mr. Westeros quickly?" Lydia felt her mother's almost unprecedented harsh words, and immediately showed a strong expression of grievance. She looked like she was about to cry, but she stubbornly refused to apologize to Simon. Simon didn't want to argue with the little girl. He just shrugged, raised his hand and made a gesture of invitation, and said, "Sit down." The three sat down at the dining table, and Girl A personally pushed a dining cart in and brought several dishes to the table. Simon noticed Patty Hearst's curious look when she smelled the food in the air, and explained with a smile, "We're having Chinese food today. As a kind of employee benefit that is constantly increasing, Daenerys Studios and Universal Studios in Burbank have upgraded their restaurants, added dishes from different countries, and specially invited several top chefs to be the chefs." The chef of the Chinese restaurant in Daenerys Studios was hired by Simon from across the ocean, so he can make very authentic Chinese food. In fact, it is also Simon's selfish desire. The reason why Simon has not cared much about food for so many years is that as an Oriental person in his bones, he has not been able to fully adapt to the Western food system. Of course, not everyone can enjoy these benefits. Simon's insistence on originality for employees in the Westeros system has never changed. I will give you as much as you pay. Similarly, in the Westeros system, a person's position determines the treatment he or she enjoys. Therefore, ordinary employees can only enjoy ordinary dishes cooked in batches in the employee restaurant. In addition, the catering subsidies given by the group are different according to the level. Higher-level management can also use separate high-level restaurants. Going up, the core executives of the group can customize their favorite dishes from the restaurant chef. On the other hand, the medical, education and other benefits that will be upgraded in the Westeros system will also be clearly divided into levels. Simon will not hide this too much. He is deliberately creating a clear-cut unfairness. If someone can't stand this kind of injustice, he or she can either work hard to climb up or leave the Westeros system to find the fairness he or she wants. Through the continuous improvement of this hierarchical system for many years to come, Simon's ultimate goal is to create a pyramid-shaped Westerosian system that is independent of the current social system and has a stable structure. At the dining table in the lounge, it was a very authentic Chinese meal, with 3 dishes and 1 soup. The Westerners were familiar with kung pao chicken, a crispy roast duck, a tomato beef, and finally a simple vegetable soup. The soup had been divided into 3 portions. Girl A finally put down 3 trays of steamed buns and quietly left. Simon waited for Girl A to leave, and asked the still-cheeked girl opposite with a smile, "Lil, can you use chopsticks?" Lydia was very dissatisfied with a guy calling her Lil in a familiar way. But after her mother got angry with her just now, the little girl didn't dare to be presumptuous again. Seeing the man opposite skillfully pick up a pair of chopsticks, the little girl followed suit as if to compete, but the 2 small sticks in her hands would not obey her anyway. Noticing that her mother also picked up the chopsticks in a similar way, Lydia became even angrier, put down the chopsticks in frustration, and glared at the 2 adults angrily, intending to go on a hunger strike in protest. Paddy Hearst thought that Simon Westeros must like his daughter's spirited appearance very much, so he simply stopped controlling her and ate his food with his head down, as if he didn't hear his daughter's anger. Simon felt a little girl's cat-like stare, smiled, put down his chopsticks and picked up the knife and fork, and said, "Okay, the 2 of us use the knife and fork, and let your mother use those 2 weird things." Lydia then picked up the knife and fork, carefully tasted a few bites of the food on the plate, and then said bluntly, "It's weird, not delicious at all." Simon seemed very patient. "You can try the steamed buns." Although the taste was contrary to the previous meals, it was definitely not bad. It was just that after hearing Simon's suggestion, the little girl could instinctively develop a rebellious mentality, deliberately not touching the steamed buns, and continued to deal with the food in front of her, occasionally looking up and making an expression to Simon that she didn't like it at all. It was only half an hour later, when the meal was over, the little girl had unconsciously wiped out the food on the plate, and finally even the 3 beef steamed buns in the steamer were not spared. Simon summoned Lady A to come in and clean up the dishes, and said to the little girl with a look of unsatisfied face, "If you want to eat Chinese food in the future, you can come to Los Angeles." Lydia said contemptuously, "Mr. Westeros, our family is also very rich, and we can afford it ourselves." Simon nodded and said casually, "It seems that in order to let Lyre come to Los Angeles often in the future, I can only try my best to make you unable to afford Chinese food." When Paddy Hearst heard the man's words, her heart tightened. The 10-year-old girl was certainly not completely ignorant of the world. Seeing Simon say this, she immediately looked over angrily. Simon had already stood up and said, "Let's go, let's talk in my office." The mother and daughter had to get up and went outside the lounge. Simon motioned Lady A to take care of Lydia for a while, and just took Paddy Hearst into his office. About 20 minutes later, Paddy Hearst walked out of the man's office and left with her daughter. She got on the family car directly downstairs of the office building. When the car drove out of the studio, Lydia asked her mother abruptly, "Mom, did you sleep with Simon Westeros?" Paddy Hearst came back from her trance and glared at her daughter. "Who taught you this?" Lydia pouted, but looked her mother up and down and said, "So, is our family's trouble over?" Paddy Hearst raised her voice with a slight tremor in her tone and said to her daughter, "Don't ask these messy questions anymore, or I'll send you to boarding school." Lydia pouted disapprovingly, "If Mom couldn't handle that guy, I might not even be able to afford boarding school in the future." Patty Hearst fell silent immediately. She couldn't help but recall the situation in the man's office just now. The two entered the office, and Simon Westeros just motioned her to sit down casually. He turned to the desk and started working directly. After waiting patiently for 5 or 6 minutes, she had to take the initiative to speak and convey her father's wish to reconcile. As a result, the man just looked at her, smiled hatefully, and asked her if she wanted to reconcile with just a few words. Then, noticing the man's gaze, remembering his preference for women and her father's stern instructions before this lunch, she hesitated a little and took the initiative to walk towards the man. It seems that she was not too resistant in her heart. She even hoped that the man would be rougher. However, after she was very proactive, the man did not do anything, but gave her a $1 coin and asked her to pass it to her father, asking what so much money could buy, and said that they only had one chance. In the end, she just left his office with a coin. Leaving Malibu and returning to a mansion of the Hearst family in Bel Air, Patty Hearst handed the coin to Randolph Hearst and conveyed Simon's message. What can you buy with $1? If it is just the literal meaning, the members of the Hearst family, who have been glorious for 100 years, really don't know it too well. However, Randolph Hearst quickly figured out Simon Westeros' intention of asking his daughter to hand over the $1. The conflict between the two sides has reached this point. If the Hearst family wants to reconcile, it is impossible to just send a woman. Even if they send a mother and daughter to Simon Westeros, they can't easily resolve anything. The only feasibility is to give enough substantial compensation. Simon Westeros took out $1, just wanting to make this compensation a transaction on the surface. As for what the Hearst family can take out to compensate Simon Westeros, except for the media assets of the Hearst Group, there is probably nothing else that can be favored by the other party. After getting a result that is not a dead end, Randolph Hearst quickly returned to the East Coast and convened family members to discuss which assets of the group should be sold to Simon Westeros for $1 and what conditions should be exchanged. Then, it is inevitable that there will be serious disagreements within the family on this matter. Given the extent to which the Hearst Group had offended Simon Westeros in the past, many members of the Hearst family knew that the compensation must not be too low compared to the total claim of $370 million in the 6 lawsuits manipulated by the Westeros system. However, the assets of the Hearst Group have shrunk severely in a series of turmoil. If a large number of assets are easily ceded to Westeros, no one will be willing to do so. What is even more entangled is that Westeros only gave them one chance to bid, leaving no room for bargaining. This made the family members even more hesitant. As things have developed to this point, they don't think Simon Westeros is just bluffing. As a result, the original opportunity to break the deadlock suddenly became controversial. However, the outside world did not stop attacking the Hearst Group because of the disagreements within the Hearst family. Every day that followed, Hearst Group received bad news. On May 11th, several senior executives of Hearst Group could not bear the external pressure. Because the Hearst family lacked a backbone to support the overall situation, they simply gave up and submitted their resignation letters. Now Hearst Group is being criticized by everyone. These senior executives have realized that if they continue to stay, their careers may sink to the bottom of the sea with this broken ship, so it is better to leave. Along with the resignation of senior executives, many middle and low-level managers and even ordinary employees of Hearst Group also chose to flee, which continued to make the old media group worse. On May 13th, bad news appeared again. A famous New York law firm responsible for defending Hearst Group against the Westeros system lawsuit bombardment also suddenly announced its withdrawal from the case it was responsible for. Without the support of a powerful legal team, Hearst Group suddenly became passive in the lawsuit. The once invincible Hearst Group has been in a precarious situation in the dispute with the Westeros system. Since the Doris Fetcher murder scandal broke out in early May, it has shown a trend of disintegration in less than half a month. Of course, it is not that no one stands on the side of the Hearst Group. At the beginning, many newspaper industry unions, which were indignant and united more than 1,100 employees of the 3 newspapers that were closed to file a class action lawsuit against the Hearst Group, realized that the situation of the Hearst Group was getting worse and worse, and finally couldn't calm down. You know, the entire Hearst Group is related to the jobs of more than 20,000 employees. If the Hearst Group falls apart or even goes bankrupt, the Hearst family with a deep foundation may not become a pauper all of a sudden, but more than 20,000 employees of the Hearst Group may lose their jobs in this incident. Moreover, In the context of the accelerated decline of the traditional paper media industry under the pressure of the rise of the internet industry, it will be very difficult for these employees to find new jobs of the same type once they lose their current jobs. The Hearst family has been completely discredited because of the Doris Fetcher murder scandal. The newspaper industry union no longer dares to speak for them openly. However, under the coordination of several large unions, someone still submitted a petition to the White House, hoping that the president would intervene in this matter to prevent tens of thousands of families from falling into unemployment due to the Hearst family's own mistakes. Chapter 645 Another summer season. With 3 more little ones, the breakfast time at the Shell Villa seemed full of energy. It was Monday, May 16th. There were 7 people in the restaurant. Simon and his wife sat together as usual. Veronica sat next to Melbourne. The female assistant took little Nick. Janet grabbed Seattle and sat beside her. She was happy to teach the precocious little girl to read the food and utensils on the table one by one. Occasionally, she would reward her by sucking on some food, which made little Nick, who was sitting on the special baby seat opposite her, drool. The 2 little ones were only 6 months old and were just joining in the fun. They could not eat anything except breast milk for the time being. Seattle took a small taste of the dragon fruit particles and spit it into the spoon. Janet smiled and praised him. She noticed that the little son opposite her was looking at her with his eyes wide open. She pretended to reach the spoon across the table and tempted him. "Little guy, call me mommy, and I'll give it to you if you call me mommy." Little Nick obviously couldn't call out, but just opened his mouth and babbled, his little face full of expectation. Then, Janet decisively put the spoon back into her mouth, looking very happy. The little guy who was fooled by his own mother finally couldn't help crying. The female assistant rolled her eyes at Janet, took little Nick out of the baby seat and coaxed him gently, lifted his clothes to feed the child, and then the crying stopped. Janet looked at the female assistant who was feeding the child, then glanced at her man, and finally turned to Seattle, like a wolf grandmother. "Do you want to eat too, Zir?" Seattle nodded slightly. His voice was still very light, but the pronunciation was clear. "Yes." Janet immediately showed a triumphant expression, and shook her head with regret. "No," Janet said, feeling that even her eldest son opposite was looking at her with strange eyes. Simon could only pretend nothing happened. Unexpectedly, Janet was still playing tricks. She leaned over to Seattle and whispered something in his ear. Then, she carried the little girl to the spacious dining table and said with a smile, "Go ahead." The female assistant looked at her daughter lying on the table and said helplessly, "Jenny, stop it. I can't feed 2 children." Janet smiled cunningly and gently pushed the obviously hesitant little girl. The child's beautiful eyes looked at both sides of the table, and then crawled towards Veronica. Seeing her aunt's face turn from surprise to ruddy, Janet immediately laughed out loud with gloating and patted the table gently. Since it had been made clear, the female assistant did not hide Simon's life experience from her. Seeing her daughter go to Veronica, she was worried that she would be embarrassed, so she wanted to hold the child first, but she was worried that she was embarrassed because she had a little kid eating in her arms, so she couldn't get up for a while. Fortunately, before Seattle arrived at the destination, Simon stood up and caught his daughter and handed her back to Janet, who was overjoyed. Janet took the child, but did not encourage her to go to Veronica. She smiled and hugged the little girl and praised, "Sir is so smart." The female assistant noticed the slightly strange atmosphere in the restaurant, and took the initiative to find a more formal topic, asking Simon, "Hillary is coming to our house at noon. Are you really not going to show up in person?" Hillary, of course, is Hillary Clinton. The First Lady came to serve as a lobbyist this time for the Hearst Group. Washington may be indifferent to the Hearst Group, which is now in a state of chaos, but it is impossible to ignore the more than 20,000 employees of the Hearst Group and the union forces behind them. After all, these mean votes. Last Friday, several major paper media unions jointly submitted a petition to the White House to intervene in the chaos of the Hearst Group. After a brief communication between the White House and Los Angeles, Clinton sent Hillary to come and speak in person today. Simon has no intention of letting the Hearst family go. Regarding the $1 settlement condition, Simon wanted to take away any capital that might allow the Hearst family to revive, and on the other hand, to avoid the Hearst family from being desperate in choosing to lose both sides. After all, even a rabbit will bite when it is anxious. People are always like this. As long as there is some hope or they think they have room for maneuver, they will often not go to extremes. The Hearst family's hesitation after Simon made the offer was also completely within his expectations. Seeing the female assistant asking, Simon also knew her thoughts and agreed, "Since the president's wife is coming, it's just right for you to entertain her, so I won't join in the fun." Both people in the White House are smart people. If Simon doesn't come forward in person, the other party should understand his thoughts and won't pester him anymore. The relationship between the Westeros system and the Clintons is far from reaching the level of common advancement and retreat. Given their respective positions, it is impossible for them to be close to that level. The two sides are basically in a mutually beneficial relationship. Simon will not fully support Clinton 100%, and the White House will not obey the Westeros system. Of course, both sides are aware of their respective importance. Even if they cannot move forward and backward together, no one will easily give up such a powerful ally. Since the murder of Doris Fetcher was exposed, it is impossible for the current Hearst group to get out easily. Simon's attitude is indeed the key to the whole thing. The one-sided public condemnation caused by the murder of Doris Fetcher is time-sensitive after all, just like the wiretapping scandal of News Corporation in Simon's memory. After a period of turmoil, the Murdoch family did not suffer any serious damage and is still one of the most powerful media families in the world. If there was no interference from the Westeros system, the Hearst group would have ended up the same in this turmoil. After all, the other party instigated the assassination of the president and caused public outrage, but the result was just the closure of a newspaper. The current situation is that on the basis of the murder of Doris Fetcher, the Hearst group is also facing a comprehensive ban and lawsuit bombing from the Westeros system. The combination of the two is the most deadly. The single murder case only served as a catalyst, accelerating the collapse of the Hearst group. If Simon could give up the complete ban on the Hearst group and agree to a quick settlement of the huge claims, the Hearst group would be able to breathe a sigh of relief and deal with the series of disturbances caused by the murder case much more easily. From the beginning of March to now, the Westeros system has actually been tossed around for more than 2 months. All this stems from the Hearst family's secret manipulation and exposure of the London girl incident, and the Hearst group's massive revelation and attack on Simon after the two sides tore their faces. It is only because the current Westeros system is strong enough and the gossip exposed by the Hearst group is far from being as bad as the murder case, that it has not caused too serious a substantial impact on the Westeros system. However, Simon has been exhausted in the past 2 months. Many of the originally planned schedules had to be cancelled. The Suicide Squad in Australia was completed in April. As usual, Simon usually follows up on the DC Movie Universe project in person for at least a week, but this time he simply couldn't spare the time to go to Australia. From the initial little friction to the current deep entanglement, all stemmed from the Hearst family's endless entanglement. If Simon still takes the initiative to let the other party go when he has already completely occupied an absolute advantage, he will not be able to forgive himself. This time, even if he cannot make the Hearst family with a deep foundation become a pauper all of a sudden, Simon will completely remove the Hearst family from the media industry. Without the huge media empire that supports its own hidden power, the Hearst family will completely lose its influence in this country, even if it can still retain some of its assets. Wealth and power have always been complementary. Without power, it will only be easier to continue to deprive a family of its remaining wealth. Simon seemed to say something to Lydia Hearst unintentionally when he entertained the Hearst mother and daughter last week, but it was not a joke at all. After breakfast, Veronica set off to New York, and Janet was originally going to go there. BlackRock Asset Management's merger with State Street Bank's asset management department was at a critical moment. Because of the visit of the First Lady, the woman postponed her trip to tomorrow. After all, it was impossible to let only the female assistant with an improper status come out to entertain. Simon didn't care, but it would inevitably make Hillary feel despised and offended. Simon rushed to Deanery's studios to start a day's work. In order to avoid the edge of the super blockbuster Batman, The Dark Knight Rises on June 3, the 1994 summer season officially opened last Friday. On May 13, a total of 3 new films were released in North American theaters, namely Stargate directed by Michael Bay and produced by Deanery's Entertainment, Race to the Stars produced by Columbia Pictures, a new work by the famous black director Spike Lee, and When a Man Loves a Woman starring Meg Ryan produced by Disney. The most popular one is undoubtedly Stargate. Since being announced as the director of Jurassic Park 2 in early April and being exposed to have participated in directing the first Victoria's Secret fashion show, Michael Bay's debut film has become the focus of many media discussions. After several internal previews roughly confirmed the reputation of the film, Deaneries Entertainment also decisively invested $20 million in the publicity and distribution budget. Including the film's $30 million production cost, the total investment of Stargate reached $50 million, which is already at the level of a blockbuster. The new Stargate is indeed better than the original. Michael Bay made full use of the action-adventure style that he was good at later within the budget, and the plot was no longer dragged out and was completed in one go. The film no longer focused on shaping the image of J. Davidson, the weird alien who was neither male nor female, but simply told a high-concept story about humans leading alien natives to fight against evil aliens and gain freedom. Although it is a high-concept movie at heart, the film's operation of wormhole theory is still very novel in the Hollywood science fiction film genre, which has become a selling point of the film. In terms of casting, Simon did not use James Spader, whose style is more suitable for art films, or J. Davidson, who became famous with The Crying Game. The casting basically followed a routine of American commercial films, with an upright protagonist, a humorous male partner, and an eye-catching vase. In the past, the heroine of Stargate was a newcomer with little fame, but this time Simon personally designated the famous Hollywood beauty Catherine Zeta-Jones. This British actress, who has unknowingly accumulated a lot of fame in recent years, has a slightly dark skin color that fits the style of the alien native girl in the film. After Stargate opened on 2,296 screens last Friday, the final media score reached 8.2 points. The media and the public have been observing Michael Bay with a magnifying glass since the official announcement of the Jurassic Park 2 project, so it is inevitable that they are naturally a bit harsh. In this case, Stargate can still get an excellent media score of 8.2 points. Michael Bay's first feature film is equivalent to a perfect answer. The box office of the film is even more satisfactory. In the first weekend from May 13th to May 15th, the box office of Stargate in the first 3 days of opening was as high as $25.63 million. It took only 3 days to achieve a high sales level of more than 10,000 per theater. It is expected that the box office in the first week will be around $36 million. Such box office results far exceed the other two hit movies released by Deaneries Entertainment in 1994, Four Weddings and a Funeral and Pet Detective, and the box office revenue of over $100 million is almost certain. As long as the domestic box office revenue exceeds $100 million, Stargate can recover all costs by relying on North American theater distribution alone, and the subsequent channels will directly enter the profit cycle. On the other hand, as of May 12th, the cumulative box office of Four Weddings and a Funeral, which had been released for 13 weeks, reached $104.55 million, becoming the first domestic box office of Deaneries Entertainment in 1994 to exceed $100 million. Last weekend, Four Weddings and a Funeral received another $680,000, with a cumulative box office of $105.23 million, and the total box office for the whole week is expected to be around $1 million. This literary love comedy still maintains the scale of 563 screens until now. Although the single-week box office is about to fall below $1 million, with a strong reputation and long-term trend of the film, it is not a problem to continue to earn $5 million in the future, and the final domestic box office will reach about $110 million. Not only that, the overseas box office of Four Weddings and a Funeral is even better. As of last week, the cumulative overseas box office of this film has reached $153 million, and it is expected to break the $200 million mark, and the global total box office may reach $300 million. With a production cost of $5 million and a box office return of $300 million, Four Weddings and a Funeral has almost locked the highest box office return rate of the film in 1994. Another Jim Carrey comedy, Ace Ventura, has accumulated a box office of $77.26 million in 5 weeks of release as of May 12th. However, last weekend, under the impact of 3 new films such as Stargate, the box office of Ace Ventura fell by 31%, and only received $4.13 million in 3 days. The box office for the whole week is expected to be around $6 million. With the official opening of the summer season, due to its own popcorn-like vulgar comedy theme, Ace Ventura will definitely continue to fall in the box office under the pressure of a number of new films. This hit comedy, which had a cumulative box office of $81.39 million as of last weekend, has no problem breaking through $90 million in the domestic box office, but it is unlikely to break $100 million. Moreover, because of the vulgar comedy style that focuses too much on American local culture, the overseas box office of Ace Ventura is not outstanding. As of last week, the cumulative box office revenue is only $33 million, and the total overseas box office is expected to be around $50 million. The global total box office expectation of $140 million is of course a big profit compared to the total investment of $25 million in the film. However, Simon knows that Jim Carrey's box office appeal has not been fully stimulated, and he can only look forward to the box office performance of The Mask at the end of the year. As for the failure to break $100 million in the domestic market, Simon is actually not regretful. The total box office of more than $90 million and entering the 100 million yuan club are more of a symbolic meaning, and they are more meaningful to actors, especially actors like Jim Carrey who have just become popular. Moreover, because Jim Carrey tried to modify the original contract immediately after he suddenly became famous, it was just right for the box office of Ace Ventura to stop at more than $90 million. Simon is not a stingy person. If Jim Carrey behaved well and the consecutive Ace Ventura and The Mask sold well, he would definitely take the initiative to give him a big red envelope. Now, the comedian has just become famous and is making trouble. Unfortunately, Simon will give him nothing. The Mask, which was produced back-to-back with Ace Ventura, has been completed. If Jim Carrey continues to be ungrateful, Simon doesn't mind putting him on ice for a few years. Other Hollywood studios may make every effort to accommodate a star who can bring a hit movie, but Teneri's Entertainment has too many good projects to develop, and no one is indispensable. Chapter 646 Disney Turbulence. After finishing the morning work, Simon had lunch with Amy Pascal, Mark Belford and other senior executives in the management restaurant of the studio. The topic they talked about at the table was the recent turmoil in Disney. The story started with a movie What the Hell directed by Robert Redford last year. Simon used a trick to deliberately push the project to Disney. The film cost $40 million, but the final effect was not satisfactory. As a result, Disney not only gave up the high-quality schedule at the end of last year, but also almost threw it into the schedule graveyard in January and February of the new year. Finally, with Redford's insistence on mediation, What the Hell was released at the same time as Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 3 during Easter. Unfortunately, compared with Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 3 and the subsequent hit Ace Ventura, the first week box office of What the Hell was only $6.19 million. Not only that, but affected by the impact of two hit films released at the same time, when it was hastily closed after 4 weeks of release, the total North American box office of What Happens to You was only $16.35 million, and the box office share barely offset Disney's publicity and distribution expenses. With the failure of the domestic box office, overseas and subsequent peripheral distribution will not have a very good prospect. What Happens to You is expected to bring Disney a net loss of no less than $30 million. The failure of What Happens to You is a microcosm of Disney's increasingly bleak situation in the past 2 years, and it has also become a fuse for the outbreak of internal conflicts in the management of this old film studio. Michael Eisner and Jeffrey Katzenberg, who were once Barry Diller's subordinates, have been working closely together since they took over Disney in 1984. By inheriting the high-concept movie model from Barry Diller and tapping into the commercial potential of Disney's classic animations, Disney flourished in the late 1980s, launching such annual top 10 hits as Three Dads and a Baby, Who Framed Roger Rabbit, and T.C. Dick, and the rescreening and videotape distribution of Disney's classic animated films repeatedly brought Disney huge profits. Michael Eisner and Jeffrey Katzenberg, one is the CEO of Disney, and the other is the general manager of Touchstone Pictures, Hollywood Pictures, Disney Animation and other studios under Disney, have unknowingly gone from cooperation to confrontation over the past 10 years due to differences in corporate management and personal compensation. As early as 1988, after Disney experienced a bumper harvest, Michael Eisner received a bonus of $6.8 million. Due to the special accounting rules that the studios under the big movie companies deliberately created losses in order to avoid taxes, Jeffrey Katzenberg, whose initial salary contract had a bug, received a pitiful bonus of $0. The conflict between the two parties was made public once. According to the original agreement, in 1994, that is, this year, The contract of Frank Wells, the second in command of Disney and the current president, expired, and Katzenberg would become the successor of Disney's president. However, Michael Eisner had no intention of letting Katzenberg take over as president. Instead, he quietly discussed with Michael Ovitz, the president of CAA, who is also his neighbor and friend, about the other party joining Disney. The Hollywood circle is very small, and the news spread unexpectedly. Katzenberg directly confronted Eisner. Just as What Happens to You failed at the box office, Michael Eisner did not hesitate to put the blame for What Happens to You and Disney's poor film performance in the past 2 years on Jeffrey Katzenberg. As a result, the third-in-command executive who had worked for Disney for 10 years announced his resignation in anger. In the past, the conflict between Eisner and Katzenberg also broke out this year. However, the fuse that year was the death of Frank Wells in a helicopter crash. At that time, Disney's situation was much better than this time and space, but Eisner still did not want Katzenberg to take over as president, which eventually led to Katzenberg's departure. Disney lost Katzenberg, and the film business declined all the way in the late 1990s, which eventually led to Michael Eisner being forced to step down. Now, because of Simon, the Big Butterfly, Frank Wells did not encounter a helicopter accident, but the contract of the Disney president will still expire in August, and Wells is 62 years old this year and has no intention of renewing his contract. He plans to retire early to enjoy life. Disney still needs to reselect a new company president. Then there were all kinds of recent changes. Disney's management turmoil is largely due to the rise of Deaneries Entertainment. The current Deaneries Entertainment is similar to the Disney and Simon's memory 20 years later. At that time, Dibbo used the Marvel Cinematic Universe, Disney Animation, fairy tale live-action adaptations, and the Star Wars series to carve up half of the top 10 annual box office in North America almost every year, and suppress other major Hollywood film companies. In the end, the 7 majors became 6, and the 6 majors became 5. The second-tier film companies that seemed to be rising rapidly, such as Lionsgate and Summit, were short-lived. Relying on his own prophetic advantage, Simon has now achieved this. Moreover, in careful comparison, the current Deaneries Entertainment is stronger than the Disney in its heyday in Simon's memory. The result of this strength is that the living space of several other major Hollywood studios and second- and third-tier film companies has been continuously compressed, triggering a series of domino effects. In the early 1990s, Disney relied on hit animations such as Beauty and the Beast and The Lion King, and hot films such as Pretty Woman and Dick Tracy to be very popular in Hollywood. Because of Simon's appearance, many of Disney's hit projects were taken over by Deaneries Entertainment. In addition, the commercial performance of other films developed by Disney was not very good, which led to Disney, which had a rapid rise in the late 1980s, going downhill in the past 2 years. Disney is not the only one in Hollywood that has the same fate. Of the 7 giants in Hollywood at this stage, only 2 can still be described as vibrant. One is Deaneries Entertainment and the other is Time Warner Group. Even MGM, which was personally supported by Simon, is still in the recovery stage. As for the remaining 4 companies, Disney, Paramount, Columbia, and Fox, they have found that their business is getting worse and worse in recent years when the Hollywood film market has recovered rapidly. As for the second-tier film companies such as Miramax and New Line, which should have shined in recent years in the original time and space, they have completely disappeared from the vision of the Hollywood circle. Several major old studios in Hollywood have generally existed for more than half a century, and it is very difficult to completely extinguish them. Simon's short-term goal is to knock several Disney companies down to the position of actual second-tier film companies. For the time being, Hollywood only needs Deaneries and Time Warner to coexist. Tolerating Time Warner to coexist with itself is on the one hand due to the DC movie universe, and on the other hand it is also due to anti-monopoly considerations. After all, if Hollywood has a pattern of one superpower and many strong companies, the other companies will only point all their spearheads at Deaneries Entertainment. Now, with the addition of Time Warner, it can also share some of the firepower. However, this is only temporary. Simon's ultimate goal is still the 3-legged tripod that he had considered before, of which the 2 big tripods are still Deaneries and Time Warner, and the last one is either MGM, which Simon personally supported, or Blockbuster Entertainment, which has quietly planted the seeds. There will be 3 major companies, and the Westeros system will occupy 2 of them. By then, Simon's control over Hollywood will reach its peak. As for the remaining major companies, they will truly become second-tier companies that cannot turn around, or even disappear completely. In the small management restaurant of Deanery's Studios, Nancy Brill's sudden question interrupted Simon's thoughts. "Boss, do you think Michael Ovitz will choose to join Disney?" Simon nodded. "I think so, but this is not good news for Disney." Everyone looked over. Robert Iger, who came to the West Coast yesterday, said, "Eisner and Ovitz are very good friends. I think the two should cooperate seamlessly." Simon shrugged and said, "In the absence of direct conflicts of interest, the friendship between the two is easy to maintain. The key issue is that Eisner and Ovitz are both strong-willed people who are used to being the top leaders. Eisner can't even tolerate Katzenberg, who is not that strong. How could he allow Ovitz to enter Disney and share power with him?" Amy asked, "In this case, why did Eisner ask Ovitz to join Disney?" Simon said, "It's very simple. He needs a strong enough excuse to drive Katzenberg out of Disney. If he promotes someone from within Disney, it will be difficult to convince anyone except Katzenberg. Ovitz founded CAA, implemented a project packaging mechanism, and has a large number of top Hollywood stars as his behind-the-scenes supporters. These can all be reasons for Eisner to convince the Disney board of directors." Amy asked, "Then what?" Simon smiled and said, "Then, Eisner should find that in order to consolidate his power, he has to find a way to clear his former good friend out of the company." Nancy looked at the expressions of the people around her and suddenly said, "I said, our boss is a guy who doesn't trust people very much and always thinks of the worst." Simon looked at his own short female executive. "How about we make a bet?" Nancy was not to be outdone. "Where's the bet?" Simon smiled and said, "I happened to buy a batch of Mi-24 helicopters some time ago. If Ovitz doesn't turn against Eisner after joining Disney, I'll give you one." Nancy didn't feel that she shouldn't get involved with a killing weapon that had just swept tens of thousands of African soldiers in Rwanda. She nodded and said, "Okay, I lost, I'll treat you to a meal." Simon immediately looked dissatisfied that you could even say such an insincere condition. Everyone laughed. Nancy showed no weakness in front of her boss. "You made your bet, so of course I have to make my own conditions. Besides, you didn't say that our bets must be equal." Simon raised his hand depressedly, indicating that he admitted defeat. In fact, when talking about the internal struggle of Disney, everyone just thought of Deanery's Entertainment itself, but they were relieved soon. As long as Simon, a strong boss, exists, there is no oil for internal struggle among the top management of Deanery's Entertainment. Simon has been promoting the internal cooperation of Deanery's Entertainment over the years, and at the same time, he has unconsciously transformed Deanery's Entertainment into a relatively independent flat corporate structure for each department. Everyone has their own mountain, and most of them are directly responsible to Simon, the boss. There is no strong conflict of interest between them, and generally they will not confront each other. What's more, even if there are signs of internal fighting, Simon's strength will definitely nip the dispute in the bud. This young boss seems to be very fond of everyone, but he is not like that in his bones. If a certain executive needs to leave to ensure the internal stability of Deanery's Entertainment, he will do so without hesitation, no matter how much contribution that executive has made to Deanery's Entertainment. Of course, this flat corporate structure of Deanery's Entertainment also brings some hidden worries. The most critical point is that once Simon, the strong boss, is missing, it will be difficult for a second leader with enough power and prestige to firmly condense the huge Deanery's Entertainment group together. At that time, the mountains may even go completely independent. However, this potential risk is not urgent. Simon is only 26 years old this year. Compared with some old businessmen who have built a business empire in their 50s and 60s and are close to retirement, Simon has the most time, so he has enough energy to arrange many things in advance. After joking about Simon and Nancy's bet, Amy mentioned another thing. David Geffen has been trying to unite several of his good friends to set up a big studio in recent years. Jeffrey is also one of his lobbying targets, and there is also Steven. In this way, the establishment of this big studio should be a foregone conclusion. In the past, Hollywood super-rich David Geffen joined Steven Spielberg and Jeffrey Katzenberg to set up DreamWorks, which was in the limelight in Hollywood for a while. DreamWorks also produced a large number of hit movies in succession in the late 1990s. However, because the foundation was not solid, DreamWorks, which was just a studio without a complete film distribution channel, did not perform well. Most of the profits of many hit films were either taken away by the big studios responsible for distribution, or divided up by executives and creators such as Steven Spielberg. In the end, what was left to the investors who had invested heavily in this film company was just a mess of continuous losses. Although Deanery's Entertainment's rise was relatively short compared to traditional Hollywood studios, it has been steady and solid at every step, from its initial small workshop to its acquisition of New World Entertainment to improve its own production and distribution team, and finally to its acquisition of MCA to become one of the 7 major Hollywood studios. DreamWorks, founded by David Geffen and his 3 co-founders, also has the ambition to become one of the major Hollywood studios, but this studio is like building a large castle on the beach without even laying the foundation. It looks powerful on the outside, but it is vulnerable in nature. Simon didn't intend to get involved. Feeling the intention in Amy's tone, he said, "Let's ignore this matter and just do our own work." Amy said, "Simon, maybe we can let MGM cooperate with this new studio." Simon shook his head and smiled. "Even if we are willing, do you think Steven will agree to cooperate with us?" Regarding the Jurassic Park series, although everyone seemed to be on good terms, in fact, the whole Hollywood knew that Steven Spielberg was directly fired by Deanery's Entertainment. As a Hollywood favorite who has been praised by the stars since the 1970s, it would be strange for Spielberg to swallow this breath and continue to cooperate with the Westeros system. Moreover, even if the other party agreed, Simon would not agree. Simon's arrangement for MGM was also steady and solid. By personally producing and distributing films, he recultivated his own film production team and built a complete distribution network. If MGM reaches a cooperation with Spielberg in others' new studio, it will inevitably have to reduce production to adapt to the other party. The end result is that Spielberg in other studio may eventually become a mess, and MGM will also be lame in both production and distribution. Chapter 647 The more ordinary the name, the better. Hillary Clinton's personal lobbying was fruitless, and the Hearst family finally gave Simon a reply on May 19. Hearst Group was willing to transfer its 20% stake in ESPN TV network to Simon for $1. In exchange, the Westeros system must lift a ban on Hearst Group and stop the lawsuit bombardment. The Hearst family also offered a total settlement amount of $120 million for the 6 lawsuits that have been initiated. ESPN shares can be said to be the root cause of the conflict between the two parties. 3 years ago, the troubled Reynolds Nabisco sold off non-core assets, including the 20% ESPN shares held by the food and tobacco giant. At that time, the Hearst family used its influence in the media industry to coax and threaten Simon to give up the bid, and finally got 20% of the shares of the TV network at a low price of $180 million, which was significantly lower than the industry's general valuation of $200 to $300 million. 3 years later, ESPN shares have further risen with the development of this basic cable network. The current value of the 20% stake held by the Hearst family is no less than $300 million. ESPN shares were actually the fundamental purpose of Simon's $1. In the peak period of memory, as part of Disney, ESPN, which monopolized major North American sports events, was valued at $50 billion, more valuable than ABC TV. The less than $200 million investment that Hearst Group initially made to buy 20% of ESPN TV network increased in value dozens of times. Not only that, with the decline of the print media industry, the income from just 1/5 of ESPN shares accounted for more than half of the revenue and profits of the entire Hearst Group many years later. As a result, the Hearst family was able to continue its position and did not fall like the old print media families, such as the Graham family behind the Washington Post. As long as ESPN shares were taken away, the Hearst family would basically be unable to avoid the fate of complete decline. However, the Hearst family's offer did not meet Simon's expectations. In the mountain villa of Woodside in the San Francisco Bay Area, it was the afternoon of May 19. Simon just asked Girl A to deal with Andre Courteney, the Hearst family lawyer who came from the East Coast to try to negotiate with Simon. At this time, in the living room of the villa, Girl A sat on the sofa with a slightly cold expression and said in a voice without much emotion, "Mr. Courteney, the boss is basically satisfied with the shares of ESPN. However, the boss said that the compensation for the 6 lawsuits cannot be less than a penny." Simon Westeros said that the Hearst family only had one chance to make an offer. Andre Courteney was initially worried that if Westeros was not satisfied with the offer, he might be rejected and the Hearst family would continue to be stuck in the quagmire. Now, as long as they can negotiate, it will be a good result. Andre Carney is not stupid enough to take the initiative to care about Westeros' words that there is only one chance to make an offer. Although he could clearly sense that the girl in front of him seemed to be in a bad mood, Andre Carney still said, "Ms. Knowles, the compensation of $370 million is too high. You should know that the current Hearst Group can't afford this money at all." Girl A said, "This is Hearst Group's business. You have no room for bargaining." As one of the most famous lawyers in New York, Andre Carney actually understood that Westeros insisted on a full compensation of $370 million, still hoping that Hearst Group would continue to bleed heavily. The current Hearst Group, if it wants to raise $370 million in the short term, has only one way to go, which is to sell its media assets. And it must be sold at a severely reduced price. Now any investor who is interested in purchasing the media assets of Hearst Group will not miss the opportunity to take advantage of the fire. After thinking for a moment, Andre Carney said, "Ms. Knowles, insisting on full compensation for the 6 lawsuits will not benefit Mr. Westeros in any way. In addition to the attorney fees, I don't believe that Mr. Westeros will take a share of the compensation, so why can't you take a step back?" Girl A just shook her head. "This is the boss's intention, and it's the final decision." Andre Carney tried. "Then, can I talk to Mr. Westeros in person?" "No." "Okay, I'll tell Mr. Hearst about this." Andre Carney was actually just a messenger. After saying this, he said, "Also, regarding the Westeros system must lift a ban on the Hearst family after the two parties reach a settlement. Miss Knowles, what does Mr. Westeros mean?" Allison said, "The boss said that the ban can be lifted, but the Westeros system will still not have any cooperation with the Hearst Group." Andre Carney couldn't help but ask back, "Is there any difference between this and not lifting the ban?" Girl A explained very seriously, "At that time, the Westeros system will no longer prevent other companies from cooperating with the Hearst Group." Andre Carney thought for a moment and said, "At least, Westeros should publish a statement in the newspaper." Girl A shook her head, "The boss will not agree to such a statement, Mr. Carney. The greatest kindness a boss can show to his enemies is to ignore them. Don't expect him to do more." Andre Carney questioned, "Ms. Knowles, are you making decisions for your boss now?" "Yes. I don't think you have the right to make such a decision. Perhaps it's best for you to discuss it with Mr. Westeros. I know my boss and know what decision he will make." Andre Carney said, "But now that we have reconciled, we should no longer be enemies." Mr. Carney, the so-called reconciliation is just your wishful thinking. For the boss, this is not reconciliation, it's just letting go, do you understand? Andre Carney couldn't help but feel a little pity for his employer, but on the surface he still insisted, "If that's all, then our deal is meaningless. If Mr. Westeros wants my client to agree to those conditions, he must make a certain response, even if it's just a symbolic response, such as a simple advertising cooperation." Girl A said, "ESPN's equity transfer and the settlement of 6 lawsuits are the response of the Westeros system. By then, the outside world should understand what happened and there is no need for any additional symbolic response." Andre Carney felt a little bitter. This is the fact, but it is not the truth. As Girl A just said, if the Westeros system does not give a public response, then, in the eyes of outsiders, this is indeed not a settlement, but just a let go. This is not the result that the Hearst family wants to see after paying a huge price. After bargaining with the girl for a while, and failing to get any more leeway, Andre Carney had to say goodbye and leave. On the way back to the hotel, he hurriedly informed the core members of the Hearst family who were anxiously waiting in New York of the result of the meeting. Inside the villa, after seeing off the Hearst family's lawyer, Girl A went to an office on the first floor of the villa, called someone to send a woman's suit according to a certain size, and then turned on the computer and began to silently deal with some work emails. This continued until 5 o'clock in the afternoon, when it was time to get off work. There was a knock on the door outside the office, and the Indian girl Alia pushed the door open and said, "The boss is going out." Allison nodded, stood up, picked up several documents that had been sorted out and left the office. In a living room next to the living room, the baby-faced Zoe Parks was helping Simon tie his tie, and Isabel Dunn was holding a coat to her chest and standing next to the man obediently. Seeing Lady A come in, Simon asked with a smile, "How is the negotiation?" Lady A handed several documents to Arya next to her, stepped forward to take over Zoe's work, and felt the man's breath at close range, while whispering, "The Hearst family will not agree too easily, but they have no choice." Simon just hummed. Allison helped Simon tie his tie, and took the suit jacket from Isabel to help the man put it on, but she kept her eyebrows down and looked like a wronged young wife. Simon waited for Allison to help him button up, and smiled and grabbed the girl's chin and lifted it towards him. "Are you jealous again?" Lady A looked at the man, did not answer, but could not help but blinked a few times. Simon lowered his head and kissed the girl on the lips, saying, "Don't do this." The man's eyes were cold, but his tone was soft. Lady A only felt that a small lump in her heart quickly melted away, and in a blink of an eye she felt that she was wrong. Well, she needs to be punished. The man seemed to see through her thoughts. He leaned over and whispered a few words, then let her go. Finally, he said, "Okay, be good." After saying this, Simon took the documents from Arya that he wanted to read in the car without waiting for Girl A to remind him again. Finally, he said goodbye to the girls and turned to leave the villa. Some work arrangements were cancelled in the afternoon due to some things, but there were two schedules in the evening, an evening dinner with Cisco CEO John Chambers and a cocktail party hosted by Tim Berners-Lee's family. After sending her boss out, Girl A immediately retracted her little daughter's demeanor and asked Zoe, "I ordered a set of clothes this afternoon. Has it been delivered?" Zoe nodded and took the initiative to say, "I'll get it." The master bedroom on the second floor of the villa. Allison came in with a dark blue women's suit, put the clothes in the small living room outside, knocked on another door, and pushed the door open after getting a response, but went directly to another connected bathroom. After a while, she came out of the bathroom with a small tray and walked to the big bed. On the big bed, a woman was lying on her side with a pillow in her arms. Her hair was loose, her face was ruddy, and she had a special charm. It was Simon's personal military assistant, Celia Miller. Noticing the snotty expression on Allison's face, Celia didn't care at all. She even smiled and gestured to the tray in Girl A's hand. What is this?" Allison put a tray on the bedside table, picked up the water cup, picked up a pill on a small plate, handed them over together, and said bluntly, "Birth control pills." Celia was stunned for a moment, shook her head and said, "There is no need, I'm in my safe period today." Allison insisted, "This is the boss's order, Ms. Miller, I must watch you take it yourself." Hearing this, Celia confronted Allison's eyes for a moment, and soon smiled again. "Simon won't do that, but okay, I won't embarrass you." As the woman spoke, she sat up, took the water cup and pills, and quickly swallowed them. She opened her mouth with a bit of sarcasm and let Girl A check it, then laid down again and said, "Can you help me prepare the bathwater? I'm so tired." Girl A noticed Celia's unconcealed graceful figure when she just sat up, and remembered some words her boss occasionally said. Some women only look good when they are wearing clothes, while only a small number of them look good whether they are wearing clothes or not. Celia Miller belongs to the latter. Seeing Allison did not move, Celia said again, "By the way, Simon said you would help me prepare clothes." Allison came back to her senses and nodded, "Outside. Also, Ms. Miller, do you need me to help you prepare the car?" "Oh, no, I don't plan to leave tonight." Girl A said, "The boss may bring other women back. It's okay, I don't mind going together." "Bitch," Allison said in her heart, and had to get up and bring the clothes from the outer room in. When she heard Celia mention the bathwater again, she wanted to refuse, but after thinking about it, she walked towards the bathroom depressedly, and decided that if this woman asked for dinner again, she would prepare a plate of salt for her. As a result, after preparing the bathwater, Celia Miller really mentioned dinner again, and planned to go for maintenance after dinner, and asked Allison to help arrange it. In the master bedroom bathroom, watching the young girl leave almost madly, Celia Miller leaned comfortably in the big bathtub, recalling all the things during this period. She felt a little sad. She just flew back from France today. In just half a month, she has flown around the world and visited Australia, Rwanda, Ukraine and France. Throughout the process, she also felt more and more that a little man was playing a big game. Australia, Africa, Europe. In addition to North America. Through private military companies and some other layouts, once it is finally successfully formed, it will be a huge private military network. In comparison, the private mercenaries owned by the Rockefeller family in its heyday can only be regarded as pediatrics. As long as this big network is formed, the Westeros system will become a powerful economy with its own independent military power. The more Celia Miller knows about this, the more determined she is to hold on to little man. She hopes that she can also have her own place in such a powerful economic system like other strong women in the Westeros system, and it is a place that cannot be underestimated. Therefore, during this period, she entered the state 100% without reservation. Not only did she argue with representatives of various countries at the United Nations General Assembly, and finally completed all of Simon's instructions, but she also traveled around the world for the interests of the Westeros system. Today, she rushed to San Francisco to report the work results of this period to the little man. With Celia's initiative, the two of them went a step further smoothly. She certainly knew that there were so many women around the little man, and there were all kinds of disparities between the two, so it was impossible for something like love to arise. However, she also understood that if she wanted to gain the full trust of the little man, she must be unreserved. Men often feel that the other party can be trusted and give the other party enough trust only after they get a woman. Although this is not true, Celia knows that this method is definitely very useful, so she did not hesitate. From the very beginning when she first saw the little man, she did not hesitate much. The little action at that time happened to be bumped by Janet Westeros. A little embarrassed. But, did it make me succeed? At this moment, leaning in the big bathtub, Celia Miller had a smile on her face, and then she thought of Sophia Fessy and the depressed girlie who wanted to go crazy. Sophia Fessy asked her to ask for the benefits she deserved from the beginning, and Celia didn't think that the other party had good intentions at the beginning. It was indeed the case. Sophia Fessy, who had been in Europe for a long time, knew that she would not stare at her, so she used this little trick to provoke the vigilance of the ABCD circle closest to her boss. However, if she was just a vase that completely entertained people with her beauty, Sophia's little trick might succeed. Unfortunately, she was not. Compared with a pure vase, a certain little man obviously prefers women with outstanding abilities. During this period of time, she has fully proved her ability to him. With Simon's recognition, the little tricks used by other girls to exclude vases will be useless. Now, after taking a step further, her position beside him will only be more stable. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 648. The more common the name, the better, 2. Simon did not return to the mountain villa in Woodside that night. Instead, after the cocktail party at Tim Berners-Lee's house, he went to her apartment in Atherton with Alice Ferguson, the housekeeper, to spend the night. In fact, there were some small considerations. He couldn't help but go to bed with another female assistant the afternoon before. He realized that Celia was as ambitious as Sophia at the beginning. Simon didn't want to give women too much room for imagination, so he deliberately ignored her. The next morning, Zoe Parks, who had a little ambiguity with the housekeeper, was called to prepare breakfast. Naturally, Girl A followed. So there was one man and 3 women at the breakfast table. While eating, looking at the housekeeper with a ruddy face who was eating salad casually while looking at the laptop screen at hand, Simon said to the baby-faced girl, "Zoe, you don't have to go back with me on the weekend. Take Ellie to Hawaii for 2 days. Well, remember not to get tanned." Simon was caught in the act of being intimate with the housekeeper. It seems that he has been labeled as a lace by his boss. However, since the housekeeper entered Ygritte, Zoe and Alice have not had much contact. Hearing this, the baby-faced girl looked at her boss with a little pity, and then looked at Alice. "Going to Hawaii for the weekend is nothing, I am looking forward to it. But what's the point of accompanying a workaholic who is still dealing with emails during breakfast?" Just like the last time when Simon forced her to rest, Alice looked up at the guy who bullied her last night and subconsciously said, "I still have work." Simon also said, just like the last time at the beginning of the year, "Not now." Alice stared at the guy with her clear blue eyes. After a moment of confrontation, she realized that her resistance was doomed to fail, so she simply turned her attention back to the laptop. "Let's go to Hawaii. Anyway, he can't keep staring at me, it's just a change of work location." Unexpectedly, the man seemed to have noticed her thoughts and added, "We will leave in the afternoon. You can only bring spare clothes and laptops are not allowed on the plane. In addition, I will lend you my villa in Hawaii. Remember to clean it once on the weekend." Alice immediately raised her head and bargained, "Tomorrow morning." This afternoon, Simon insisted, and added, "Also, every weekend in the future, I will let Zoe accompany you." After another confrontation, the housekeeper still retreated and had to acquiesce. As a boss, Simon certainly hopes that his employees can work tirelessly like animals forever. As a man, Simon does not want his woman to only know how to work all day, resulting in a haggard face or even a physical breakdown. Compared with the three women B, C, and D who have already left, the housekeeper and Simon have actually maintained a certain original contract. This mansion located in the Lindenwood community of Atherton was purchased by Simon and given to the housekeeper. Claire and others did not have such treatment. After leaving, they need to be self-reliant. After breakfast, everyone left the housekeeper's mansion. Simon's destination was C's Tinkober Company. He first sent the housekeeper to the headquarters of Magret. When they arrived at the office building of Tinkober, C had already started a meeting. Simon temporarily borrowed Claire's office to start his day's work. Today is May 20th, Friday. Another box office week in Hollywood has begun. In the past week, from May 13th to May 19th, Michael Bay's Stargate won the first place in the single-week box office list without any suspense, earning $36.61 million in the first 7 days. Although there will be big-budget films released in the next few weeks, with a box office revenue of $36.61 million in the first week, as long as the box office does not drop too much in the second week, there will be no big suspense that Stargate will exceed $100 million in the domestic box office. In comparison, the other two new films, When a Man Loves a Woman, another love film starring Meg Ryan, only had a box office of $11.29 million in the first 7 days. In order to save budget, Disney invited Andy Garcia, who is not too famous, to play the leading role. The greatest achievement of this actor, who has been in Hollywood for many years, is that he won an Oscar nomination for Best Supporting Actor for his performance in The Godfather Part 3 a few years ago. He has little box office appeal. In When a Man Loves a Woman, Andy Garcia failed to produce the same strong sparks with Meg Ryan as the male and female protagonists in Sleepless in Seattle and When Harry Met Sally. As a result, the final budget of When a Man Loves a Woman was $25 million, which is indeed very cost-effective compared to Meg Ryan's high salary of $7 million after Sleepless in Seattle last year. The box office was only $11.29 million in the first week. Considering the mediocre reputation of the film and the subsequent sniping of a series of blockbusters, the total box office of this love movie in North America may only be about $30 million. Through overseas and subsequent distribution, Disney can recover its costs, but it is basically a waste of time, and it has once again wasted a summer season. The box office of the Black director Spike Lee's new film The Race was even more average, with only $3.91 million in the first week of its release. With the success of his previous film Black Tide, Spike Lee's new film received a $15 million investment from Columbia, which opened at $3.91 million, and the domestic box office was roughly $10 million. The overseas market for Black racial-themed films is very narrow, and Columbia has once again wasted money. Speaking of which, Spike Lee has been working closely with Universal Pictures in the past few years, and 3 consecutive works have been invested and produced by Universal. However, after Deaneries Entertainment completed the acquisition of MCA, due to the turmoil during the integration of the two companies, this cooperative relationship did not continue to Deaneries Entertainment, which is a pity. As one of the most outstanding Black directors in Hollywood, although Spike Lee's personal works are usually not too high in box office due to the audience, because the production budget is often relatively low, they can usually achieve good profits, and even if they lose money, they will not lose too much, so they are definitely a director like Woody Allen who is worth winning over. After reading last week's box office report, Simon sent an email to Ella Deutschman, asking him to take time to talk to Spike Lee and take advantage of the opportunity that he had just experienced a failure to try to get his next movie. In the end, profit and loss don't matter. Doing so can further increase the diversity of Deaneries Entertainment's films, which is of great benefit to the shaping of corporate brands. In the new week, 2 heavyweight new films were released in North American theaters again, namely Speed produced by MGM and Maverick produced by Warner Brothers. Speed was directed by Martin Campbell, who had previously successfully produced Wonder Woman, and starred two popular Hollywood stars Keanu Reeves and Sandra Bullock. In the past, the original Speed, the three main creators James Bond, Keanu Reeves and Sandra Bullock were not very popular, but the film achieved an outstanding North American box office of over $100 million with a production cost of $30 million. This time, influenced by Simon, The Big Butterfly, the three main creators are very popular in Hollywood, and the production budget has increased from $30 million in the original time and space to $45 million, basically reaching the level of a blockbuster. In order to compete with Batman, The Dark Knight Rises on June 3, MGM also took a gamble this time and prepared 2,869 screens for Speed to open, and the publicity and distribution budget also reached $20 million. Today, it officially opened on a large scale, and the media reputation of Speed was also released at the same time. The preliminary statistics of the comprehensive media score reached 9.4 points, directly surpassing the 8.2 points of Stargate last week, reaching the level of a classic. Another Mavericks is a thorough super blockbuster. The film is adapted from a Western TV series of the same name in the United States in the 1950s. Richard Donner, the director of the Lethal Weapon series, and Mel Gibson collaborated again, and invited Oscar-winning actress Jodie Foster to join. The lineup of the three main creators even surpasses that of Speed. Relying on the success of the Lethal Weapon series, the budget cost of Maverick was as high as $75 million. Warner Brothers also invested $30 million in the publicity and distribution budget, and the number of screens for the film's opening reached 2,537. Because of its pessimism, Deanery's Entertainment basically does not touch Western themes, but Warner is a big Western film producer. Simon is even more pessimistic about Maverick. Even if the North American box office of Maverick has exceeded $100 million in memory, Warner is basically unlikely to make much profit from this project. It is a classic case of working for Hollywood stars. For the entire project, Mel Gibson directly took away a high salary of $15 million. Richard Donner also received $8 million from the first-line director, and even Jodie Foster's salary reached $5 million. The three main creators can be said to have returned with a full load. However, with the huge cost of Maverick, Warner Brothers needs to earn about $250 million in box office worldwide to break even. In the past, the global box office of Maverick was only $180 million. Not only that, this time, because there was Stargate before, Speed at the same time, and the super blockbuster Batman, The Dark Knight Rises 2 weeks later, there were strong enemies around, and the media's comprehensive reputation after the opening was just barely passing. Maverick is difficult to get the box office share in the original time and space. If the local market wants to break 100 million, it will be a miracle. The more likely result is that Warner will suffer a big setback in this project, and then further increase its dependence on the DC movie universe. Celia Miller did not see her boss again until they returned to Los Angeles together in the evening. However, the woman did not show any resentment that she had just been left out all night by a little man after a moment of joy. Taking advantage of the short time back to Los Angeles, she continued to discuss with Simon the various layouts of the Westeros system in the military field. During the business trip around the world, Celia was able to participate in the secret negotiations between the Westeros mercenaries and the French government. The French authorities finally paid $25 million in compensation in exchange for all members of the French military advisory group of the former Rwandan government army, including all the bodies, who were detained by the Westeros mercenaries. The price of $25 million was proposed by Celia after she learned about the general situation. It was not that the French government could not afford more, but because if the claim was too high, it would exceed the limit of the French government's secret treasury. At that time, it would have to raise funds through formal government financial channels. Once that happened, the affairs of the French military advisory group would inevitably be exposed. This was a result that neither side wanted to see. Allowing Celia to participate in this negotiation was also a small test for Simon, mainly to test the credibility of this former female official of the Ministry of Defense. The result exceeded Simon's expectations, and it also made him see the benefits of having someone who used to work in the federal defense system and was familiar with the various unspoken rules of the authorities. Before this, both Simon and the commander of the Westeros mercenaries, William McCraney, wanted to ask the French government for a high price. If they really did so, the two sides would probably fall out. After running around for half a month, Celia also completed the personnel infiltration of the Rwandan government and had a private meeting with Leon Kuchma, the current Prime Minister of Ukraine and the next presidential candidate. Not only did she convince the Ukrainian government, which had been somewhat hesitant, to agree to the Westeros system to set up a private military company in Ukraine, Celia was also personally responsible for forming a Ukrainian mercenary support team in Kiev. In the United States, I think our company should mainly recruit retired officers of low and middle ranks in the short term, and cooperate with about 300 former Special Forces soldiers to provide military training services to the outside world, Celia said in the front cabin living room of the Boeing 767. Seeing that he had no objection, she continued, the lesson of the French government's arrangement of a military advisory group in Rwanda, although the news has not been made public, I think other countries will learn from it in the future. Providing similar services in disguise through private military companies can not only reduce the possible casualties of official soldiers, but also avoid being accused of interfering in other countries' internal affairs once the matter is exposed. We have a lot of business space in this regard. Simon was looking through a plan for the establishment of a private military company in Australia. He nodded and signaled Celia to continue. Celia looked at Simon again, thought about it, and temporarily changed the subject, saying, Simon, in North America, regarding the name of the Military Consulting and Security Services Company, are you really not going to reconsider it? Military Consulting and Security Service, MCSS, is the name of the Westeros System private military company in North America. Australia and Ukraine did not directly name it XX branch, but gave it a similar new name. The former is Perth Military Advisory and Security Company, because its headquarters is located in Perth, Western Australia, and the latter is Ukraine Frontline Military Services Company, headquartered in Kiev. The biggest feature of the three names is that they are ordinary and slightly long. When Simon heard Celia ask this, he looked up and asked, what do you think would happen if we gave it a name like Deanery's Entertainment? I think it would be better this way, Celia said, it's special and easy to be remembered. Simon shook his head and said, for entertainment technology companies, of course, the easier it is to remember the name, the better. However, for private military companies, do you think it's a good thing to be remembered all the time? Celia paused, then quickly reacted and shook her head, it seems not. Simon shrugged, so, that's right. In the past, Blackwater International, founded in 1997, made a name for itself in the industry in just a few years. Whether in the United States or overseas, when talking about mercenaries, many people would think of Blackwater first, because the name just sounds very hardcore and domineering. Because of its great reputation and the fact that there were too many eyes on this company, Blackwater began to have troubles after it became big, and various scandals were frequently exposed, so it lost a lot of orders. Finally, Blackwater finally began to reflect that it was not the largest private mercenary company in the United States. If the United States, Military Professional Resources, MPRI, is the largest one, it is not even in the top 5 globally. Why is there so much trouble? Why doesn't the media find trouble with those big names? Finally I understood. Oh, it turned out to be a problem with the name. The name Blackwater is too conspicuous and too cool. So one day, Blackwater quietly changed its name to Zez Services. What does that mean? Who knows? It's right not to know. Learning from Blackwater's lesson, Simon confirmed from the beginning that the name of the private military company of the Westeros system must be as ordinary as possible, and the more unmemorable the better. Chapter 649, Pressing Forward Step by Step. After receiving the conditions offered by Simon, the Hearst family fell silent again. If it was before all this turmoil began, even if the Hearst family lost their shares in ESPN and paid a huge compensation of $370 million, they would not be hurt. But now it is different. Because of the comprehensive ban and lawsuit bombardment of the Westeros system, the continuous abandonment of business partners, and the exposure of the murder scandal, which caused public outrage and led to large-scale cancellations of newspapers and magazines, the assets of the Hearst Group have been depreciating rapidly at a visible speed recently. Just like Simon's 100% control of Westeros, the Hearst family also firmly controls all the shares of the Hearst Group, the ultimate parent company of the Hearst media empire, through personal holdings of family members and family trusts. Although many of its newspapers, magazines and television assets have joint venture components, most of the losses in this turmoil still need to be borne by the Hearst family alone. As the company's operating conditions deteriorate and its own cash flow dries up, external financing channels such as bank loans and bond issuances are cut off. The Hearst Group now wants to raise $370 million in funds, and the only way is to sell its assets. However, not only have the assets of Hearst Group, such as major newspapers and magazines, depreciated significantly recently, but potential buyers will not miss this opportunity to further reduce the price. The Hearst family wants to cash out by selling assets, but in the short term, they can only sell at half the price before the turmoil. In other words, if they want to raise $370 million in funds, Hearst Group needs to pay twice the original price. Considering ESPN shares, the Hearst family only needs to pay $1 billion to solve the troubles on the Westeros system. Even if many people in the Hearst family understand that it is the best strategy to cut off their arms and survive now, it is difficult to convince themselves and other family members to bear this kind of one-time loss of $1 billion. They would rather bleed to death bit by bit. Simon certainly will not ignore it after making the conditions. Under the operation of the Westeros system, the media continues to criticize the Hearst Group with high intensity. Under pressure from public opinion, the federal authorities have recently launched other investigations against the Hearst Group. Because William Hearst III was on the run, after Doris Fetcher's family also filed a lawsuit for a whopping $600 million in compensation, in order to prevent William Hearst III from transferring assets. The federal authorities also urgently seized William Hearst III's stocks, properties and other assets. Not only Roger Halls, William Hearst III's assistant who was arrested but failed to pay enough bail and continued to be detained, but also some other members of the Hearst family and some senior executives of the Hearst Group were frequently summoned by the FBI's Doris Fetcher Murder Task Force to cooperate in the investigation. The rampant murder case continued to erode the credibility of the Hearst Group. Simon did not let anyone make public the surveillance of the entire process of Doris Fetcher's suicide by taking pills, because it would easily make the public think that he did not help her. However, this kind of evidence that could completely make William Hearst III lose the room for reversal of the case, he certainly would not ignore it, but asked someone to transfer it to the FBI task force through anonymous channels. On the other hand, under the instigation of media opinion, the trend of unsubscribing from newspapers and magazines under the Hearst Group is also continuing. The competitors of Hearst Group's many newspapers and magazines will naturally not miss this opportunity. Recently, they have launched various marketing promotions and spared no effort to snatch user resources from Hearst Group's media. Apollo Management Company under Cersei Capital has specially established a support fund of about $200 million to provide financing for newspapers and magazines that compete with Hearst Group's media. The decline of the U.S. paper media industry is unstoppable. If it were a few decades ago, Hearst Group could still hold on until the storm and regain its lost market share through various means. Now, due to the overall shrinkage of U.S. paper media users, this user loss is basically irreversible. Hearst Group is slow to act, but under the influence of the Westeros system and other capital forces, many newspapers and magazines under Hearst Group are unwilling to sit and wait for death. During this period, the joint venture shareholders of 7 newspapers under Hearst Group have proposed to buy back the newspaper shares held by Hearst Group, and even asked the authorities to intervene and actively facilitate the transaction on the grounds that Hearst Group is deeply involved in scandals that affect the newspapers themselves and the work of employees. Of course, the offers of these joint venture shareholders are very low. It can be said that under the relentless pressure from the Westeros system, if the Hearst family cannot make a decisive move as soon as possible, this old media group will fall apart in a year at most due to the overall deterioration of the business conditions. After the weekend, Simon and Janet flew to the East Coast together, but Veronica stayed in Los Angeles this week to assist the management of Deanery's Entertainment in some audit work before the listing roadshow. The Hearst family is in turmoil, and the Westeros system is definitely not too relaxed during this period. Not only does it need to deal with the public opinion storm caused by a series of revelations from the Hearst family, but the federal political and business circles are also more vigilant and suppressive of the continued rise of the Westeros system. In March, a series of lawsuits against the 3 internet giants Cisco, AOL, and Grit for monopoly trusts have only reached a settlement in 3 cases, and the others have entered the formal litigation process. The Westeros system is rich and powerful. If it is simply a lawsuit, it is enough to bankrupt many small businesses. However, the potential large-scale antitrust risks brought about by these lawsuits are something that the Westeros system has to be cautious about. Therefore, We have to admit that the Rwandan genocide in April not only diverted the attention of the federal public from certain explosions and massacres, but also successfully covered up the various lawsuits faced by the Westeros system to a large extent. The Westeros system's recent unremitting crackdown on the Hearst Group and its wooing of other old-fashioned print media forces have also largely suppressed the North American media's promotion of the topic of the Westeros system monopolizing the internet industry. After the federal political circles rushed to express their opinions against the Westeros system some time ago, although most of the targets are still in a state of verbal attacks, Washington is no longer so easy to talk to the Westeros system in many aspects. At least, all the various bills promoted by the Westeros system have been stranded. On the other hand, Sursa E Capital's recent acquisition of State Street Bank's asset management department has also encountered obstacles in Congress. The House Financial Services Committee questioned the transaction and asked Sursa E Capital to explain how BlackRock Asset Management Company could 100% ensure the safety of investors' funds when it already manages more than $200 billion. If Sursa E Capital cannot make a guarantee, Congress will prevent the merger from going any further. This questioning is a bit of a rogue nature. Because the House of Representatives did not define the fund's security it required in the inquiry letter. For various financial giants on Wall Street, ensuring the safety of investors' funds is the most basic requirement. The general rule is to proactively inform investors when making major investments, not to use funds for transactions outside the contract, not to conduct insider operations, etc. If it is just these, Sursa E Capital can certainly guarantee it. Although the overall asset scale of BlackRock Asset Management is very large, the investment purposes of funds from different customers in dozens of sub-funds have all been clearly defined in the contract. Many funds are even just kept by Sursa E Capital, and the investment decision-making power is still in the hands of investors. However, after Sursa E Capital responded to the House of Representatives' inquiries, the other parties still pestered them. After several attempts, Janet roughly figured out that the members of the House of Representatives probably wanted BlackRock Asset Management to make a promise that it would only make profits and not losses, which is what the other party called fund security. There has never been a business that only makes profits and never loses in this world, and there is no such reason on Wall Street. In the final analysis, Washington is deliberately making things difficult, and does not want Sursa E Capital and State Street Bank to reach this deal. Many large mergers take 2 or 3 years to get approval from the federal government, which is very common in the United States. However, for this deal, Simon and his wife are very clear that if it is delayed for too long, it will only change. Because unlike those physical enterprises, for Wall Street financial companies, investors not only look at the profitability of these companies, but also pay great attention to factors such as corporate reputation, public opinion and legal risks. Any slight disturbance may cause investors to withdraw a large amount of capital. If it is delayed too long, State Street Bank will withdraw its capital to ensure that its customers will not be anxious, or it will also realize that it should not easily give up this part of the business. Then, this merger may fall through at any time. The couple arrived on the East Coast, Simon stayed in New York, and Janet went directly to Washington. Moreover, they have made up their minds that if the mediation and communication with the House of Representatives is ineffective, Sursa E Capital will not hesitate to sue. After all, the deliberate obstruction of the House Financial Services Committee is too obvious. In a manor on the outskirts of Greenwich, Connecticut. It was already Wednesday, May 25th. Simon did not go to Manhattan in the morning, but met with Paul Spates, a political lobbyist from Wisconsin, at Greenwich Manor. Paul Spates was once the head of Verizon's political lobbying department and corporate-affiliated political action committee. After the Westeros system launched its sniping plan for this year's midterm elections, Paul Spates, who grew up in Wisconsin, was sent to the local area to snipe the re-election of Craig Ames, a left-wing Democratic senator from Wisconsin who has been targeting the Westeros system recently. Now, Paul Spates has become the campaign manager of Craig Ames' opponent, Robert Hochul, a moderate Republican Senate candidate in Wisconsin. During this period, Paul Spates worked with his temporary employer to develop a detailed and clear campaign platform based on the specific conditions of Wisconsin, in the absence of popular political issues in the 1994 midterm elections. Paul Spates even went a step further and made a very detailed division of voters in Wisconsin, formulating special campaign plans and propaganda slogans to accurately target different voter groups such as the middle class, veterans, and ethnic minorities. In fact, This kind of refined operation is not without precedent in American political campaigns, but most political campaigns, even presidential elections, need to face a very critical obstacle to achieve this kind of refined operation: the problem of funds. The problem of money is the least of the problems for the Westeros system. Although the current federal campaign laws are still very strict and there are many restrictions on political donations, as long as you are willing, it is not a problem to bypass these obstacles. For example, this time, the large number of voter surveys that Paul Spate's team needs are all conducted in the name of local business surveys in Wisconsin by companies such as AOL and Ingrid in the Westeros system. This allows Paul Spate's team to obtain valuable voter feedback data and save a lot of money for the campaign team in disguise. This model is also not new in American political campaigns. Even if the matter is exposed and even investigated by the federal government in the future, the result will only be a mess. The fair selection campaign in the second half of the year has not yet begun, and Paul Spates has directly or indirectly spent more than $5 million of Westeros system funds in Wisconsin alone, which is equivalent to the average campaign fund size of each senatorial candidate this year. However, Simon does not care about this, because he is very satisfied with the work results of this political lobbyist. Paul Spates' idea of specifying special campaign planning for different voter groups has made Simon see a feasible plan to quickly promote the political influence of the Westeros system to the entire United States. After all, the essence of political campaigns is to canvass votes. If you use all means to get votes from a variety of voter groups, you will be the winner. In many previous political campaigns, politicians often offended the lower-class groups while trying to please the middle class, offended the anti-war groups while gaining the favor of veterans, and even offended a lot of female voters when getting male voters' votes. The result is often like a bear trying to break a stick. Even if some candidates think of targeted canvassing and lobbying, they are often limited by factors such as campaign funds or the organizational ability of the campaign team and cannot achieve truly precise operations. The Westeros system has enough capital and also has the political ambition to influence the entire federal political trend. Therefore, this detailed operation plan, which is often a bit too big and inappropriate for other politicians, is almost tailor-made for the Westeros system. In the study of the villa, Simon and Paul Spates spent more than 2 hours discussing this matter in detail before turning the topic to the current sniping plan. In 1993, the average income of middle-class families in Wisconsin fell by 2.7% compared with 1992, far exceeding the national average of 1%. The unemployment rate also reached 8.6%, exceeding the national average of 6.4%. Employment is our focus of operation this year. Located in the Great Lakes Rust Belt region where heavy industry in the United States is declining, Wisconsin's economy has been in recession for a long time. The deterioration of the overall economic environment in the United States in recent years has made Wisconsin even worse. Simon did not interrupt, but motioned Paul Spates to continue. In fact, economic issues have also been the focus of Wisconsin's local government and members of both houses of Congress in recent years. Craig Games also attaches great importance to this issue. However, affected by the economic recession in the entire country, it is an established fact that the economic situation in Wisconsin continues to deteriorate. As long as we operate properly, the public will not know the efforts of politicians like Craig Games. They will only see that the economy of their state continues to decline, the unemployment rate continues to rise, and family income continues to decrease. Then, our candidates will be able to take advantage of the situation. At the same time, Craig Games has been pushing for increased support for low-income families and minorities in the past few years. Subsidies, and also voted in favor of the federal bill to increase fuel taxes last year, all of which indirectly harmed the interests of the middle class, which occupies most of Wisconsin. It just so happens that the average income of middle-class families has been decreasing in recent years, and their lives are not easy. Craig Games is subsidizing the lower class of society in a way that harms the interests of the middle class, which will further lose in points in this election. Simon heard Paul Spates say this and suddenly said, "According to you, even without our support, Craig Games seems to have a hard time being re-elected. Do you think I still need you?" This sudden question was a bit sharp. Paul Spates was just stunned for a moment, and then smiled and said, "Boss, these are the impressions I want to instill in Wisconsin voters. Judging from your performance, my strategy is very successful, so you need me." Before the sniper plan was launched, the Westeros system had investigated Craig Games. As a skilled veteran politician, although his political views lean to the left, Craig Ames is also a practical man, so his local support rate in Wisconsin has always been high. The question just now was just a small test that came to his mind. Simon nodded as well and said, "Paul, you can continue." Paul Spates temporarily gave up thinking about his boss's intentions in the small question just now, and continued, "In addition, we have also dug up some black materials about Craig Ames during this period, and we plan to release them at an appropriate time in the second half of the year." In this year's midterm elections, due to the lack of clear political issues, many campaigns have become a game of exposing each other's scandals to see who is more dirty. Paul Spates handed a document to Simon and said, "Craig Ames himself is relatively clean. He has no gray income, no secret lover, and his background is very ordinary. However, in order to build his own network, this politician has written college recommendation letters for many students in Wisconsin in the past few years. Boss, you know, a letter of recommendation from a senator is of great help even for admission to Ivy League schools, and it is equivalent to a direct ticket to ordinary colleges and universities in various states. There is certainly no shortage of students with excellent character and academic performance in Craig Ames's recommendation letters, but most of them are children of wealthy people, and that's the problem." Simon opened the folder and saw a copy of a letter of recommendation recommending a student named Paul Scuttle to enter the University of Wisconsin. Paul Spates waited for Simon to open the file and continued, "This Paul Scuttle is the son of a local food company owner in Wisconsin. Because the Scuttle family is Craig Ames's main supporter, Craig Ames wrote this recommendation letter for Paul Scuttle 2 years ago, helping this young man, whose SAT score was far from the admission standard, to enter the University of Wisconsin. Then, according to our investigation, Scuttle was suspected of molesting at least 6 female students at the University of Wisconsin in the past 2 years, and the matter was suppressed by the Scuttle family. What we need to do is to expose this matter and exaggerate that the unscrupulous rich kid supported by Craig Ames wantonly assaulted ordinary girls on college campuses. This scandal will directly impact Craig Ames's grassroots voter base." Chapter 650 Investigation Progress. Politics is never warm and affectionate. Since you have joined this game and want to be the final winner, you must do everything you can. Simon talked with Paul Spates for a whole morning, had lunch together, and sent each other off. Martin Denham, one of the leaders of the Westeros family intelligence team, came to Greenwich quietly. This time, Martin Denham mainly sent official investigation materials on a series of cases triggered by the assassination some time ago. Simon believed that the beginning and end of a series of actions had been cleaned up very cleanly. However, out of caution, he did not ignore the investigation of those cases. The internal information of several task forces could be dug up by many media, and it was even easier for the Westeros family intelligence team to obtain more detailed case investigation materials. From April to now, in addition to the Woodfield Manor explosion, several other shootings and murders that were at least unrelated to the official have been basically shelved because the investigation has been clueless for a month. The Woodfield Manor explosion has too many suspicious points and was dug up and hyped by the media, so the investigation has been ongoing. During this period, the FBI task force has conducted routine inquiries on hundreds of people related to the case, and has locked potential targets on shareholders of Monroeville Machinery Company who suffered huge losses due to George Woodfield's misappropriation of corporate funds. The entire investigation did not point to any signs of the Westeros family. However, Simon believes that someone must want to implicate the Westeros family in this matter. After all, if this matter is exposed, the blow to the Westeros system will be no less than the murder of Doris Fitch suffered by the Hearst Group. Because of this, the few people who vaguely know the inside story dare not act rashly. The accusation of making a bombing similar to a terrorist attack is too serious. If there is no substantial evidence, it will bring disaster to oneself. After all, the Westeros system is not easy to provoke. Just like 911 in Simon's memory, there are also too many doubts, and there are also too many signs that the federal government knew in advance but did not stop it. But because of the lack of evidence, many accusations can only remain in the conspiracy theory stage for a long time. Perhaps the Woodfield Manor bombing may also be exposed in the form of a conspiracy theory in a few years. However, the public is always forgetful, and by then the attention to the matter will have cooled down. After a long time, there will be fewer clues to investigate, and it will only remain at the conspiracy theory stage. Moreover, Compared to the murder of Doris Fitch, in which the Hearst family just tried to fool the public and guide public opinion, the Westeros family had a very reasonable motive for the Woodfield Manor bombing. If someone sends a killer with guns and grenades to break into your house and hurt your family, for most people with a little blood, any counterattack and revenge is not too much. Therefore, even if the matter is exposed in the form of a conspiracy theory, the Westeros family is not necessarily completely on the evil side. 2 days ago, we intercepted a call between William Hearst III, who lives in Paris, France, and Louis Freeh, director of the FBI. William II asked about the inside story of the Woodfield Manor bombing, but Freeh did not answer and warned William II not to call him again. However, based on their conversation, William III should have known something. In addition, the News-Times in Danbury, Connecticut, has sent 2 reporters to Pittsburgh to investigate the inside story of the Woodfield Manor bombing. The News-Times is a newspaper under the Hearst Group. In the study of a villa in Greenwich Manor, Simon listened to Martin Dinham's report while playing the call between William II and Louis Freeh. The relationship between the United States and France has not been very good, so no extradition treaty has been signed so far. Roman Polanski, a famous Hollywood director, has lived in France for a long time since he fled for sexually assaulting a 13-year-old girl. William Hearst III also fled to Paris this time. However, compared to Roman Polanski, William Hearst II's murder case is much more serious. Faced with public pressure, the French government has recently stated that it may expel William Hearst III. After the last surveillance video was exposed, the entire Hearst family strengthened anti-wiretapping measures, and William III, who fled to Paris, did the same. This embarrassed media tycoon now travels with a bunch of bodyguards, but unfortunately he still can't get rid of the pervasive surveillance of the Westeros family intelligence team. As for FBI Director Louis Freeh, Simon is also not unfamiliar with this person. Louis Freeh is a Republican and was promoted by the last President George Bush. Bush Sr. once served as the director of the CIA and is very clear about the importance of controlling the intelligence system. Simon has investigated Louis Freeh's resume. Bush Sr. has been very close to Louis Freeh since the 1980s, and at the beginning he was completely training him as the next FBI director. Unfortunately, Louis Freeh defeated Bill Clinton's nominee last year with the efforts of the Republican forces and successfully became the new FBI director in 1993, but Bush Sr. lost his re-election as president. Because of this background, the FBI director who spanned Bill Clinton's entire presidency became Clinton's nightmare. For 8 consecutive years, Louis Freeh spared no effort to make trouble for Clinton, but Clinton, who had a shallow foundation, could not fire this thorn in his side. A little sorting. In fact, it is not difficult to find that the federal government-level agents surrounding the Westeros family at the time clearly had the shadow of the Bush family. After Bush Sr. lost the election, the Bush family was making arrangements for Bush Jr. to ascend to the White House throughout the 1990s. Clinton's series of scandals were the greatest blow to the credibility of the Democratic Party. Judging from the call between Louis Freeh and William Hearst III, the FBI director had no intention of dragging the Westeros family into the Woodfield bombing. However, it is conceivable that if the Westeros system becomes a roadblock for Bush Jr. to ascend to the White House in the future, some of the inside stories of this matter may be exposed. After all, Clinton's 8 consecutive years of tragic experience have proved this point, even including the most famous Zippergate. In Simon's memory, the New York Times once sorted out and found that the main promoters behind the Zippergate were a group of Republican conservatives in the southern United States, which happened to be the political base of the Bush family. Too many things in this world are never without reason or root. Martin Dinham sat on the sofa in the study and did not disturb Simon's thinking. He also understood that his team was just a monitor. If they really wanted to do something about this intelligence, it would often not be their turn. After listening to the call recording, Simon tapped his fingers silently on the armrest of the leather sofa. After 5 or 6 minutes, he just nodded slightly to Martin Dinham and asked, "Have you investigated the News-Times in Danbury?" Martin Dinham nodded and took out a document from his briefcase and handed it over. Simon didn't rush to open it, and said, "That's it. You still keep monitoring the Hearst family, and don't do anything else for the time being. In addition, pay attention to your own safety. If you find something wrong, leave the United States as soon as possible. If anything unexpected really happens, notify me as soon as possible." Martin Dinham nodded again. "I understand, boss." As an investigator of the truth of the assassination case, although Martin Dinham's team did not participate in the execution of certain things, it was also the most directly informed team. If the federal government suddenly arrested these people, even if it still could not build a complete chain of evidence against the Westeros family in the end, it would definitely not be a good thing. Martin Dinham certainly understood this. In fact, during this period, not only was the Hearst family monitored, but after obtaining Simon's permission, Dinham's team also cleaned up several pieces of the original investigation of the assassination case, and even established new identity files for several team members. Moreover, at least on the surface, the identities of Martin Dinham and others were very innocent. If they were really arrested, as long as it was not a secret arrest without anyone noticing, the lawyers of the Westeros system would have a great chance to get them out as soon as possible. As for the specific executors of the bombing and the murders, if the FBI wants to find the direct murderer, it can only ask Satan in hell. After Martin Dinham left, Simon finished reading the information of the Danbury News Times in the study alone, and arranged some things according to the information provided by Dinham, and then told Girl A to prepare the helicopter. When he arrived in Manhattan, it was still 2 o'clock in the afternoon. He went to the construction site of Westeros building in the Upper East Side as soon as possible. The small disturbance of illegal labor at the end of last year did not affect the construction progress of Westeros building. From the beginning of 1992 to now, more than 2 years later, the main building of Westeros building has been completed more than half, but the half of the building that has been completed, which is more than 300 meters high, has surpassed all buildings except the Twin Towers in Manhattan and the Empire State Building. It is expected to be completed by the end of 1996. The height of the main building of 622 meters will remain the world's tallest skyscraper for many years to come. After staying at the Westeros building construction site for an hour, Simon continued to rush to the East Coast headquarters of Deanery's Entertainment in Greenwich Village. During this period, the annual TV series promotion season in the United States has ended. The two most important projects of Deanery's TV this year, Friends and ER, have already been determined. The former is still taken by NBC, and the latter is in the hands of CBS. Neither project was given to ABC TV Network, which is Simon's next target for merger. Simon has his own considerations. Keeping good things for yourself should be the first reaction of most people when they encounter similar choices. However, once ABC TV Network is merged in the future, Deanery's TV, which is very popular in front of several major TV networks in the United States, will face a problem. That is, after becoming a competitor, the other major TV networks will inevitably reduce the purchase of Deanery's Entertainment's TV programs. Deanery's Entertainment can only produce and sell itself to the greatest extent at that time. What Simon lacks the least in his mind is popular TV projects. Now, transferring Friends and ER, which are likely to become phenomenal hits, to NBC and CBS can basically achieve the parasitic effect of the DC movie universe on Time Warner. For such phenomenal TV shows, the subsequent syndicated distribution profits are the big money, and they are the long-term big money. Just like Friends, even though it has been finished for many years, Time Warner, which holds the copyright, can still get up to $100 million in copyright fees from Netflix every year. Therefore, if Friends and ER are broadcast on other TV network platforms, most of the profits will still belong to Deanery's Entertainment, which is equivalent to using the platforms and resources of the other two TV networks to make the two TV series famous and make profits. Not only that, without these two popular programs to support ratings and TV network performance, Deanery's Entertainment will have an easier time in the future to acquire ABC. At the same time, after taking over ABC TV network, Deanery's Entertainment will have more time to produce other high-quality programs. They were busy in Greenwich Village until about 6 in the afternoon. When it was getting dark, Lady A knocked on the door and reminded him, "Boss, the party at the Grand Hotel is ready. Are you going there now?" Simon closed a plan for the new season of The Real Housewives of New York City, looked at his watch, and shook his head, saying, "No, let's go to dinner first." Lady A was stunned for a moment, then nodded, thought for a moment and said, "So, how about St. George's Restaurant?" Simon smiled and nodded, "Okay." Lady A called to reserve a table, and Simon also wrote an email to Robert Iger about his personal opinions on The Real Housewives of New York City. The two left the office together and rushed to St. George's Restaurant on the Upper West Side. As a married man, it is not appropriate to take other women out for dinner. However, since she is a female assistant, it is not a big problem. What's more, with Simon's current status and the recent experience of the Hearst family, the media now really dare not write gossip about Simon. After dinner, a somewhat satisfied girl A said that she did not plan to go to the party at the Grand Hotel with Simon. She planned to go to girl B's place to discuss Alpha Beta's affairs in the evening, and would stay overnight at Betsy's apartment. Simon first sent Allison to Betsy's apartment in the Upper West Side, and then turned around and rushed to the Grand Hotel in Midtown, which was not too far from the East Coast branch of Deanery's Entertainment. The party at the Grand Hotel was hosted by Deanery's Entertainment, mainly to celebrate the perfect ending of a series of TV shows in the spring season and the successful establishment of many TV projects in the new year. Many company executives and TV stars would attend. Simon originally had no interest in such gatherings. If he encountered one, he would just show up at most. But tonight was a little different. Because the few prey that had been domesticated during this period would appear at the party tonight. They were the remaining 3 mothers and daughters of the Grauff family who participated in the assassination. During this period, Simon had been sending people to keep an eye on the every move of Laura Grauff and her daughter, and manipulated the lives of the 3 mothers and daughters like controlling puppets. Simon originally planned to endure these 3 vases for a few months to completely wear down their tempers, but now, after just over a month, he realized that if he continued to endure it, the 3 mother and daughter might be completely ruined, so he might as well harvest them early. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.